All right, we're live. PKA
Okay.
episode 272, and thank you, Hank.
I just got a bit of a shock right before we went live, and I don't know where to go with it.
We'll get to that later.
We'll get to it later. Okay.
We of course have our very special guest Hank Green with us tonight of Vlog Brothers fame, also SciShow Crash Course. Maybe you're familiar with those channels. Also a co-creator of VidCon. I didn't even know that about you. That's very cool. We have four special sponsors tonight. MeUndies, SquareSpace.com, TrackR, a brand new one, and LootCrate.com. Check the link in the description for all of those. We're going to talk more about them later in the show, but first things first. Wait, what is first? What do we want to talk about first? All right, before the show, we were talking about dead dogs. Very sad. Very sad to hear that your dog passed, Hank. As we said before the show, Taylor's dog passed recently as well, and Woody's dog just late last year passed.
Yeah.
Don't let him co-opt our pain.
I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
Hey, Taylor, can you turn your gain down a touch?
Oh wow, yeah.
So we could talk about dead pets. I have somewhere to go with that, I think. Or we could talk about the thing with Trump. I have a little bit of a story that went down today at the gym.
Is the thing with Trump the part where he exists at all? Is that the thing with Trump? Or is there a broader thing with Trump? Is the thing with Trump the fact that there's this man who we're paying attention to right now? And
polling at 49%.
Hank,
according to CNN.
I watched a Vlog Brothers video, and I'm not sure if it was you or your brother, so my apologies. But the takeaway from it was, look, even if your guy doesn't win this, have some comfort in the idea that the other half of the nation isn't completely idiotic. That the was that you or your? Was that,
I don't know. I get confused too between us. I'm not entirely sure which one's which anymore. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing about democracy. You have to kind of agree that America works. And that the whole idea of voting, it's certainly not half of the country, but at least the half that voted, disagreed with you. And just chill out and deal with it. That's not how I felt when I was a young man and George W. Bush got elected and I was very super commie liberal guy. And I was very angry. But, you know, I'm kind of shockingly moderate now. Look, like I think that if old me saw current me, he'd be real disappointed. But yeah, you got to go ahead and say, all right, we're going to do the America thing. And people disagree with me, and let's just do this for 4 years, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think what a lot of people are saying is that they don't like the way that America's going right now. They see that they keep electing these officials, and they don't feel like these elected officials who are supposed to literally be their representatives, literally, are not their representatives. You know, they're representing big corporations, they're representing special interests, or they're just representing themselves so that they can continually stay in this position of power with all of the frills and things that come along with it. So a lot of people are saying this Trump guy is just kind of telling the truth, and I think the fact that he self-finances his campaign thus far, we'll see if he does in the primary, because that literally cost $1 billion to run a primary campaign in this country.
Well, he's got it.
This is the primary,
he's got it,
right?
Yeah, Ron General. That's what I mean. We know what he means.
The general election. Yeah, thank you. But I think what it comes down to is a lot of people are really latching onto that and saying, I don't know who pulls Ted Cruz's strings. I don't know who pulls Marco Rubio's strings, but I know for sure who pulls Donald Trump's strings. It's Donald fucking Trump. And maybe the bastard you know is better than the son of a bitch you don't.
You know who I'd trust more than Donald Trump is like literally every corporation in America all pulling strings simultaneously. Like if we have all of them pulling a little string, I don't want one person on the string. That's the worst.
Did you see Trump's speech today?
Trump is like Ultron from the Marvel universe. He has no strings.
So the question is, did you see Trump's speech today? Who here saw it? Just me?
I saw both speeches.
Okay, all right. So in there, he's talking about free trade. And Trump says, you know what? Carrier just shipped 1,400 jobs to Mexico. He's talking about the importance of the wall and how they're going to build it and stuff. And he's like, this is easy to fix. This is easy.
I like that you tie those two things together. Like, we're going to build a wall so Carrier can't ship jobs to Mexico.
Yeah, he wants to really control the in and out.
The physical idea of jobs cannot pass through the wall Donald Trump can build.
Air conditioners cannot pass without regulation. I think that's his core of it. You don't
need a physical wall for that.
He's like, Carrier makes
plans.
Let me go for a second here.
All right. Well, you told me to interrupt. That was part of the deal. You said that right before we started.
I'm sorry.
We can't hear you at all.
He meant interrupt me or Taylor.
I'm such a dick. All right. I did, and I don't take it back either. I'm just, but I'm trying to get my thought out. So Carrier shipped jobs to Mexico, and he's like, "Look, this is easy to fix. We just put a 35% tax on air conditioners coming from Mexico, and that will solve this problem. They'll just change their mind, a tariff, and they'll keep the jobs here in the U.S. And that's protectionism, right?
Yeah. Oh man. Wow. That is.
It sounds great at first.
It doesn't sound great to me at all. But I am politically weird.
Okay. Yeah, so, like, as I heard it, like, my knee-jerk reaction, and I've got, I went to school, I have a business degree, whatever, as one of my degrees, and it was like,
just drop the fact that you don't have just one degree. Make sure we know that.
Yeah, we're going to cover that several times, I hope. But because most of the people here think of my computer degrees, not my business one. But anyway, Taylor, can you turn your gain up higher?
You were so quiet.
And can I say, you really need to put those degrees in glass behind you so that you can just point backwards.
They're in the Game of Thrones room, but maybe we could get copies and put them in all the rooms.
So if an engineering or a computer question or a business question comes up, you can be like, all right, so just first things first, let me just... these good people here...
So the upside of protectionism is in the short term, it saves your job. Right? Your job doesn't get shipped out. Carrier is going to be like 35% tariff. Shucks, that'll be anti-competitive. In addition to all the other challenges that come with having like remote manufacturing locations, we just won't do it. But in the long term, your country or your protected industries they fall behind. Like the Soviet Union had a real protectionist economy. And then when they finally knocked down the wall, you're like, holy shit, these cars look like they're from the 50s, right? And these tractors and the way that you do farming and the way that you do manufacturing, everything they built was just like sort of big hunks of iron. And
I mean, the story of human progress is the story of trade. That is how all of the great things that have happened got done. It's the transfer of ideas and the transfer of skills. And like that's a big philosophical thing, and that's sort of that's how I come at things sometimes, and that's of course like means shit all to the people losing their jobs. Like that fucking who the fuck cares at that point?
Maybe we need some level of protection, and here's why Trump was winning me over today. Oh my god, embarrassing to say.
Wow,
right? I've got becoming more high energy than I was previously because look, the things that some of the things that America makes, our high tech stuff, they just insta steal, copy, and replicate. If we make something like we would do, America dominates the entertainment industry globally, right? All those animated cartoons and stuff, Frozen and Shrek and whatever, that happens here. There aren't a lot of Chinese equivalents to that. And they just take that for free and dub it or whatever. Like they steal so much of what we make. But then on the way back, whatever China makes, rubber sharks and fucking Legos or whatever, like we don't just copy that. Like we're honoring their intellectual property, and then of course a lot of it's physical goods.
Well, I mean,
they're stealing from us.
It's not intellectual property; it's physical goods, and you can't this is the things that China is shipping to us is basically human labor. And what China is saying is, look, the people who live here have a lower quality of life. They have a lower expectation for what their lives are going to be like, so they are willing to work for less. And America has an extremely high quality of life. People talk about how America's going in the wrong direction, but it's pretty freaking wonderful here. We have a lot going for us. We have a great social safety net. We have the amazing healthcare system. There are categories, there's always a category in which somebody's better than us, but Americans have it pretty good. Especially compared to the places where we are sending jobs. The reason we're sending jobs to those places because there's people there willing to work for less money. Now, a little bit of me is, I'm not such a strong American here that I'm kind of a little bit well, if we're making a job somewhere, if we're making somebody's life better somewhere, that's also good. People in China need jobs too.
They're not real people. They're not real people. Not real people.
Shake heads. A lot of shaking heads here.
Yeah, no.
But I'm Just the fact that like what if like to have a conversation where we get shake heads. I feel like so frequently the reason why we're getting so excited about like Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump is because we never have conversations between people who disagree with each other anymore. We have conversations on the internet where we talk about how evil the other side is, how they don't understand, and we only get information from our filter bubble that says, "Hey, you are right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right." And then when we see people from the other side, it's always the most extreme bullshit that like they found some asshole somewhere who said something super fucking dumb, like maybe what I just said about people in China needing jobs too. And and we never get this conversation going between people who disagree with each other. So you end up with a bunch of people who like literally cannot fathom a human being who disagrees with them. And so the only way to think about a Trump supporter, for me, is to think about like somebody who is clearly like a bad person. And I feel like we get the complete. Like literally, like if there are legitimate Trump supporters in this room, it's the first time in my life I've met one. That's not, and I'm not fucking with you. Like I have super conservative in-laws and I hang out with them, but they fucking hate Donald Trump. They're like, he insulted the Pope. You can't insult the Pope. Like
that's wait. That's the reason that they don't.
No,
like
I don't know.
Is that
I can't explain.
Less
You
than
hear what he
polite
said about the Pope? He called him a loser. Can't get behind that kind of
Made
candidate.
fun of his hat. You know, it was real sad.
Said he was a real lightweight.
I tell you,
low energy popes.
compared to the
Low
other
energy
people on the Republican side, I find Trump to be actually less offensive than a lot
There's
of them.
something really interesting about that. The fact that Donald Trump is like, Planned Parenthood does good work. I'm not going to fund them, but that was like, what the fuck just happened?
Yes.
That has never happened in the history of the Republican. And I think that says a lot about sort of like a lot of what we're running into is that the Republican Party is kind of fucked right now. Like they have gotten themselves into a really weird position.
You can do that. So I think, the three of us on the show are a lot more pro-gun than most people are. And classic Trump, which is my favorite term, I heard it from Chiz tonight, as opposed to Trump Zero. Classic Trump was against assault weapons, right? He was like, I think the Second Amendment is important, but assault weapons, they got to go. Now, Trump Zero, the current one, he's
high energy. He loves assault weapons.
Yeah, he's all about guns. He's like, don't touch him.
Well, the
If you
nice
call
thing
him
about
new Trump instead of Trump Zero, then it's only a matter of time until he comes back. Classic Trump.
Okay.
Look, you said that we don't have conversations between people who disagree anymore, but today I witnessed one of these conversations going down. So we're at the gym today with my girlfriend, and a gentleman comes in. We're in the back of the gym. We're back there just sitting there resting. Actually, I'm not doing anything. And this guy comes in, and he starts talking about Ted Cruz to the guy who like owns the gym, runs the gym at the counter, and he starts talking all this Ted Cruz nonsense. How Donald Trump is dividing the GOP party, how we need to get behind a real establishment candidate who stands for core values, how this is our guy. And the guy at the gym is just not having it. He's like, you need to get the fuck up out of here, brother. You in Trump country up in here. You need to get the fuck up out of here. And then some of the guys that are working out are like, yeah, get the fuck out of here, man.
I mean, that's and
then my girlfriend screams, build the wall! and everybody goes, yeah, build the wall, build the wall. And this guy literally is shamed out of the gym.
Wow.
It was hilarious.
That's not a that does not seem to be like a productive conversation.
No.
About politics.
It was highly productive.
That seems to me a little bit like somebody who has objectified all people who disagree with them, which is something that we've become really good at. We're seeing people who disagree with us as fucking idiots because we only hear the one source of information, and like that terrifies me to think that there's like a gym in America I wouldn't be welcome in because I don't think that we should build a concrete wall that's not going to do anything to stop people.
It's going to
from...
be a beautiful wall.
Stop those people. You've got to build that thing out of titanium at least. It's going to be a big, beautiful wall.
You keep talking smack, Hank. 10 more feet.
10 more feet. 10 feet higher. Every time he says that, I get like,
what's
who's
weird
gonna
with
get
all
more?
the Trump people saying like the first comeback to the whole wall thing is always like, the wall wouldn't even keep anybody out. It's like, well, if we build the wall that fucking Donald Trump seems to want to make based on the comments he said, people will not be crossing that wall. It will be a monolithic thing across the skyscape.
It seems to work in the Battle of Helm's Deep.
You gotta remember, this is a hypothetical wall that will never and can never exist.
It can and it will. And we'll send all of our felons to guard it.
It is an idea wall. It's a wall built of ideas, and the idea is that there are people who are out to get Americans. And it's a scary idea that has no basis in reality.
I've seen them on TV. They've got
wait,
flags.
what do you mean? Wait, you can't make a statement that says, oh, there's this false reality where people are out to get America. What a crazy, what loony nonsense. Like, yeah, there are people out there who would like to kill some Americans.
But they're not Mex. There's no like Al-Qaeda Mexico.
Yeah, there's cartels.
I'm
They're
sure they have
scarier.
The cartels, they're interested in selling in the free market of selling us heroin and pot. Like
they also like to come across the border and kidnap people and hold them for ransom. They do that a lot.
They do.
They do that good. They do that good in Mexico. And I think that they do that a lot is maybe a little bit of a scarier sentence than the reality.
They do it more than is acceptable. How many kidnappings would not be scary to you?
A few dozen. I'm okay. Yeah, if we stop after a couple dozen, I'm good.
Well, I mean, really, like think about the things that should be scary to us. You know, like what should we be scared of?
I know someone whose daughter
Bulls
was
outside their fences.
They didn't even
Bulls
negotiate. The first thing they did was sent the guy's daughter back. They sent the guy his daughter's pinky finger. First thing. And
that's fucking awful. And like these, like but think about like what are the people? Why do people want to limit assault weapons in America? Like take this from your perspective, because people fucking run into schools with assault rifles and shoot people. So what should we be doing in that situation? Should we be maybe limiting the number of assault rifles, or should we say this isn't actually a public health problem in America? It happens pretty rarely, and like in terms of gun violence, that's not the real problem. The real problem is people shooting each other because of like actual gun violence that actually kills people, which is mostly suicide. The reason like people die of gunshot wounds in America, mostly suicide. Yep. We don't talk about that. We talk about school shootings because that's the thing that gets people excited. So you're talking about the things that get people excited. We're not talking about real issues. Like look at
There's lots of reasons why the wall would be good. It would just be nice to have a definable.
Oh God, you cannot be serious. The wall would be good.
Forget Trump. Pretend like Trump's not even a thing.
I'm not. I'm thinking about the wall.
I want a wall. I actually want a wall down there.
There's people who they're coming to America to take the jobs that Americans don't want. That's what they're taking. Those are the jobs they're taking. They're like, what do you see Mexican immigrants doing in America? They're harvesting crops. They're working lawns. They're doing construction jobs. They're doing jobs that here in Montana are done by Montanans. But if somebody would do them for cheaper, they absolutely would be done by those people. Are you in favor of the free market? Like this is what immigration does. This is how immigration works. And immigration has classically been very good for the American economy.
Well, they're more than welcome to those jobs, but they have to come through the door in Trump's big fucking wall first.
All right, well, it doesn't seem like Trump's interested in opening that door either, because this isn't about having a good immigration policy. It's about scaring people into voting for him. It's about saying there's this other thing out there that's terrible and scary, and it's going to come take your job. It's going to destroy your way of life. You've got all this, like you have your identity built up in the way that you understand the world. Like that the world should that like all men.
That's kind of how every single candidate is, though, to an extent. Is they all have their boogeyman that they kind of foist on you and say, "This is what you need to be afraid of." Oh, if you're Bernie Sanders, you better be afraid of those 10 guys in the back room. You know that cabal of evil men.
Bernie Sanders will absolutely try and convince you that high frequency trading is ruining your life, Hank. Oh my gosh, those Wall Street guys and their high frequency trading, it's ruining America. And I'm like, I don't know, I make like 4 trades a year. Like, I'm not sure this really impacts me. That someone beats me to it by a penny. Like,
Are you saying he's out of touch?
or you know, the other thing about Bernie Sanders is, hey, I'm going to buy you all the stuff you like. You know, what do you want? Low first-time mortgage homeowner stuff? You want some free college? I got some free college here. Medical? Oh, yeah, all the medical you want. I am the candidate of free stuff. And
you just need a little spending money.
Yeah, right. All minimum salary, minimum wage. You know, like,
and just call me when you need some more. You don't have a phone. Here's a phone. All right, there you go.
and it's just promises, and you know,
It's all just lollipops and gumdrops with Bernie Sanders, and it's all going to come crumbling down.
So I'm
eventually.
old, and I've been voting. The first guy I voted for was in '92, and
Who was it?
Ross Perot.
Oh,
Yeah, whatever.
so that wasn't really a vote.
He got like 20% of the
kidding.
vote.
I'm kidding.
I don't know. They did that in 5 seconds. If he had gotten 25%, then his party would have been eligible for automatic funding in the next thing. So it was kind of a big deal.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, I've never until this year really not had a candidate that I like at all. You know, I've always heard when people took the position of, you know what, they're all bad. I would think, no. You know, you kind of have to choose one, pick a side, pick a guy, back them. Even if you choose some minor league one, do a thing. But I've always had someone who was like 80% with me. This year, that doesn't feel true.
Yeah, Kasich. I feel like he seems like a further. He seems closer to more of a middle of the road Republican than any of the guys out there, and he's also not despicable. So which I like about him. And he's one of the few left. So just a recap for anybody who cares, the important stuff that's happened this week is that Ben Carson has essentially suspended his campaign. He said that there's no way forward for him to go. He will not be at tonight's debate at 9 p.m. in Detroit.
Should have been more high energy.
Kasich absolutely should have. He was the lowest energy of all the candidates.
I've never seen anyone with lower energy. Not in the presidential campaign. In the world.
Ben Carson is mission accomplished, man. He sold his books. That's what the whole point of this thing was from the start.
So he's pulling out, throwing his support behind Trump. You've
Nice.
also got who else was it that's recently pulled out? What's his name?
You're not thinking of Jeb.
Chris Christie. Chris Christie's really fiending for a VP
course,
spot, isn't he?
Of course. I don't know if maybe it hasn't. We haven't had a show since, but Chris Crispy, as they call him, the Krispy Kreme man. I always see him like with a Krispy Kreme hat and stuff. There's so many great cartoons and memes of Donald and Chris Crispy as like Chris is like this enormous, fat, bulbous like war machine or something like that all the time.
What's he like in the comics?
So he endorses Trump, completely splitting himself from the GOP vanguard. You know, the old school guys like Romney and McCain that everybody think of when they think of the big guys in the Republican Party.
Conservatives, people who represent the conservative ideology rather than whatever the fuck's going on.
People who represent losing, because that's all those people have ever done. They've never.
Weak. They're losers.
Aren't all of them like currently elected? Didn't they all win their last election? Like Chris Christie is a governor right now.
We're talking about the presidency. We're talking about the presidency, though.
And of New Jersey.
You've got Romney and guys like McCain who couldn't get it done. They couldn't get it done time and time again. And so you have Romney today chastising Trump in his speech, really blistering speech, lots of name calling, didn't hold anything back, really took the gloves off. He did fail to say which candidate he'd throw his weight behind, simply saying that should be someone else, anyone else, it seemed. There are whispers behind the scenes that suggest that Mitt Romney himself might try to jump into this if there's some sort of a contested convention.
That sounds like so much fun. You know, like, this has been, for me, a pretty awful primary season, not gonna lie. It's pretty stressful, don't like it, but gonna go down in the history books, that's for sure.
I really hate the Romney thing. So
Really?
it appears that Romney is vying for this, like, he wants to be the Republican representative in spite of the fact that he didn't win. And as much as I dislike Trump and dislike Hillary and dislike Sanders, God, I really hate the idea that we would no longer be a representative democracy. So if they just grab some guy who wasn't voted and he becomes the Republican nominee, and I get
That's not gonna. Is he said that that's the thing that they're thinking about doing?
I've been reading stories about that for weeks now. Like, this is sort of a public secret that
you've got in the GOP establishment. I'm sorry to jump in, but like I just want to in the GOP establishment, you have all of these billions of dollars of special interest money, big corporation money, all of the Koch brothers, all these motherfuckers who are just old as time and represent a gone by way of.
Can I ask you if you call them the Koch brothers because that's a fun name you have for them, or because
Like, is that how it's really
sure.
pronounced? Is it Koch? What is it?
No, let's just call them the Koch brothers.
All right, that's fine with me.
In what way is that not the better thing to call them? Why would you ever stop? No, I don't think that's the correct thing. No, they're the Koch brothers. People like that who are trying to make our lives a little worse so that their lives are a lot better. People behind the scene, pulling the strings, behind the GOP, behind the entire Republican Party, are losing their fucking minds right now. This was never the plan.
No. That is definitely true.
Trump was their attack dog. When they needed somebody to go against Obama and say, you weren't born in this country, you're a Kenyan, where's your birth certificate, where are your college transcripts, and say the dirty things that Mitt Romney couldn't lower himself to say, it was Trump that did it. And as Trump said today, Mitt Romney came to him and begged for his endorsement. Trump said, quote, he would have gotten on his knees if I told him to. I loved when he said that, because it's kind of you could take that two ways. Maybe he'd say he'd suck my dick for that.
That's
for that,
absolutely what
that
Trump meant.
Yeah.
With Trump, he really might have.
Juan Williams said it tonight on the air. He's like, I think that's what he meant there. I love it. So when I see Mitt Romney coming out there and saying all that stuff about Trump's tax returns, what do you remember all the shit that Romney went through with his tax returns? And do you know when he released his? It was in like September or something, months
There's
from
a thing
now.
about, so I read an article about Trump and his tax returns. He's being audited right now. So this news organization, who seemed pretty unbiased, nonpartisan to me, talked to like 10 different tax attorneys and said, would you advise your client, if they're in Trump's position, to release their tax returns in the middle of an audit? And 9 out of 10 were like, no, that's a bad idea. Wait till the audit's concluded and then release the returns.
Yeah, when that
it's a bad
officially
idea,
came up.
but like at the same time, like you're running for president, you're gonna have to do some bad ideas.
He did a
You have to do
pretty
uncomfortable thing. Though
he released
to be fair,
assets.
Donald Trump doesn't need to do anything, because people who like Donald Trump fucking love Donald Trump. It doesn't matter if he said he was going to give the $6 million he raised to veterans organizations and only gave $3 million.
It's bigger than that. You're absolutely right with what you
Sounds
said.
like
but
a
it's
YouTube
bigger than
charity
that.
drive.
When you look at the voting numbers, look at the voter turnout, especially compared.
Oh, it's huge turnout for a primary.
It's not just that.
He's bringing new people.
He's bringing
tens
new
of thousands of
leave
them.
without
Primary has nothing to do with the general election. New
You
people are
think?
coming out. I agree, and new people will come out to vote for Donald Trump. Absolutely, but you're seeing new people coming out to vote. Yes, but
More
primary
people-
elections, there's very few actual people who vote in primary elections. You know, you talked. I watched a very quick snippet of your last video where you're talking about the Hispanic vote going to Donald Trump and Nevada, and it was like I read an article about that, and like the entire Republican primary Hispanic vote was like 50 people.
No, that's not true. The number was it was like 75,000 total voters, and something like 12% of that, and I think that comes to like 9,700 voters, and then he took 40-something% of that, and that came to like 5,700 of the like 9,700. This is pretty rough math. But,
All right,
but those were the actual
Well,
numbers.
we got different sources for our information.
I like
I
Kyle's
used to
source
vote
more, so
results.
that's what I believe.
Well, it's a
You can
true
look it up.
American.
Oh yeah.
Well, all right. So all you need to do is look up what percentage of that vote was Hispanic. Take that percentage from 75,000, which was the total.
You
voting.
seem really into Donald Trump, man.
I'm not. I'm really into this political cycle. I know a lot about Bernie Sanders too. I just don't think he's got a chance, and he's low energy. Low energy.
Very
Don-
low- he can't
man.
get too high energy.
Bernie
He's a
Sanders
pacemaker.
ain't no low energy. He screams all the time. He's like
He needs to be
professional
able to hear
screamer.
himself talk. That's why he's screaming.
Hey, that's why. And you don't think that Donald Trump loves to hear himself talk? Man, I've never seen somebody love to hear themselves talk than Donald Trump.
He's an age joke. Yeah, it's fun. I like
It's
that
an age joke.
That's what he's saying. That's why he's saying that Bernie speaks loudly, because otherwise he wouldn't be able to hear himself.
Oh, I get it.
There we are. So, but they're all old. Like, I think, how old would Hillary be if she took office? Is it 60?
Oh my
69.
God, they are all old. We are
like-
gonna have an old president, you guys.
I think Hillary's like 69,
We are.
68, 69,
something like that. Trump would be 70. I don't know if he's 70 now or if he would be when he
I
entered
think Hillary
office.
and Trump are the same age.
And
Both
then
60.
Bernie would be 74. That's just surprisingly old to me.
Well, I think it's really interesting to see what's going to happen tonight. Obviously, you'll have Rubio what he said is he's going to go round 2 on Donald. Just more attacks. I'm sure he'll use Mitt Romney's comments today as fuel for that. But I bet the Donald Trump brain. I wanted to say the Donald Trump team, but I think the team might just be him with a piece of paper like Eminem jotting down insults, like like nodding his head with like a do-rag on Trump Force One flying into Detroit.
It does seem an awful lot like if Trump had advisors, there are a bunch of things he would not have said.
Knees weak, arms are heavy, lightweight, motherfucker.
Interesting thing about Trump. So I watched his speech today, the one where he talked about the air conditioners and such. And he's like, my wife told me to go easy, to act presidential. He says, how you talked presidentially at on Super Tuesday and everyone loved it. She's like, do that. And he's like, but I've got incoming. It's like a war term. And when you got incoming, you fire it back. And he was basically like, I know my wife wants me to be presidential right now, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah, he talks about his son, too. It's like, it's just a family business.
Yeah.
His campaign.
I had never heard the son speak. I'd only seen pictures of him, and I thought he looked like a real douche, to be honest. And I still do, if I'm being completely honest. He's got like this blonde, completely slicked back hair, and his bone structure isn't he looks like
it's shocking to me that Donald Trump might raise a guy who looks like a douche.
In the Harry Potter universe, he would definitely be a Slytherin. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
I hear you.
And I saw him on stage the other night, and he's trying to like edge in next to the Donald, and Christie's standing behind him like a fucking pit bull.
What are the odds? What are the odds that Donald Trump announces his running mate and it's his son or his wife, his hot young wife?
No.
He's already said he's going to pick a Washington insider who knows how to work
Chris
the system
Christie.
and get things done.
Oh, well, that wouldn't be Chris Christie, but
you gotta have
Chris
that
Christie's
New
an
York, New
interesting
Jersey
choice because the New Jersey's a state that goes Democrat, but it's not so solid that Christie couldn't turn it around. I mean, heck, Christie's a Republican himself. Jersey goes blue all the time, and while people might think of it, if you're watching the show, as one of the smaller states, if it's not the most densely populated state, it definitely was when I lived there. So it's among America's most densely populated states. It has more, are they called delegates? Electoral votes than you might guess.
So what I was getting at about Trump's son,
swing.
though, is I heard him speak the other day on Fox News, and I didn't even know it was him speaking. I was listening to like Fox News Radio or something like that. And he'd been speaking for maybe 3 minutes before Megyn Kelly or whoever the fuck said, well, thank you, blah, blah, Trump. I think it's Donald Trump Jr. Yeah. Thanks for coming on. And I was like, wow, I was really blown away. He's very well spoken, better than his father, which isn't saying much because as we've evaluated before, he speaks at about a 6th grade level with his vocabulary, that is.
Super effective 6th grader.
Speaks to the
Incredibly
common
effective.
man.
There you go.
Super effective 6th grader. His style of speaking is one that I think that I could learn from.
It's so fascinating.
I was in embarrassing YouTube drama not long ago, and
That's
I was
always fun.
good
old embarrassing YouTube drama. I've been there.
So I'm not firing any shots here. There's probably people groaning, but what I didn't do as well as I could have is like the sound bite, right? I'm spending 6 minutes explaining my side of it, and the other side is like I'm gonna make something up, like Woody's too tall, and that's it. Like Woody's too tall. God damn it, he's stomping on little people or something like that. And it was like, man, like their message is so short, so succinct, like memorable. It works. And that's how Trump does it too, And when Trump says, "I'm not going to be presidential, I've got incoming. I'm going for the cojones." I'm misquoting him, but it's like, man, this guy is effective at battling with these other people. He's
he's a host. He's known how to. Yeah, he's a good talker. It is amazing, and he frames things very simply, and it can resonate very easily. Like it's very clear that there's winners and there's losers. And there's big and there's small, and like there's winners and like right now, from Donald Trump's perspective, America is losing, and like that can resonate really fast, really
also
hard.
Just the way he talks, you don't feel like every single thing he says has been read over and poured over by like 30
Well, that's
people
because it
before
hasn't.
him,
Because like it's also the case that like at this point, because of our extremely like distributed media system now, it doesn't matter if he says stuff that's just really fucking wrong. Like he's wrong, he lies. I don't know if he lies.
He does.
Or if he just or if he just is saying things that are like clearly untrue, but he doesn't know. But
he
does
doesn't tell as many lies as Rubio. Rubio really does. There are a lot of lies.
It is difficult to quantify lies, but when I watch Donald Trump talk, I am always very surprised by when he just says something and he just says it very factually, and I'm like, that's not right. And I look it up and it's like, I was right, it's not right. But like, does it matter anymore? Is the point? Does it matter if you say true things anymore when people are reading Breitbart over here and they're reading MSNBC over here? Like, does it matter? Because like if you get your news from Fox News and Breitbart, you're not going to hear about Donald Trump being like, if he's the nominee, you're not going to hear about his lies.
On that note,
you're never going to hear him.
So YouTube was invented during a fairly recent presidential race. I forget if it was Obama's first term. It might have been Kerry, the Kerry Bush, for his reelection. When would YouTube have started?
YouTube came out
started in 2006.
In 2006, so that would have
5-6, but it like started to get big around Obama's first campaign.
Okay. So Obama's first term was the term of YouTube impacting debates, and I thought it was going to change the world. I was really excited about this. I was like, we are going to have a fact-based political competition here, an election, because everyone who says the wrong stuff is just going to get roasted. It'll be so easy. And if you change your position, there'll be a video uploaded of you saying the old thing on YouTube. And it hasn't worked out that way at all. PolitiFact is there. Donald Trump, I don't know if it's current, but there was a time when PolitiFact, rating the things that Trump said, he was the biggest liar in the whole race. And now, of course, they don't look at everything they say, but he had the most lies. And yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if PolitiFact tears you apart. It doesn't matter if YouTube videos make you look silly. It's still a likability contest.
It's a likability contest, and it's kind of a who can get who more scared contest. And there's something really, really scary for people about Trump's rhetoric that's scarier than saying like there's billionaires who want to take your money and they control the American political system. But like, when it comes down to like feeling threatened, both my job and my family's safety by external threats that are not that realistic, that is much scarier than thinking that there's some richy rich pants who's going to get even richer.
So people
are doing all right.
I recently had a thought about this whole thing as it pertains to kind of the conspiracy theorist at large, which I don't think of myself as. Although, you start watching one of those Netflix documentaries and you'll start believing that George Bush is an alien or something like that.
Yeah, you don't want to go down those holes.
Chiz is big. Chiz is going to watch this. Chiz, baby, you believe anything you see on YouTube.
Oh, Chiz and I have had this discussion already. I proposed this to Chiz and I bounced it off of him. I said this because, all right, so just in case you don't know, there are people out there who believe that there's sort of a group of overlords who control everything. There's sort of a new world order, and there's a small group of individuals who control the entire globe and everything that goes on in it.
I think John Caparulo was one of those guys.
He is nut job. Now, if that is
not co-signing on that,
ridiculous. If that were true, though, then there's no way Trump can come to power. Think about that. Like, there's no way you have a Donald Trump coming to power if there is, in fact, like reptilian overlords pulling strings, any of that shit.
Unless
Dr.
Donald Trump is a reptilian overlord.
Dr. Chiz watched a YouTube cartoon about how aliens populated the earth and led the Egyptians and all this crazy stuff. And when I looked at it,
Jesus.
I thought it was ridiculous, he said I needed to be more open-minded.
He was toying with you though, right? He wasn't really falling for that.
No, he is really prone to believe in wild theories, especially if they're aged. I'm not saying that he believes Bush is behind 9/11 or anything, but if you tell him that reptilian overlords stacked the pyramids and this is proof because of the way the rocks slid on each other, he's like, well, I guess I'm in the know now.
Right. What else could it be? A series of levers? They couldn't have figured out levers and fulcrums back in Egypt.
I love you, Chiz, but you're half crazy.
Rocks.
So another thing that's interesting about this whole Trump thing, and I said
we're still talking about Trump.
Yeah,
right?
This is the last Trump topic, I promise.
Okay.
We're going to Dead Dogs after this, so we'll cheer up. You'll feel much better. From Trump to Dead Dogs, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be huge. So About a week ago, 10 days ago, I texted our friend Chiz, who's kind of the manager of the show and sets all our stuff up for us, and I told him I think that Donald Trump should fear for his life. I think that there is a better than normal chance when it comes to candidates that someone will try to kill Donald Trump because his views are so extreme and he's got so many people on both sides of our political power systems so upset and so angry. And sure enough, I see today there's several Facebook groups and Twitter campaigns who are devoted to the idea or the goal of assassinating Donald Trump.
I got a thing for that. Apparently, he's being protected and they're watching out because there was a credible assassination threat from some Russian group. That's as much as I know.
That's weird. He seems to love Russia.
I know, right? He's always
Russians fear him. They know the wall's coming. They know the wall's coming.
Sky walls.
Putin's great. I mean, how else are you gonna control the media but by killing them sometimes? Putin's awesome.
Putin will give you the polonium poke. You never know. He'll put you down. He's done it before. We all know it. The guy is ex-KGB. That's what he's all about.
You got to admit, Putin's a strong leader.
Oh, strong.
Oh yeah, accurate.
Yes. It's not the leader you want, is it?
So, hey, I want your prediction.
Okay.
Who is going to be the next president of the United States? Let's just leave it that. And just be honest. Who do you think has the best chance? Not who you want. You can tell us who you want.
No, I mean, the person who has the best chance to be the next president of the United States is Hillary Clinton, and that's because of Donald Trump, largely. I think that Donald Trump will get the nomination. I think Hillary will get the nomination, and I think that Hillary will win. And I think Hillary would have had a hard time winning against someone besides Donald Trump, but he is so polarizing. He's going to give a lot of energy, people voting for someone who isn't Donald Trump, despite the fact that people aren't very excited about Hillary Clinton. But frankly, it's a safe vote. She's done this. She's been there. This is stuff that
So what happens then if Hillary is
a professional politician who has done a lot of this stuff?
If Hillary is indicted on criminal charges, or a more likely, at least more likely than that scenario, that someone very close to her, an aide, a staff, or someone like that is indicted on some sort of criminal charges, because
I mean, Donald Trump is right now in the middle of a civil lawsuit.
Can I interrupt you?
A civil lawsuit,
Listen,
not an FBI criminal investigation.
The thing about Trump is people forgive him for his flaws, right?
Yeah,
Donald Trump came out with an autobiography, and in it he said, if I told you the story, and I'm going to paraphrase here, of the women I fucked who seemingly were in happy marriages and all the times I cheated on my wife, this would be a bestseller, right? That's pretty, I'm sure I messed it up a little bit, but that's pretty much on target with what he says in this book.
Right.
And everyone is like, well, yeah, the Trumpster.
You know what I think would end us in a Trump presidency more than an indictment of Hillary Clinton is a major terrorist attack. I think that if there was a major terrorist attack in America, if a bunch of people popped out in New York City with assault rifles and started shooting people and they were not from America, I think Donald Trump would win the presidency. And I think that's a pretty scary thing when you're thinking about how the president's gonna get elected and who how one might think Donald Trump would be as a president, which I think would be an international disaster. I think that internationally people would really, really dislike America, be pretty afraid of us.
Oh, we wouldn't want that.
I'll tell you what would do it.
Hey, no, you wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want people in other countries to dislike America. Why would you want that? Why would you want the allies that we have in the war against ISIS?
No, of course not. I was joking, saying that they already don't like us. Like, go on any forum and it's all just America bashing.
People talk about how people don't like America, but people want to move to America. People want to come here. People want to live the American dream. There are a lot of places where America has a very good image, and there are a lot of and when it doesn't have a good image, it's because 70% of the people dislike us and 30% of the people like us. We need to talk to those 30% of those people and figure out how to work together, not because America represents more than America. America represents more than you and me. It's about democracy, it's about freedom, and it's about how those things lead to better lives for people. And if we can show that, not only through our own having pretty good lives and chilling out on the internet having a good time, but also helping those people have better lives by letting them control their destiny, by helping democracy come to those places, then that's what we want. And having a leader who basically sees the world as winners and losers, and America needs to be the winner, and it doesn't matter if every fucking other person is the loser to get there. We don't want that. I don't want that. That's very scary, and that's the kind of thing that literally could be decided by 12 terrorists popping out. I don't care what he thinks. I care what people think. I care what how people think about the Trump presidency, how people think about America. If he's talking about it like this, then it's definitely how people are going to perceive it.
So Hank, I mostly agree with you. But I do feel like the fair trade deals we have now aren't that fair. You know, no one's paying for movies outside of some Western countries.
Well, I mean, that's part of what we're trying to guarantee with our trade deals. I mean, you see, I'm less worried about
I would rather
than I am about intellectual property, than I am about China, just straight up. If something is published as a patent, that's basically showing China how to do it. And they don't have any.
Okay, so I worked for Cisco, right? Cisco, the company that makes the routers and stuff. Mm-hmm. And this Chinese company named, it starts with an H, but I think it's pronounced Huawei. And they made our routers. And they made copies of our routers entirely. Yeah. But wait, I want to tell you, they didn't just make similar routers. There'd be mistakes in the circuit boards, and they copied those. If Cisco had a router number and the model was 2940, they would name theirs 2940S, right? So you knew exactly, oh, you want this one? Here's the Huawei copy of it. Their instruction manuals, they just photocopied the Cisco instruction manual. They didn't rewrite it or anything. It still had Cisco copyright in by the page number on every page.
No, I feel you, but this isn't the stuff that Donald Trump is talking about.
No, it is. He's saying these are things
that we need to deal with. But this isn't the rhetoric, and I don't see any legitimate policy coming out of this campaign, and nobody thinks there is.
I do. So when Trump says, "Look, we're going to start tariffing their stuff," we're putting tariffs. Is tariffing a word? I don't know, a verb.
Yes, yes.
It's a verb. All right. Yeah, we're going to start putting. We're going to terrify their stuff. I like it.
Terrify the Chinese.
Let me go. In today's speech, he basically said, "We're going to put tariffs on their stuff because we're not getting free trade. When we ship stuff to China, they make us go again, and they reject it, and again and again and again, apparently on safety violations, which is bullshit. They'll just make up a thing as a reason to reject U.S. exports, and then you eventually have to pay some big fine, which is like a tariff, to get your things past the safety violation, and that's how you do business with China." That's what he's saying. We're not having free trade here. We're having trade where we get screwed on our exports, and their imports roll right in. Happy-go-lucky.
Not to mention the devaluation of their currency, but that's a whole nother issue, and we've done an hour of political talk. So, hey,
Jesus Christ,
would
we did
you,
47 minutes. But...
would you clone your dog?
Oh, damn. I'd see that. No, I don't think I would.
No,
I don't think I would. I think that's too weird.
You ever seen the boys?
How many could I clone?
Here's what I would do. Have you ever seen The Boys from Brazil, where they clone all those Hitlers down in Brazil and put them in households with the exact situation Hitler had, and then they kill the father on his when he's 7 or whatever, just like Hitler, and they try to create a new Hitler? I feel like you could do a similar thing with the new dog. Put him through all the things that Max #1 went through, and so perhaps
you just end up with the same dog.
You could end up with Max 2.0, and he would have the same memories as Max 1.0, the same experiences. And
well, you're not just talking about cloning a dog. You're talking about hiring a family to make your dog into your dog.
No, I can
do it yourself.
Shit. I could do this.
So are you gonna? Let's say that your dog of 12 years dies when you're 23 or something.
Yeah.
Are you just gonna act like an 11-year-old and just pretend for over a decade for this very mild payoff, might I add,
you really
that
think
this
I
dog
have to...
is vaguely reminiscent of that other dog I had that died?
Taylor, how much of an
there's no winning in this entire scenario unless you just clone the dog regularly and then just keep it like a new dog. If anything, it'll be more fun because then you'll have the same dog look, but you'll be like, oh, you don't shit in the carpet. I remember, Max 1 shit on the carpet, Max 2.
I did a better job.
Who knows where we'll be? 5th generation.
If Max 1 shits on the carpet, you don't clone Max. All right,
when Max
these are
2 shits on the carpet, Max 3 makes an appearance.
I, for one, am very interested.
You just kill it and just start to reboot him.
Just a bunch of little graves in my backyard.
You fucked up again, Max.
It looks like a Microsoft Excel spreadsheet of just dead small dogs.
But I'm really into this idea. I linked you guys to a website there where unless I'm being trolled. No, let me just tell this quick story. So there used to be a website where you could supposedly go and watch a live stream of a miniature giraffe. And there's no such thing as miniature giraffes, just so we're all clear here and no one embarrasses themselves. They don't exist. But there was this internet thing that suggested that they did, and there was this little promo, and they talked about it, and they pimped them as like pets for the super rich. And if you remember, I think there were Comcast commercials with that really rich Russian guy who was just overly extravagant, and one of the things he had was a pet mini giraffe. And so part of that ad campaign was this live stream where you could go and watch the miniature giraffe, and this thing is like 2 feet tall, incredibly cute. And I convinced Wings of Redemption that they were real and that I was buying one, and I let him go with it for weeks and weeks.
How much did you tell him that? What was the market rate?
It was extravagant. I blew that. I was like, yeah, it's $8,000, another $1,500 to get it through customs. It's gonna be 6 weeks before I get it, but I'm getting a motherfucking miniature giraffe. And he was like, that's fucking awesome. That's so good.
$2,000 a week for training. Should be done in 10 weeks tops.
And they speak English. They're sentient, living, feeling beings. Basically a human, but it's giraffe shaped.
I think I would clone a dog. I think I would definitely do that. I actually talked to Wings just today. Actually, I'm going up to his house next week. We're going to do our photographs for the hot sauce, and we should have the hot sauce out in like 3 weeks, I'd say.
Yay!
Yeah.
I would clone anything. I think. Wouldn't you have the opportunity just to see if they were like, you
can I have a cloning machine?
Is it like a 3D printer? I can cook it up in my house? Because then I'm doing all kinds of crazy.
You just take a hair or a sperm or a blood droplet or anything at all. You put it in one end, and then it
take a hair.
3D printer.
You got a hair, and then you're like, oh, and a sperm. There was a sperm here as well. I'll take that too.
I wish I could have seen his hand motions where he was like, you just take a hair or a sperm.
You're gonna need more than one sperm. So I want to talk to you about this website that you sent to us. I like the sidebar navigation, which starts with Facebook, but then goes on to dog cloning cost. My dog has died. My dog is still alive. Step by step. Photo gallery about my dogs. Clone updates. You are in grief. My story. Am I happy? It ends with am I happy?
It's like, no, because you're on a dog cloning site.
Yeah, you're not happy. You're a professional dog cloner.
Yeah, look at this. There's a link here. If your pet has died, please click here now before it's too late. It's already too late. Your dog is dead. Don't creepily.
I love the do not place your dog in the freezer warning.
Oh yeah, that's no good. That's no good for the DNA.
Refrigerate your dog.
Look, I am all for dog.
One dog is $100,000.
Oh, but you do put it in a fridge.
Well, I only need one, so
put it in a fridge.
I have Great Danes. I don't know how I'm gonna manage this.
Gotta get a chest fridge. Just a big one that lays on the ground.
Well, not to be gruesome,
That's what the vet had.
I think you could just cut off a significant portion of the dog, and that would be
true. That's true. Absolutely accurate. However, I don't think that I would clone my dog. And maybe I'm just not going along with the goof here, but I don't think I would clone my dog because I feel like this is a thing that happens, and I have to deal with it in the normal way.
There's no. Why? Who made that rule?
Because I don't know.
Can I ask a second question, a follow-up question? Just to see if you continue down this path of letting things go the way they're supposed to go. If you had a hypothetical fetus on the way, a baby who's about to be born, and there were the option to say, make sure that this child has blue eyes or blonde hair, or that it's 6 feet tall, or that it's not genetically predisposed to things like diabetes or say
we're having a very new conversation now. But go on.
I think it's very similar. It's a bit of genetic engineering, but this is a little more close to home. We're not talking about
called eugenics. Is that what eugenics is?
No.
Eugenics would be if we really didn't care for some of these dogs and we made sure that they didn't get a chance to procreate.
Okay.
With guns.
That's a little more Goebbels than I wanted to go, to be completely honest.
I wasn't sure what eugenics was 100%.
No, that's not eugenics. But this is a thing that is going to happen.
It's going to happen.
If you want to talk about like super frightening China talk, here's my fear, and this is just pure fear, no reality. My fear is that America will say, this is a bad idea. We should not allow rich people to genetically engineer their children to be literally better than poor people. That's bad. That's a bad thing. Let's not do that, because then we have literally created the race of rich people and the race of poor people.
Just admit they're already better. You know it to be true. It's a goof.
No, hang on a minute. I just want to get at something, because you said that as a goof, but the poor in some ways are underprivileged in ways that are virtually insurmountable. That Josh guy that I always talk about, who's down on his luck, I found out today he has the same reading level as Charlie from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. The way he passed his driver's license test at 22 was by literally memorizing it, like you would pictographs.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, yes, there's absolutely systemic disenfranchisement and all kinds of privilege that people have based on their upbringings, and I have had all the good ones. Rich white guy here. It's going well for me.
This was environmental retardation. This is when your mother is so shitty that she doesn't teach you to read, and you're 22 years old.
Well, there's a bunch of stuff that I'm sure went into that. But my worry is that you go from this thing where basically we're saying everyone has opportunity. We're trying to create equal opportunity to like the first generation. It's like the rich kids are a little bit smarter. To the 20th generation, when it's like there is a race of slave people that we have that basically are normal humans. And so what I'm saying is I think the right thing to do is to say that this is not a thing that should be allowed. You can engineer to prevent disease, but you should not engineer for desirable traits.
I'm really glad
as you pointed out, though. China won't put that rule in, and they're going to have a race of smarter people.
Is that there would be some other countries where they're like, oh yeah, we're going to genetically engineer a race of super soldiers, and you can't stop us.
And
we're North Korea. We basically don't even have Coca-Cola.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Now, be soldiers, right?
Try to do that. They're going to come up with some like
like
a fly. They're going to be all mutated.
Don't mess it up. But no, it could be some other country.
50 years and 100 years. Everybody can do it.
It could be like Norway, right? I don't think they're going to build super soldiers. They're just going to build people that are a little better, a little taller, a little stronger, a little smarter. And right? Fucking Norway.
No, I mean like they're already doing it.
Yes, just by breeding with each other, those fucking handsome bastards.
So hang on a minute, because Hank brought up the idea of this future society where that's dominated by the rich, super engineered people, and there's this lower class of non-engineered people. Who here has seen the movie Gattaca? Anybody ever seen Gattaca? Yeah, right? I love that movie. Ethan Hawke and Uma Thurman, and it's really exactly what we just laid out.
You know what that movie taught me? Is that guy had no fucking business doing that. He wasn't healthy enough, and there were like half a dozen supermen for all intents and purposes.
You know what it taught me?
To do it
no,
just as good.
here's why Ethan Hawke's character deserves to be the guy on the ship going to space to do whatever the fuck you do up there. He had more intensity, more drive, more gumption than anybody. If there's a job,
did you describe him as high energy?
Incredibly. Sure, the special. So you've got this guy who's engineered to be perfect, and he can run for 30 minutes without breathing hard. But Ethan Hawke can run for 30 minutes, and his body is killing him, but he won't show it. I feel like that's better in the end. That you've got a guy who will quit at nothing, the guy who doesn't save anything for the journey back.
It's definitely not better, because what if that was a 50-minute run? What if it was an hour run? Then are you still going to be blown away by his?
There's no running in space.
Hypothetically, if you're spending $2 billion in a project to send people up to space, and you just happen to be sitting on a big cluster of supermen that can do everything perfectly, maybe just send them up there.
Taylor, what if there's a situation that requires mental fortitude and like a toughness attitude?
What if you've got to cut your arm off and then keep going?
Right?
He's the guy who will cut his arm off.
Do that. No, yeah, this is the point of the movie, and this is not really what I'm afraid of, though that is a thing to be afraid of. I'm afraid of like 1895. H.G. Wells wrote The Time Machine, where the character goes into the future, and they're like humans have differentiated into two subspecies. There's the Morlocks, and there's whatever the
Slee stacks.
Right? Isn't that what they are? The Slee stack. What are Slee stacks?
Isn't that from like the Land of the Lost?
So there's the underground. Yeah. You got the Morlocks, and those are like the troll people. And then above ground, you have this like Bernie Sanders class of people who are just like la 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 la, everything's wonderful. And meanwhile, the Morlocks are coming up, getting them and fucking eating them underground. Those are the Trump supporters. Very high energy down there. Very high
energy, intense.
Oh man. Oh man. Wow. Yeah. And like, I don't know. It's. I don't want to not go down this road because there's so much that we're going to get from our ability to manipulate genes of humans and other organisms.
It can accelerate evolution by a factor of.
But when you say accelerate evolution, like what does that mean? Like where are we headed in our evolution? Like there's no like clear trajectory that we're going.
Yeah,
in.
we're not headed anywhere with evolution now. We've kind of dominated our everyday environment. We're never going to have to encounter water.
We're going to re-accelerate evolution.
No. All right. So currently, as humanity sits right now, we are de-evolving, and I'll tell you why.
I disagree.
Let me finish my thought, and you tell me why we're not de-evolving.
I'm not decided. Convince me.
Right now, look who's I feel like right now, the more intelligent people, the people most likely to pass on genes of intelligence, which in
idiocracy. Talking about idiocracy.
Yeah, I'm talking about idiocracy. I feel like the stupid people are having a lot of babies. The smart people are having no babies. You see that everywhere. These it's just the truth. I feel like the stupid people are outbreeding the smart people. And the other problem is this isn't the African prairie. This isn't some sort of fight or die situation. You can be incredibly genetically. What am I looking for? What's the antithesis of superior?
Inferior.
Inferior. You can be extremely genetically inferior and still manage to pass your genes on, not once, not twice, but maybe a half dozen, 20 times in our current state as a species. So I feel like the driving force of evolution isn't present anymore. There is no fight or die. We're not removing the section that needs to be, the cream is not rising to the top anymore. It's quite the opposite. And but I think with genetic manipulation, all of a sudden now those smart rich people, they're reproducing and they're making super versions.
They're not reproducing. They're not controlling more of the genome. They're controlling more of the power. That's what you're talking about. You're not talking about them breeding a bunch of really powerful, smart.
That's what he is talking about. Them breeding and using
more.
Yeah, but they're not. Rich people still aren't going to want a bunch of kids. They're going to want 2 real good ones.
So currently, one of the problems with deep space travel is the radiation that's just out there in space.
Wow, we just change topics like crazy.
Wait,
no, we
also
didn't. The problem with deep space travel right now, among others, is the radiation. What if we genetically?
We're talking to Hank Green here, but carry on.
What if we genetically engineer a race of human beings, and the only difference is they're better at dealing with radiation. Now you could actually have one of those generational type spaceships that could go to another star or something like that. I feel like genetic engineering is our future, and it's how the human race is going to evolve. And it's I mean, you've seen VidCon. It's coming.
I honestly believe it's coming, and I lament it because every single technological advances the people who have already been advanced. That's always how it happens. A wealthy upper middle class kid got a computer before anybody in my class. I learned how to code before anybody in my class. I had all of the advantages. So I was able to like every step of the way. I've had every advantage.
Does it make you feel guilty?
Let's not talk about guilt right now because I know that's going to be a whole conversation. It does not make me feel guilty. It makes me feel privileged. And this continues to happen. This is how there is upward mobility. Some people do go from the bottom 20% to the top 20%, but you are much more likely to be in the top 20% if you were born there. And you're much more likely to be in the top 1% if you were born there. So and it's not just that the money is there. Thanks for getting that. It's also that the access to this stuff always comes to the rich people first. And so I'm probably saying we had access to the internet first, and we were able to enjoy the fruits of that first. Whereas a lot of people still in America still don't have access to the internet the way that we do. They might have access to the internet through their phones, but not the sort of rich economic way that we have access to the internet where we can actually use it to our own personal gain. Now, that is one thing when you're talking about access to information. It's another thing when you're talking about your literal genes. And I 100% believe that we are going to go down that road, and it's going to be a very bad thing for equality. And I think equality is one of those base human desires, is that we want everyone to be equal, and it will be really hard.
It just seems like it's not fair to say, like, all right, so now we have this technology so that everyone in this generation can now be better, have more opportunity by virtue of their very existence than we did, because they'll be smarter, less likely to get killed off by some bullshit disease early in life, and then someone has to come in and go, no, I know better than you, and my vision of equality says that we shouldn't do this. Like,
I totally get you. I get you. Like, God grant us a future in which we have the resources to give it to everyone equally, but it seems unlikely.
Well, what if it was like everything else?
Wait.
In that it starts at the top, but 15 years into this technology, everyone has access to it.
Yeah, just like everything.
What if it gets
it's
cheap?
Going to start as a premium product. Like a VCR was $1,000 when they first came out, or some bullshit like that. Like it's eventually it'll kind of trickle down. You'll have some really, really attractive rich people for 10, 20 years, and then eventually even people like taking out your garbage, you'll be looking at them. Like,
I want to get some
because everyone will be gorgeous. It'll ruin.
I want some genetically engineered pussy. That's going to be the top tier come those times.
Oh, custom genetic.
Yes. You won't even.
I feel like that goes against the guy creed. Guys never really. All pussy is good pussy. We're not dicks about it, right?
Oh, false. I'm talking about a super pussy. I'm talking about changing the way that thing looks and operates.
If you want to build good pussy, you can order one for $39.95 at Fleshlight.com.
Look, I've got a $250.
Now we know who Hank's sponsored by.
Yeah, I got a $250 auto blow. It's got machinery in there and beads working. And you plug that thing into a wall. I don't need your $30 toy, please. I got a robot that sucks my dick on command. It sounds like you're firing up a jackhammer.
Calling that thing a robot is so generous on your part.
I drew a face. I drew a face on the back and put googly eyes on there, and I shake it while I'm doing it and like give it real intense stares. That's the best. That's the best sponsor we ever had. Those people were great. I lost my train of thought though. God damn it! I had a place to go.
Auto blow genetically engineered pussy.
The genetically engineered pussy. All right, let's all be honest here. The vagina is a terrible thing. Okay, like there's a part of me.
I'm kind of a fan.
Wow, yeah, like strong
disagree.
disagree.
Delve deeper into that.
Okay, let me delve a little bit deeper. I love vagina. It's one of the biggest driving forces in my life is vagina. Getting more vagina.
I think that's across the board. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm glad we can all agree on that. I just want to lay that out there.
As far as how biology works,
the vagina as an actual thing is a terrible thing. It's not pretty most of the time. It's not. It doesn't smell good unless you take extremely good
right now.
No,
I cannot.
Hey, I know that that you can't even fathom his point of view, but let's give him a chance to put it out.
Look, that thing most of the time is unattractive. Like I mean, if you ever really stare at one, you ever really get a good look down there.
It's a really weird relationship with vaginas.
No, everybody.
Maybe he's just seen some
that
unique
thing. That thing is a bacteria trap. Without constant supervision, this thing turns to a petri dish that grows fungi and cheese and
some sort of rainforest plant.
Yes,
you have this conversation about
every vagina out there. The most beautiful, pristine vagina that you think is so incredibly perfect is one day of no maintenance away from being so disgusting you wouldn't put your finger in it.
That's
not
a very
true.
Good comparison because it's like an Italian guy's hair. It can look great if it's really clean and put to the side, but one day of neglect and it's just so greasy that people will just stop across the room.
You underestimate the things I'd finger.
You go for a hike. There's sweat down there. There's all kinds of moisture and feminine discharge.
I'll tell you what, the
vagina's a scary place.
The vast majority of human fucking happened before soap. And I'm gonna go ahead and tell you
the
that
vast majority of my fucking happened after soap.
Right, but I'm gonna say that maybe you're having a different cultural experience than is universal, and you have opinions of vaginas that are informed by things that are cultural, that are maybe unique to you.
Yeah.
And
cleanliness and germs.
I've seen dozens of vaginas.
I think you've probably seen thousands. I'm gonna guess 15,000.
No, I don't care. It's not
He's
even
not
a matter.
counting video vaginas.
It's not even a matter of personal experience either. Just look at a picture of a vagina. Like in pornography, of course, it's the perfect vagina with the perfect lighting, and everything's right. But just an average vagina, I'm telling you, that thing.
It's occurred to me.
The reason they call it a gap.
I think in real life, I have seen 2 or 3 times as much cock as Kyle has vagina.
You've seen so much cock, and I've literally seen, I don't know, 40 or 50 vaginas or something like that. You've seen hundreds of cocks.
Yeah, it's just
You've seen yards of cock.
Just so many years of ice hockey and swimming.
I've seen
and
a lot,
locker rooms.
Oh, I thought maybe you were a doctor in a former life. I was like, where are you seeing all your dicks? Boy?
No,
He pretends
lots.
to be one on street corners.
Lots of sports. Lots of sports, and they all involved showers or changing.
He's got
or
8
something.
nephews.
8.
Oh, Jesus, uncle with benefits.
I don't know. I think my problem with your vagina argument is that it feels like it is bestowing a lot of shame upon this wonderful thing. And then
I think the same thing
trying
can
to
be said for
like,
penises too, because it's
well,
not.
no,
if you
maybe,
look at
but
it
like
objectively-
could the same thing be said about a mouth? Like, look at my mouth. I'll get real close up here. Look at this weird freaking thing. It's got
Yeah, the
fucking
same thing
bones
could be
sticking
said.
out of it.
Do me a favor. Do me a favor. I want you to take your mouth. Now I want you to take the brine from a can of tuna, gargle it,
man,
stick
I wish I had
an Arby's roast beef
I cannot
sandwich
handle
in
this.
there, and go.
Look,
And that is a vagina.
Mouths, we think that mouths are pretty, but like they are literally like they are fucking weird. Like you look at a mouth objectively, it's got weird bones sticking out of it. It's got all this. It's got
Isn't
like
that
this
also
thing
weird
in the
when your
middle.
mouth
It's
just starts
freaking weird.
pouring
It's freaking
blood?
weird.
Lips
Once a
chap, and to Kyle's point, if you go
And
a
I-
day without maintenance on it, it smells
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah, and
And
I'm
once
saying
a
that
month,
like
or
I'm saying
for
that if
days.
you felt the way that
No.
you felt about a woman's mouth, that you felt about her vagina, which are very like basically the same thing, like physiologically,
Can I
very
just-
very physiologically similar.
I know of about 3 products for keeping your mouth smelling right. There's toothbrush, there's toothpaste, kind of go hand in hand. There's mouthwash, maybe floss if you want to count that. There are 5,000 fucking products to keep a vagina smelling right. All right? There are wipes, there are creams, there are ointments, there are sprays, there are
It's
douche.
because it's like a pool that pH
Are you
levels.
telling me that you think that the vagina hygiene section at the grocery store is bigger than the oral hygiene section at the grocery store? Because I deeply disagree, but that is not my point. My point is that I feel like you're making this thing into like this terrifying thing of otherness. Maybe because like it's kind of weird and taboo, but like it's a part of the human body.
I think that I understand what Kyle's saying in that you understand when you see it that you're supposed to be really attracted to it because of that evolutionary imperative, and you are just viscerally attracted to it if you're a straight man. But at the same time, just like a straight woman might be attracted to a dick, you can still take a step back, kind of pull yourself
like,
out
yeah,
from
that
a
thing's
perspective
weird.
and be like, okay, that is a weird body part. That dick and balls, what the fuck is going on here? This like
No,
weird
I-
pinata
yeah,
thing. Or
and-
that
and
pussy,
frankly-
like, what's in there? It's like, if it's hairy, it's like a gopher hole. Like, who knows? You know? So there's nothing wrong. There's no shaming saying that
All right.
some people don't find
I-
it attractive. I think that Kyle
Yeah.
went into it with the joke and ended up getting a little more than he.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
vagina defensive over here.
I do.
Yeah, and I
You have a vagina? I feel like you're like, my vagina is beautiful.
Do you want to see mine? It's really pretty.
Co-author of the vagina monologues over there. No, I just think that when you really boil it down, if you take your sexual libido out of it, if you take what your balls and cock are telling your brain to do, you would look at a pussy and you would say, I'm not sticking anything in that. That is not a good thing. It doesn't look good. And there are, of course, beautiful vaginas that I wouldn't say that about.
I
just
think
take
that's
I
not
want to do
that
this.
far.
I want to do this.
I think I'd
if
say
you
that
were to
about the whole
stack
of the
rank
human
all
body.
the orifices, right? Like your nostrils, your mouth, your vagina, your butthole.
Ears.
Look at eyeballs.
I know
Weird
these.
See, now
eyeballs.
eyeballs I think are going to be near top of the heap. They're pretty to me objectively, and especially if you look at them up close, and they're really clean. Something about them is just so self-cleaning that you could do nothing for 4 days.
Like, toothbrush on your eyeball. Just, like,
That'd be
gotta
terrible.
Clean that. It's smelling real
If you
bad.
did no eyeball maintenance for a week and I came up and licked your eyeball, I think I would find it to be as clean as if I just
so
did
hot.
it randomly, right? So hot, right? So
You ever licked an
eyeballs
eyeball?
I think are right near the top.
Me
But
too.
Don't do that,
vaginas
though,
are not
because you
far
could
from the
give somebody
top
an infection.
either.
What?
Like
What?
I think I think nostrils are yuckier than vaginas.
No, I don't.
I
I
will-
I think an unattended nostril, like if there's some boogers in there, but like if my girlfriend falls asleep in bed, I'll totally go over there and be like, ah, and like pick her whole head up by her nostril.
As you do.
Yeah, yeah. I think all the orifices are pretty bad. But I mean the butthole, if cleaned properly, I feel like is one of the best. Honestly, like there's not gonna be anything bad happening once it's cleaned and there's been an enema.
When it comes to the amount of maintenance I require before I lick it, I feel like the butthole is number one.
Number one. However, I've never had sex with a woman who had any common sense who didn't before sex be like, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. She's going to the bathroom to take like a warm, wet washcloth and wipe the slime off her pussy before it gets back to me. Because that's what's happening. You've heard that Amy Schumer joke. We all talked about how she stole it, about how I just like for once when I take my panties off for it to look like I didn't blow my nose in them. Panties are gross. Vaginas are gross. They do stuff during the day. Maybe some men out there aren't aware of this, but they're always kind of oozing or grueling. Yes, lots of secretions down there. Not just. I
want to say this is one of the rare times in PKA history that Kyle's coming off as gayer than me with all his vagina hate.
Well, maybe if we could, let's just find a woman out there with a big wide face and strong collarbone.
Big wide face. Just like 2 days of stubble. Just 2 days.
I have to go in like 15 minutes. Can we change topics again?
Belly button fucking.
No, stop. He's a respectable man. I don't want to talk about that. Hey,
I'll send you some links.
I don't know. I had conversations with you in my head before you got here. And yeah.
I'm glad.
Is it going as good as you thought?
I really like your videos. I was actually talking to my wife about it. You said something, I think it was in a very recent video. We were just looking at your feet the whole time about leaving your mark and how everybody aspires to leave their mark. And some of them, it's just dirt, right? Now, I was actually thinking about it in the YouTube sense. Like people can imagine whose mark is just dirt on the wall, right? And then I like to think that my mark is silver in that you probably haven't seen my body of work, but I talk about... Well, shucks, lately I've been giving advice on investing and how to break up cleanly and, toxic friends and so, different advice that helps young people get through the social navigation that is this world. And you probably don't know my story, but in fast forward, as a teenager, I had terrible grades and I tried to kill myself. And then throughout life, things sort of got better and better and better until I found some, family and financial success, right? So this is sort of a really bad spot to a much better one. And I think of my videos and I'm like, I feel like I left a mark to some extent. And it's not dirt. It's silver. And yours is gold. And I think that's pretty neat. I don't know where I'm going with this topic so much. But
I don't care where you go with it. That was just a very sweet thing to say. But yeah, it's a weird thing to have happened. And I don't the era of YouTuber that we didn't know what the hell was going on. We didn't know what was happening to us. We didn't understand. It was a bunch of luck. We showed up in this place because it seemed interesting. We started making stuff because it seemed fun, and then money came, and that was just such a wonderful surprise that I started getting checks in the mail, and nowadays, people know that YouTube is a way to make money, and a lot of YouTubers started after that was a thing, and with the intent of getting to that place where you could be somebody who would make a living as a YouTuber. And of course, that's fine, wonderful, and I encourage as many people to try and do that as possible because it's a great career, and it's really fun, and you don't have to quit your other job to do it. Of this era, there are so many people who are just deeply grateful that this thing happened to them, and that's such a nice thing to have be sort of a streak in the community. Where when I talk to people who started making content before 2010, there's just this universality of gratefulness, and very little entitlement about it. There has been more of that, and occasionally I feel it myself, being this is how it is now, and with Facebook freebooting content and not paying anybody and not doing anything to try and protect creators' copyright. You know, like there's a bit of entitlement there. Like where if that had happened in 2007, I wouldn't have given a shit because I wasn't making any money anywhere. I was just wanting people to watch my content.
It might have been exciting to see your stuff rebooted back in the day. It's pretty awesome when like I'm a capitalist. But
I'm a capitalism.
Oh, me too.
It's pretty awesome when you can find this cross section and sit at like doing good for other people and doing good for yourself at the same time. And you know, like I think of heck, the whole Crash Course channel does that, right? Like I'm sure it wasn't completely lost on you guys when you launched it that hey, this might have a pretty good long tail. You know, like, a good deed doesn't become bad because it helps you. And shucks, I don't know. I just think it'd be pretty neat if more people entered that space with that in their mind. Like, you know what? Like, I can make a math tutoring channel, or I could do this, or you know, like you break things down.
Sometimes I feel like a kind of a dick like talking about it because like of course I had it super easy. Not only was I able to like pull off YouTube pretty effectively early on because I had money in the bank, but I also had like experience in business. I had experience in content creation, and I started in 2007 when there was not a lot to distract other people from what I was doing. There was a lot of attention and not a lot of content. Nowadays, it's very hard. And so I can say like, look, why can't you just try to make something that's good and that people will watch and that isn't fucking awful for the world? But how are you going to get noticed?
I don't think you give yourself enough credit. You're like, oh, it was easy back in my day. I just worked at it full time for years without any payment, slaving away for the joy of my craft. And then, you know, piece of cake. I don't know why, but everyone else doesn't do it.
I sometimes feel bad when I like the thoughts that I have about some creators that are making stuff, then I can like see the tricks they're using to get views, and I feel like those tricks are a little underhanded. I'm not saying that they're making like shitty prank videos where they're molesting people in public. I'm saying like people who are just like, you know, their titles are a little misleading or their thumbnails are real good, but you know, real good in that way that's not quite accurate. And like it's easy for me to criticize somebody there from a place where, you know, I have 3 channels that have more than 3 million subscribers. So like, fuck, like I've got it. I've got lots of ways to get attention right now. I've got, and like, what a wonderful place to be in. No one has ever had more opportunity to be, for people to look at them than I have. Like people look at me a lot and they say lots of nice things about me. So it's very easy for me not to be you don't
have to lower your morality standards because you're winning.
Yes,
you
correct.
know, if someone came to you and
good soundbite, you did it.
Yeah, Kyle does that for me a lot. Yeah. What's the business model behind VidCon?
Tickets and advertising.
Tickets and
sponsorship sales, about 50-50. Those 2 things.
Huh. That's pretty neat. I went to VidCon once. I was on a panel. And it was a really neat experience. Go check out VidCon, people.
Yeah. It's this podcast brought to you by... No, it's not.
It is not.
I want to step on your other sponsors. But yeah, VidCon, you know, it costs money to go to VidCon. And we sell a lot of sponsorships. And in recent years, the sponsorships have become a bigger deal because now, like, people sort of, like, companies understand that we exist, that we're legitimate. And so we are able to keep ticket prices down by selling YouTube and Kia and all kinds of cool people sponsorships so that they can show off their wares.
We only have 8 minutes of you left. And we've been debating among ourselves free or fair use. That's what I'm talking about.
Fair use. Why didn't we start with that? Why did we talk about Trump for so long?
I know. Now I'm regretting it. But I have a contrarian opinion of fair use. I feel like everybody that talks about fair use has a personal stake in it. Yeah. That most of the people saying, hey, parody is fair use. Bullshit. Right? There's a certain
parody is fair use, but not the way that we talk about parody on YouTube a lot of the time.
Yeah, if you take a whole song and do like the Weird Al thing, Weird Al gets permission from the people he parodies.
Always.
always. If you do like the Mystery Science 3000 thing, right, where watching that video will probably make you not watch the movie, right? It like directly removes views from that other thing. If I were to just say react to an FPS Russia video and show it on my screen as I reacted the whole time, no one's going to be like, oh, you know what? I should go watch that video without Woody now. No, I showed it to you. I stole his view. There's a lot of fair... And by the way, if you monetize your content, it really hurts your fair use argument. And all the people who are proponents of fair use are monetizing their content. And a lot of times they're... I want a more graceful way of saying it, but they are shitting all over the content that they're getting pieces of. You know, there's... It seems like there are a lot of movie-related channels circling around just dogging on that movie, like
everything that's wrong with it in 20 minutes or less. I
right,
love those. I watch those instead of watching the movie.
Yeah.
Oh, you watch those instead of watching the movie, which
yeah,
like,
is a problem.
That is the definition of something that wouldn't qualify as fair use. I was reading up on fair use today. If watching this body of work would make you not watch the movie, it steals from that, then it doesn't. It's just not fair use. And yeah.
There's a few problems with this. This is a problem on YouTube, and it's a legitimate problem. There's like several layers of issues. The top layer, which I think is the legitimate thing, is that fair use is not something that you can be sure of. The person who decides whether something is fair use is a judge in a court. Mm-hmm. So nobody wants to go there. Nobody. No, the content creator, YouTube, or the rights owner. None of those people want to get to the judge. So YouTube has a system, and the system is, because of the way that YouTube started with a lot of illegal content being on it, the system is heavily slanted in favor of the rights holder. And that rights holder might be Viacom, and it might be me. I also can claim videos. If somebody uploads a SciShow and in its entirety and tries to monetize that content, I can claim it and monetize it myself, or I can take it down. I can give them a copyright strike if I want to. So, but the fact that it's so heavily in favor of the rights holder, of me as the rights holder rather than me as the creator, is coming to the fore because there are many more legitimate users of the platform who are doing this as a business, who when this gets taken away from them, it is monetary damages. And there are lots of times, because it is so heavily slanted in favor of the rights holder, that a rights holder will just do it because there's no reason not to. So they just do blanket claims because it's much easier to do than have someone actually go one by one and check. And Nostalgia Critic, absolutely. That's fair use. I think a judge would say that that's fair use. And every film, every frame of painting, totally fair use. And I don't think every frame of painting has too many problems with this. I'm sure that they do. They have some, but there's fair use content out there, and it is hard to police it because there's so much content in the world right now, and YouTube has this, really blanket brute force system for controlling copyright infringement, and it does not really have built into it a system to protect people who are actually using content fairly, using copyrighted material fairly. And you can monetize fair use content. You can. It's totally okay. It's the thing that you can do. It does hurt your claim. It's sort of a strike against
but one strike doesn't make you out. But it is a strike against, and people tend not to mention that. And by the way, everything I said, by the way, is accurate. I didn't say anything that was wrong in my stuff. So,
but yeah, it's a real problem. And
so long as I'm making fun of this thing, then it's that's fair use. So what, I'm dogging on your movie. That's my First Amendment right. And I feel like no one has ever come at it from the side of the content creator. The typical YouTube video, in comparison to the content that they're getting, is really low effort. I'm just taking your song and writing my own words to it. I'm taking your movie and making fun of it, and I should be able to make my money. And it's there is an argument for the content creator on that side. By the way, PKA, we've always been really lenient. We don't like people uploading the show in its entirety, but if someone sees it as a highlight and they want to put 4 minutes on, we've always considered that like free advertising.
Or make a montage, a best of.
Oh, that's
this guy,
freaking awesome. Like that's always
we have
advertisement.
a really
Or
devoted
animated
fan base,
stuff.
and
that's freaking sweet.
They'll take a funny story and animate it and stuff. And
the animated stuff is the best.
Yeah, we get a lot of crash course videos that like YouTube will tell it like claim a video. We don't actually have auto claims on anymore, but we used to, and it would be like a teacher in a classroom talking about content, and then they would show a little bit of our video, and then they would continue their lecture. And I'm like, oh, fuck that. That's great. Like, I can't take that person's content. Like, yeah, I'm like, Crash Course has a broader mission, too. Like, advertising isn't the only way that we support that show. So, getting it out there is good for that program. So, yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing that, like, we're now in a world where and I guess this was always kind of the case. The law isn't really the thing that matters. It's how different companies and individuals have worked together to sort of make this thing work, because the law wasn't designed for YouTube. It wasn't designed for this weird world where, there's 8,000 hours of content uploaded every second to the platform. Like, there's just too much stuff for the way that the system worked. So now you have to have it cobbled together in this weird way that's more corporate than government, and
I fully agree.
Frustrating for creators.
I like the way that you put it when you said that it is too much in favor of the content creator now, right? Like, I like you
in favor of the rights holder.
Rights holder, yeah, that's better. Because I guess they're both content creators, but I could claim something inappropriately, and then they would have to actually win that claim to turn that around. It shouldn't be so automated. I feel like there should be some human level of judgment in there. You can't do this with an algorithm purely.
But at the same time, you can't do it with we can't do it with humans, because if you're Lady Gaga and you're like, okay, I'm going to watch every video that has poker face in it, you got to have an army of humans watching those videos, because it's probably a poker face video uploaded every 5 seconds on YouTube, and that song's old.
Yeah, I don't know the best way to do this. It's a tough one to solve.
I mean, like that's what I always run into when I watch these videos. I'm like, yeah, this is a problem, and then they suggest solutions, and I'm like, that's not a good solution. But I think that there are little things, like the fact that you can't dispute more than 3 claims at a time. Like, that doesn't make any sense. The other thing is, like, if a channel is in good standing, if it's proven over and over again that they are a legitimate critique show, if it's Nostalgia Critic, if it's Every Frame of Painting, like, these are clearly fair use shows. There should be some system where YouTube has a little firewall in place and is like, look, before you claim this, actually look at it. So that, like, there can be some
that exists, doesn't it?
I don't know.
When you're a managed partner, I have that protection.
You had that and but like, is that the kind of protection you get when you're with an MCN?
Yeah, but they typically don't blanket give it to every channel. Like, if you're with full screen, they all, whatever, 3,000 channels under it won't, but maybe 100 of them do.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, but like, you shouldn't have to give away 30% of your revenue to get that power to an MCN. You should be like, YouTube should be able to identify that there are channels that get hundreds of thousands or millions of views a day, and that they shouldn't just like let Sony claim their video because they had like an intern click a button.
You're right. And it's not 30%, but that's exactly why I give away 1% of my revenue. Mostly because that protection is the one that's most important to me. And if a claim does come through, then like, it's difficult for me to talk to Google, but MCNs have hotlines they can pick up, and that's what they're for. What's that?
They do not have that. The MCNs do. Sorry, the MCNs do. But like, YouTube does not have that for the average person.
Right.
I get that. I can call somebody. I can call somebody, but I can email somebody, and it's lovely. And
it's because you're white. It's your privilege.
My privilege. It certainly is a privilege, but it is. I mean, and you said in the beginning, you were talking about how this is a problem always brought up by creators who are using other rights holders' content in their content. But of course it is, because like I'm not going to bring it up because I don't ever have the chance to do that. But if we did a crash course film history, which we're thinking about, then suddenly we would have that problem because we would want to use clips from, copyrighted material in that movie.
My issue
YouTube video.
is that I feel like the people educating the world about fair use
don't really understand it. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if they don't understand it as much as I think that in many cases they are purposefully misleading. If you watch your typical "Where's the fair use" hashtag video, then they're like, dude, fair use is anything I want it to be. Tweet this out and, understand it. And they have some legitimate claims, right? Companies striking things. I've had... not strikes, but what's the claims on stuff that were just completely one was on a graphic we made. I did this like March Madness thing, and we literally in Photoshop like made a graphic, and it was ours, but it was meant to kind of look like an ESPN thing, but it was different. And Twitch gave me a claim over it. And it was like, what the heck? Like, it was an automated thing, whatever. I've had bad claims, but people are being improperly educated on what fair use is.
Yeah. There's a certain amount of it, and I mean, I don't want to like disparage anybody, but there's some of it that's like, this is like, I'm having a bad day and this is an issue, and there's some of it that's like, I'm going to get a bunch of views if I rant about YouTube right now. And there's a lot more than just fair use that's at play here. There's also things like community guideline things that can be interpreted widely and often have more to do with how many people click to report your video than what's actually in your video. And that might not be due to what's in your video, but it might be more to do with that there's a group of people who don't like you out there and they're trying to give you a bad day.
I used to have a series where we put things in microwaves and checked out what it did, things like spray paint or glow sticks or whatever. And then the guys on 4chan would organize like community guideline strikes against me. And I would send in like screenshots of the threads where they all agreed to do it and talked about my daughter and stuff like that. And in some cases, I still didn't get it overturned. They're age restricted. And, it's like age restricted. Like I'm not the first guy to put a thing in a microwave, but I by far had more trouble with it than anybody else.
Yeah, age restriction's also a very weird thing. We have a sex channel where people we have a host who talks about various just real life sex stuff, and it's ridiculous what gets claimed and what doesn't. There's videos that are like this is how to give a great blowjob, doesn't get age restricted, and then you have a video that's like masturbation is healthy. And it's like age restriction. Super weird. And she's going to town on this banana, but no big. Don't worry about it. Anyway, on that note, I have to go. What a fun time.
Thank you so much for coming on.
You were a very high energy guest. We appreciate that.
Very high energy.
Yeah. All right. Gotta get that high energy in there. Thank you guys so much. Thanks everybody for watching, and don't forget to click on those sponsor links because that's important to PKA. You got to check out those MeUndies. They super comfy.
Where should they find you? Vlogbrothers channel? Is that where you'd point them?
Check me out on youtube.com/vlogbrothers. I also have a podcast if you're into that kind of thing. It's called Dear Hank and John, where we give advice. It's dubious, but it is advice. All right.
That's a great tagline. Thank you.
See you later.
Bye.
I like him a lot. I think my man crush showed through a bit, but
yeah, I liked trolling him with with all the Trump talk. That was fun.
That was pretty fun.
You
push it a little further, and then a little further, and then
I was about to start saying something about keeping the brownies out or something like that. I've got the Fox News debate playing silently in a corner of my screen. Can I just say Megyn Kelly is looking super hot tonight? She's
what a change of pace.
She's got a new haircut, so it's pretty short, and her makeup is is excellent.
Short,
very tan, very very hot tonight.
She's really pretty. I like her a lot, actually.
Yeah,
I could be wrong because I kind of got the Fox hosts mixed up earlier in her career, but I feel like she almost played a bimbo at first. And that has changed, and now she's just fantastic. She's very well educated. She goes toe to toe with anybody, and I think it's pretty great.
Yeah, I like her a lot too. Just super fucking hot. Yeah, I like the short hair too. Well, our guest mentioned MeUndies. You wear underwear every day. That's 365 days a year, rain or shine. You need it to be extraordinary without an insane price tag. MeUndies understands this, and that's why they've created the world's most comfortable underwear. Luxury at half the retail price you'd find anywhere else. MeUndies is made from modal, a fabric that's twice as soft as cotton. That's twice as soft as whatever you're wearing right now. Most of us wear underwear every day, so why settle for low-quality multi-pack underwear that's scratchy and lame? MeUndies has tons of colors and styles for both men and women, which means you and your lady can finally have matching underwear. They release a new design every month, and on top of that, they even offer free shipping to the United States and Canada. MeUndies has a money-back guarantee. If you don't love your first pair, you get to keep it for free. That's right. They don't want your used underwear back. So you have nothing really to lose here. The best part about all of this, of course, is that we're offering 20% off your first order when you use the URL MeUndies.com/PKA. You can click down there in the description below. So MeUndies.com/PKA to get 20% off your first order. MeUndies, check them out. I must have washed mine literally 50 times each. And they are, I'm going to say like 85, 90% as good as they ever were. Like very little degradation.
So very durable.
Yes.
Because you're wearing those constantly.
I wore them today, but I've taken a shower since the morning. But I did wear them today. Yeah.
They seriously are good underwear. Like, all jokes aside, they are top-notch underwear, and they're 20% off if you use the PKA URL. So if you need underwear, you should click on that and check it out.
When I open my underwear drawer, I look for one of my two, unfortunately, pairs of MeUndies, and I'm always happy if I can find one of them.
Always, yeah. Isn't that great? You know how you have like that small little group of your favorite socks and your favorite underwear and like your favorite t-shirts, and when you can get all those lined up on the same day, you just feel good walking around.
Yeah, it's picture day, baby.
Picture day.
Time to shine.
I got a new driver's license recently, and I realized, like, this is picture day for adults. It came out terribly.
No, oh my God, my most recent license pick, I had to get one like 4 or 5 months ago, I guess, and I look like I just finished dumping a couple of bodies in a river. I look so creepy, and like the light is cast down on me in the wrong way, so I've got like bags and just look sketchy and awful. But that's what happens when you sit in the DMV for a while. You could be just so chipper and peppy as when you walk in, but 40 minutes later when you have to talk to that obese elderly woman who can't fucking fathom that you need this sent somewhere different, but that you're still moving addresses. So if you can put that address on there, that'd be great. But this one to ship the fucking license to, things like that. Just I don't know.
I got my I got a new driver's license and a new concealed carry weapons permit last year. And both times I got really good pictures. I felt like I don't know, fixed my hair and shaved to the level that I thought that looked best. And
the driver's license I replaced, I looked pretty good. I felt like every time I laid it down, it was like my headshot for modeling.
It was an old picture though, right?
I mean, it was still me, but it was like the best version of me. And no, it wasn't
20, that like 25-year-old you or something, wasn't it?
No, because I got it when I changed addresses.
That's right.
So it looked good, and it was like, this is me. And this time, my hair was too long, and it wasn't a good hair day. And I tried to go get a haircut right before my driver's license, but there were like 6 people there, and I wasn't going to make it. It was my birthday, the day it expires, so there was no alternative but to abandon Plan A, which was haircut first, and go straight to the DMV.
Ooh.
What are you going to do? Drive illegally? Who would do such a thing? And so...
I mean, where are you going?
I go to the DMV, and... Yeah, right? And... it takes time. They suck the life out of you, etc. I eventually get there. She takes the picture like I don't even realize it's happening. Really, she's like, "Look over this way. We're gonna take your picture." And the warm up, no countdown, no nothing. And I get my shitty picture, and I look at it, and I'm like, "Oh, this is bad." And she's like, "Well, I've only got so much to work with. You cunt. You cunt.
Oh,
you just called me ugly." Yeah.
And she was able to say that. Because they don't get fired there. At the DMV. They can do whatever the fuck they want. I'm in the exact same boat as you, where the lighting at the Idaho DMV I was in when I got that license, I looked just incredible, just great. Like I would have rather, like if I met someone for the first time, I would have rather be like pay no attention, like just look at here, like look at this license. And then now I look like someone who has to check in with my neighbors when I move in on my Missouri one. Bullshit lighting there.
In the Carrie one, when I had it like 10 years ago, they would take it and ask you if it was okay. And you could take a fresh one. You know, if it's like, I had a weird smile on that one. Let's give it one more shot. You know, chin forward, get that jawline cooking. Like you could give a second try. In this one, she hardly alerted me. So,
what a whore.
Yeah, well, it's okay. It's only a decade. In a decade, I'll have a whole new picture at 53.
I'll get a new one in 2026.
I'm sure I'll look better at 53 than I do in this one.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could always go get another one. Just tell them you lost the first one or whatever. All right, you could probably go in there and just tell them you want a second or a copy. You know, I'm sure they do that, right?
Yeah, it's not an issue of it not being possible. It's an issue of if I want to resolve this, I have to go to the DMV again. And then you think like, are you going to walk in there when you don't have to be there? You're like, no, I'll just look like a molester.
And what kind of person would do that? And I had to show my license a bunch recently because Colin got hurt. A lot of people know this story probably. See my channel. Colin hurt his foot with an axe, and there's all kinds of like, you know, photo ID, insurance and stuff to everybody I meet. And so I've been just handing out that driver's license to everybody.
Yeah, as you can see, this is not representative. There you go.
I should come with a disclaimer. A little post-it over the picture. They're like, more handsome than may appear.
This other guy ran in right as the picture was getting taken. I was in a hurry, though. Couldn't do anything about it. Lady said, just make it work.
So the Oscars went down, and Leonardo DiCaprio finally got the big one. I saw a really cute video. It was... So in case you don't know, when you get your Oscar, your name's not on it because that would kind of spoil the whole thing, right? If there was an Oscar floating around backstage that said Leonardo DiCaprio, it would get leaked somehow. So they engrave them after they give them to the actors. They go down to some lobby somewhere, and there's some, you know, I'm sure they're incredibly talented because I watched them doing it, and I thought it would be like being really careful. It was like like she was going to town on that thing. But he asks her, he's like, "Are you here? You do this every year?" She's like, "Yeah, I do." He's like, "I wouldn't know."
It was cute.
And then, unfortunately, after a night of many drinks, apparently, he forgot his Oscar at the bar. They had to run out to his limo with him and be like, "You forgot this."
That's funny.
He forgot his Oscar?
He forgot his Oscar.
I'm sure they would have made him a new one, right?
I don't
guess. Know. I don't think so. I know that Michael Jackson, what was the whole thing where he had like
Grammy?
purchased he owned someone's Oscar, I think. I think he had purchased one, and now it's missing from his estate. I was reading about that the other day, and apparently,
in God's name, would you buy someone else's Oscar?
It was a famous person's Oscar. I don't recall the story.
A famous person won an Oscar.
Well, there are some very non-famous
people. This isn't Joe
who won
Sixpack's Oscar. This is a very elite Oscar.
Kyle's right, though. There's like short documentaries.
If you had Marlon Brando's Oscar that he sent that Indian woman to receive, that Oscar's worth a lot of money. But if you've got like, what was that really fat black girl who won an Oscar like 4 years ago? Precious. Her Oscar ain't worth shit.
No.
I would not pay It's worth what its weight is in whatever it's made of. Like if it's worth $80 scrap metal, that's what it's worth. I wouldn't want Precious's Oscar. Like what is?
I think it'd be
do you
cool.
think they gave her a poor quality one?
No, it's the same quality. It's just meaningless because it's hers.
But wouldn't it be neat to have a real Oscar in like Taylor's
Of course
background?
it would, I suppose. But I'd rather have Leo's Golden Globe than Precious's Oscar, though.
Absolutely. I don't want anything that those sweaty hands have just rubbed over and just. No, can you imagine that moist handprint? You know, like when you you're like really sweaty and you put your hand down on one of those science desks where it's kind of black and plastic. I bet that's what it looks like on her trophies.
Is there like a sex scene in it or something?
I don't know. I wouldn't watch that movie.
Yeah.
No, I'm not watching a sex scene with her in it.
Here's all I know. In Speech and Debate, one of the people does a scene from Precious, in their speech competition, and apparently it's like pretty much R or X rated. And every time like parents judge and see this for the first time, it's like, holy smokes. Because I don't know, if they're like me, they still think if their kid is like 11, and so much as using a bad word is a big deal.
Well, I didn't watch any of the Oscars, and I'm glad I didn't. Reddit was furious with Chris Rock's performance, I guess.
What did he do?
Well, of course, it was the white Oscars, that was boycotted by Will Smith and his wife because.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness! No Will Smith.
Yeah. And Spike Lee maybe, and a couple other people, but and Chris Rock really made fun of that the entire night. And then Sacha Baron Cohen came out as Ali G. He wasn't supposed to. He was supposed to come out as Sacha Baron Cohen. But instead, he came out as Ali G and started making some racist remark about Asian people, about those little yellow hardworking people or something like that. And he's like, "Oh no, I'm talking about the minions."
Oh, I did see that.
Yeah. So apparently, his new film, and I'm sorry I can't think of the name of it, but it's absolutely outrageous. And at one point in the scene, Donald Trump gets AIDS. That's part of Sacha Baron Cohen's new movie. It's being made by Sony, who, if you remember, like last year, had that huge debacle with Kim Jong-un and the fact that they made the movie about him, and there was the whole thing with North Korea and the hacking and everything, and that cost them God knows how much money. That Sony hack was very detrimental to Sony's bottom line. It's kind of incalculable, but it's damaged the brand. So here Sony feels like, here we go, round two. There's nobody more litigious than Donald Trump. Donald Trump will sue your ass if he thinks he can win. And what was he just talking about out there was wanting to open up the libel laws. So when people defame you, they tell lies about you, you can go after them and as he says, win lots of money. And so here Sony goes, about to make a movie
this might
where
be
Donald
in my
Trump
best
gets
interest.
AIDS. So we're gonna have to see how that plays out. I think that's pretty interesting. I'm kind of curious about Sacha's new movie. Apparently, it's just really.
That's not unsurprising for him.
Raunchy.
You remember Bruno? Bruno was horrific.
Borat
for the time was crazy.
For the time, I watched Borat just the other day. I mean, when they're nude, him and that fat man in that bed, and they are like they're like wrestling and fighting angrily, but they're doing it while transitioning basically from sexual position to sexual position. They like 69 and fight, and then it's like downward facing dog and fight, and it's like wheelbarrow and fight. Like they're just getting into sexual positions and he's got this gigantic, hairy, nasty bush, and his balls are everywhere. That's edgy for any time. I mean, that's border.
Yeah, and I guess they run through that whole hotel lobby, right, while they're naked chasing each other.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. He got sued several times behind that movie. That was crazy for the time. I was a big fan of that when it came out. I was like 19 or 20, I think.
Yep, I remember. I went to go see that with my dad, and I thought it was going to be uncomfortable, but it was one of those like, oh, my dad's actually a pretty cool guy kind of moment where it was like,
oh, that's cool.
You know?
Yeah.
Because there's always like that fear, that first. I'm sure Woody's experienced this from the other side of like. Because when I was like, I guess Hope's age, if I was watching a really explicit movie with my parents, I would be sitting there like, oh my god, like this sex scene. I'll just pick a corner of the screen and just look, or I'll play with my phone. I don't want to even acknowledge that I'm in the room watching it. Like, what's the parent thinking in that situation?
Let me ask you: were your parents ever so unchill that they say something awkward, like when something happens? Because I remember one time I'm watching Pulp Fiction. And it's the part where Jules and the other guy, Sam Jackson and John Travolta are walking down the hallway. They're about to break up the breakfast and, do the whole opening scene thing. And they're talking about rubbing a woman's foot versus eating her pussy. And he starts talking about eating the pussy in the holiest of holes. And I just remember my mom being like, good Lord! Ah! And me just being like, can you just fucking go with it? I mean, we're about to watch somebody get raped in like half an hour. Like, it's not that edgy here. And what was the other one when it happened? And somebody was just super unchill about it.
Unchill as far as like,
oh, my grandmother
making a big scene, or that they didn't get it?
Both, actually. My mom just didn't get it when it came to Pulp Fiction, and she was just like disgusted by they were talking about eating pussy like that. But my grandmother, I watched Alien Resurrection with her, and I guess I was like 11 or 12 when that shit came out. And there's a scene in it where Sigourney Weaver has sex with an alien. And it's really heavily implied, but there's this embrace between them, and you kind of get like a montage of just fuzzy stuff. And then an alien offspring is produced by this. And I just remember my grandma didn't get it. And she just didn't get it. And we're just leaving the theater in the car, and she's just going on and on about it. And I'm just sitting over there like red-faced, like I want to be like, she fucked the alien! She fucked the alien, Ninny! That's what happened. And finally she was like, did they have sex? And I just remember my papa going, yes, yes, and me and like both of us at the same time, and then just everybody being red faced the whole way home because now we're all like aware of the fact that Sigourney Weaver had some sort of weird lesbian sex with a creature and produced this humanoid alien ghoul thing.
I may have mentioned this before, but it was years ago when my parents were still together. I was in like early high school, and my parents and me and my younger brother, we were out to eat, and my younger brother and my dad made some joke together making fun of my mom, as was oft to occur, and my dad kind of just held up his like fist for a fist bump with my brother, just kind of being like, aha, we showed that dumb lady who is your mom and my wife, and he held his fist up, and my brother just didn't acknowledge it or anything, didn't want to give him the fist bump, kind of give him the rolling eyes of a kid who would want to be associated with his parent. And my mom was just looking at my brother like, why are you being so rude? Put up your hand and fist your father. Fist your father? Why are you laughing, Taylor? You think it's okay for your brother not to fist your father right now in this restaurant after you're laughing about this joke? It was so uncomfortable. But I love it when...
Your mom was kind of right, though. That's pretty lame of your brother.
Well, yeah. It's just not that much to ask. Throw people high fives, throw them the fist bump.
Yeah.
It's a real shit move to leave people hanging.
There's never been a time in my daughter's life when I couldn't get a fist pound out of her. And, God, will people misconstrue even that? A bump. And and then Colin right now... Like, we do a whole handshake.
There's never been a time in my daughter's life where I couldn't get a good fist pound with her.
And Colin, we have a whole handshake. Back, forth, up, down, pound. It's a thing.
So, have either of you watched the newest episode of It's Always Sunny?
No, it's become my ritual that I watch it right after these.
I gotta say, I know
what was
Woody's
the
been
plot
critical
line on this one?
They're on a cruise ship. I'll just leave it at that.
I don't think I've seen it then.
All right, so it's the first half of a two-parter. It was so good. I recommend that you skip this week and get the full experience next week and just watch them back to back, because now I'm jonesing for two-part, and it is very, very good. All the characters are up to their regular hijinks and kind of playing their regular role, but with new gags and new jokes and new like ancillary characters. Very good. I liked it a lot. You got to see Dennis really go into his role as a predator. You got to see Dee really fulfill her role as the bird and as just a rage-filled person. You get, I don't want to spoil it at all, but Matt goes and does a ridiculous thing, a very, very outrageous thing that's kind of game-changing, and Mac goes off and does
he finally come out as gay?
That's what I'm thinking. It's going to be related to that. It was great when he was like, listen, I'm going to go to the Rainbow, the gay bar, right? Just to look for a pot of gold alone, okay? Critical, alone. I'm alone. And like, why do you have to be alone? Nope, that's the plan.
Because
I need to go to the gay bar.
And they'll be upstairs at the bar. And I'll be there alone.
That was good.
Of course, they're at sea, so there's a bit of talk of the implication. I thought this was... this season started out really poorly. That episode that was a clip show was very poor, I thought, and the episode after Charlie McDennis, I can't even recall what it was. Oh no, excuse me, the skiing episode was just absolute shit, one of the worst they've ever made. But the other, they've definitely made 6 excellent shows this season, and I feel like the last 3 have been very good. I like the Leprechaun stuff. I like that Charlie's dancing around like it's Reservoir Dogs, stuck in the middle with good. You. He's like, gonna find out if you bleed green. It was very good, and I'm just picturing Mr. Blonde doing all that stuff and how dark that was, and Charlie almost lives up to that with the.
I like how he was humming the song, but he was not singing the words to the song, like just doing like the
because he's fucked on pain
because he doesn't know the words of the song and he can't read, so he's just humming.
But yeah, newest episode, excellent. I'm so psyched for the second part of it, and that's gonna wrap the whole season. I think this was a good season. It's one of their better seasons, and I think that's extremely impressive because it's the 11th season or whatever. There were some bad episodes.
There were more bad episodes than I remember from any previous season.
I
Not
disagree.
all combined, just in a single season. I don't remember any other season that there were 3, maybe 4 episodes that I thought were awful.
The only ones I thought were awful, I hated the clip show. I really did. And I really hated the ski episode. The rest of them have been good enough for me. I really liked the court episode. That was great. I recently watched a fan theory video that goes into what the Nightman Cometh is all about. Apparently, it's about Charlie being molested by his uncle. And he really lays out the case that it is, because there's this lyric and there's this...
This show is not up to PKA standards. That's my thing about it. I like, we talk about Game of Thrones, we talk about Breaking Bad, we talk about A-list shows. We talked about Walking Dead while it was there, and then dropped it when it fell. We might talk about House of Cards when it comes out for a little bit.
For sure, yeah.
But we never talked about Everybody Loves Raymond, and we never talked about
that wasn't
Tool
during
Time with Tim Allen. Well, of
we
course,
would have.
older
Those
shows.
were both blockblockbuster, gigantic shows for their time.
I don't think
both
so.
Of those in particular were massive.
They were, but they weren't great.
I liked Tool Time.
I did too.
I feel like Tool Time is on the level of Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
You're so wrong. You're so wrong.
Yeah, Tool Time's way lower than It's Always Sunny.
Way
And I'll talk about Tool Time right now.
Maybe this isn't going the way I thought it would.
I'm kidding. The show wasn't that great.
Oh, okay. I didn't get that.
I think a lot of It's Always Sunny. I think it's on the same level as a show like Archer for me, and Archer's really high up there.
Yeah, that's an apt comparison.
Yeah, it's on the same level as Archer, South Park, and I know these are all animated, but don't
Workaholics.
Don't
Have
think of
there
that as
been new Archers?
new season coming. It's Archer. It's like I think he's a private eye or something this time around.
Right.
You know, and shifting the
I
dynamic.
was hoping I was behind, and they're like, yeah, there's actually 4 episodes you haven't seen. Like,
Fortunately, no.
I was hoping that, and I checked last night, and nope.
So I bought the Stars like app package. I don't know how much it is, $6 a month or something, maybe more. But it comes with a lot of movies that you would have to purchase otherwise, and so I like that. And there's a few Stars original TV shows that I'm trying to get into. One of them is Ash versus Evil Dead. If you're into the Evil Dead series of movies at all that Sam Raimi made, then you might be interested in that. But it's Bruce Campbell coming back, and he makes fun of the fact that he's like 30 years too old, 30 pounds overweight. Like the first scene is him putting on a girdle, like this old medieval girdle to like suck his gut in, and it's it's back to basics, and he's fighting.
What show are we talking about?
Ash versus Evil Dead.
I haven't even heard of that.
I've never heard of it either.
Have you ever seen the Evil Dead movie?
Yes.
Not even sure.
Okay, he's in a cabin fighting deadites in the first two, and then in the third one he goes back in time with his Oldsmobile, and he's fighting the deadites. He's got the boomstick on his back. He's got a chainsaw arm.
I know of it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen maybe the first one or the one where he goes back in time. It's old.
Yeah, 30 years old. So they made a TV show, and it's like they're like 30-minute episodes, and there's like 10 of them, and it's really light-hearted but full of some of the most ridiculous gore I've ever seen. He'll literally like stick his chainsaw arm in the guts of a bad guy, and it's cutting the bad guy and squirting the blood out the back onto the bad guy's children. Cutting heads off with the chainsaw. Lots of gore. I've been really enjoying it. It's different. It's meant to be cheesy. I'm trying to think how to describe it. It's not. It doesn't take itself very seriously, I guess would be the best way to approach that show. But I like it.
I wish Hank was here to talk about this, but I was talking to my wife about Black Lives Matter, and what did she's right here?
Is that still going? I didn't know if
the
that
debate's
was.
still
I feel like
going.
their big flash in the pan is kind of on the downturn.
Yeah, the debate's going. Trump's speaking right now.
Wait, are you talking about Black Lives Matter or the Trump?
Black Lives Matter. Yeah.
No, it is still going, and it's playing a role in the election. And my wife was like, the big problem with Black Lives Matter, aside from seeming racist, I said on the show a while ago, like the problem is everyone screaming for diversity actually means more of me, right? It's not all lives matter, it's Black Lives Matter. We need a bigger Latino presence on campus. We need me. I want my group to get shit is mostly what we see here.
All it usually means is we want less white men here. Like
I think it means we want more whatever I am. Yeah, I don't think it. If it was that, I'd even have an easier time getting on board with it. But it's usually like Latinos saying we want more Latinos in this position. Black people saying we want more black people to get a leg up on this sort of thing. We need quotas that that give me this. And my wife,
although now a lot you're seeing that they actually want to go back to almost Jim Crow style stuff. They're saying we want a black campus, we want a black dormitory, we don't want any whites here. They're trying to it's not about inclusion, it's about exclusion for them. It's not that they're not shouting let's include every color of the rainbow. They're saying let's get all the whiteys out.
My wife, this is the central point I was trying to bring up, was Jackie's like, one of the issues with a lot of these groups is their representatives are terrible. If you think about, imagine in your head the people from the 1950s or the Rosa Parks, and what do you get there? Like a black guy in a suit just wanting to eat at a diner. A hardworking woman on a bus who just feels like she shouldn't have to sit in the back, right? Now it's
she was a
like
plant by the NAACP though.
Now it's typically a criminal. Like, oh yeah, this guy was a drug dealer. He's got grills on his teeth. He got shot dead after just strong-arming some liquor store. But he was working on his GED and was really thinking about turning his life around. And this is our symbol of Black Lives Matter. It's the Trayvon Martin, the Michael Brown, all these the worst bullshit problems in the world. There was a person recently in my area got shot by a cop. He was a black guy, and there was a warrant for felony drug dealing. And when the cop saw him, the guy ran. And he ran and he jumped over the first fence, and so did the cop. And then when he got over the second fence, the cop couldn't follow over the second fence, and he shot him. Now, the cop is saying there was a gun on the scene or something, but I feel like that's... it wasn't concrete, like there it is right on his hip, or like he didn't shoot back or anything, but he shot the guy as he was running away. And while I wish he wasn't shot, I feel like if the warrant was for murder or something and this guy was known to be dangerous, open fire. But it was for drug dealing, and it's like, he's in the neighborhood, you'll catch him again tomorrow.
But at the same time, you do have to take a measure of responsibility for your actions insofar as was it right for the cop just to open fire and shoot? No, of course not. But we all know cops aren't perfect. We all know that there's a lot of shitty ones out there. There's a lot of good ones too, but you shouldn't be rolling the dice like that and be like, am I going to keep sprinting away from this guy who could potentially kill me? Yeah, I'll roll the dice. I take no accountability. He shouldn't shoot me, so I'll just keep running. And then when he gets shot, it's not to say that it's right. It's just to say that it's not surprising. You should have anticipated that. Maybe
my solution is hey, as a rule of thumb, you don't shoot the guy unless you feel like he's a real danger.
That's how it should be.
To society. And running from you isn't enough. He has a felony drug dealing, a warrant for a felony drug arrest of some sort. That's not dangerous. Well, it's dangerous, but it's it's not a shooting offense. Unpaid parking tickets all the way up through drug dealing. Maybe you don't shoot unless you feel like there's a danger involved. And but the point my wife made that I thought was really strong is all the representatives of the current race relations people, think of the guys who crashed the Bernie Sanders thing, right? Those women screaming at him.
The Black Lives Matter.
Terrible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Nobody wants to be on their team. They were terrible for their cause. Every time there's a Trayvon Martin or a Michael Brown. Michael Brown is the Ferguson guy, right? Did I get his name right?
Correct.
Yeah. Nobody wants to be on Team Dickhead who just strong-armed some convenience store guy, stole the Swishers, and then, badmouthed the cop or something and possibly pushed him around. I think all the evidence pointed to the cop story being true. This is not people holding hands, dressing up, and saying, "We shall overcome." It's thugs saying, the cops are shooting our thugs. And... yeah, it's creating a divide in that I feel like they have a losing position.
I don't understand why they're examples. If all of these atrocities are occurring of just innocent people getting mowed down by cops, just hey, come over here. No, you can't fucking tell me to come over there, pig, and then they just get lit up. If that were true, don't you think they'd have a lot more? And I'm not saying it's not 100% Like, it's not saying it's 100% false, but like, wouldn't they have more stories of like, oh, Jeff Smith, trustworthy accountant, lived in the, fucking suburbs, had 2 children, had the pool getting put in for the summertime, gunned down as he, drove away, being 3 minutes over on his parking meter. Like, you would think there'd be something crazy like that, but all the big ones that come out, it'll be like, oh, Tony Stevenson, oh, he got shot in the middle of the street, and then you do like 30 minutes of research or 30 seconds, and it's like, oh, so he was punching a cop in the face, or he had just burgled someone and threatened to kill them.
And then they lie about it, right? Like, first they released his like childhood photo as if that's representative of who he is anymore, right? Cherub face, beautiful child. And
it's like showing a picture of like me when I was 12. It's not representative at all. When you see that picture of him as a kid and him as an adult, I know this is like 3 years old, but it's laughable. Where it's like, when you first see it and you get that image in your head, you picture it as Zimmerman like almost like rubbing his face in the ground before just blowing his brains out for fun. And then you see like the actual image of the kid, and it's like, all right, well, now it makes a little more sense that big fat pasty fuck was getting his head beat in.
Yeah, it
Don't call him pasty. Don't let him forget he was half Latino. We like to point that out.
Latino. Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you're somehow involved in Black Lives Matter, then gosh, pick your representatives a little better. No more screaming, screeching women at what's his name? Barry Sanders. Why am I getting this wrong?
That's a football player. Yeah, Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders. Thank you so much. Yeah, no more screaming, screeching women at Bernie Sanders things. No more rallying around drug dealers. Like, find some better examples. Find a modern-day Rosa Parks, and you'll get everyone on your side. No one will
have any problem with their message if they just brought it out and they were like, Tucker over here got shot just on his way home from what? Oh my God!
Come on! I know how to slip a segue in there.
Kyle was going to tie one of our sponsors into this Black Lives Matter talk, and I did not want to do that at all.
All right. Well, on a completely separate issue. Smart cars, smartphones, smart homes. Technology has made everything smart, but when you lose those smart things, it still feels really stupid. TrackR makes losing things a thing of the past. TrackR is a coin-sized device that locates misplaced keys, wallets, bags, computers, anything in seconds. Just pair TrackR to your smartphone, attach it to anything, and find its precise location with the tap of a button. It's that easy. Lose your phone? Press the button on the TrackR and your phone rings even when it's on silent. That's a huge problem that I've had a myriad of times. It happens all the time. I've got the phone on silent, which is how I always keep it because phone chimes make me anxious. And I lose the phone. We try to call it and can't find it. But with this, no more. You can find your phone or find the device you have it attached to. With over 1.5 million devices, TrackR has the largest crowd GPS network in the world. So your lost item shows up on a map even if it's miles away from you. Never lose anything again with TrackR. Listeners to our podcast get a free discount, get a special discount of 40% off your first TrackR device. So go to TrackR.com and enter offer code PKA. The hardest thing you'll ever have to find is their website. Go to TrackR.com right now and enter promo code PKA for 40% off. Again, that's TrackR.com, promo code PKA.
So check this thing out. This is what it looks like. Sorry, Merker's picture's messed up. I'll fix it. And it's about the size of a quarter. Like, I'm personally going to put mine on my keychain, and it works both ways. You can have your phone locate your keychain, or I think Kyle said he was going to put his on a range bag, which is pretty neat. Or you can have your keychain, in my case, locate your phone, which I bet happens even more often. Like, I feel like I'm often leaving my phone in the car or like in the living room or whatever. And it'll make your phone make noise even if it's on silent. So I'm just going to have this thing on my keychain, which I never seem to lose. And it'll help me find my phone all the time because it works in reverse. And if I do happen to lose my keychain or my wallet or whatever, then I can use my phone to locate the other side. And it's pretty awesome. So anyway, check out the TrackR thing. Size of a quarter. Fits on a keychain. Slips in. Like, they have, I think this... here's a key on one. There was another one where they showed a photo of it in a wallet, but I think that's in the video, and it's long to watch for this spot. But yeah, you could slip it in the wallet in like a credit card spot, and it'll help you find your phone, or your phone can help you find your wallet, vice versa.
Yeah.
I'm excited to get mine. This seems like something I'll actually use constantly.
So earlier today, Chiz was like, "Hey, we need to know your color and your engraving, and they're going to send it to us." And I'm like, "Yeah!" Like it's another one of those sponsors where the stuff they give me gets me psyched. So, anyway, it's pretty.
Yeah,
cool.
I'm gonna put mine on a range bag that if it got lost, it would be a problem. It's got valuable stuff in there, like little things that go along with what I do that are just expensive, and there's. Could be a couple grand worth of stuff in there very easily, and if that were to get picked up or like left on a tailgate, more likely, and then I drive off and it falls and somebody finds it, I think mine. I told them if there's room for it to inscribe it, like my phone number and then call for cash reward or something like that, because I know if I find a bag full of goodies, I'm not looking for who lost them if I'm being completely honest. But if there was a thing in there that said cash reward, I would be honest. I would be more likely to be like, oh well, I got to call the number and do this. So yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So check them out.
It'd be good for a pet too. Of course. I think that's the perft thing to do with it because it's got that waterproof accessory. Put it if you've got a dog that runs away.
Or a fish.
They have a deal. Like I shouldn't get the prices wrong. It's right here.
You have an outdoor fish.
So what's the
fish.
PKA thing? You get 20% off. Is that what?
40% off.
40%. Holy
My
shit!
God, can you check that? That's too good. There's no way.
Almost too good to be true.
But on
I don't want our
thing,
listeners to take advantage of them.
You can get one for $30. Or it's like buy 3 get 2 free, so it's 5 for $90, or buy 5 get 5 free. So like you could put it, but I don't know, somewhere in here, I feel like there's a better deal than just getting one of them. You could put one on your keychain and your wallet and your dog, and be able to find all these things. So it's
you know what I bought recently?
What did you buy recently? A
Casper mattress.
Really?
Yeah, it showed up today. Actually, it's upstairs, still in its box. I've got to. I'm in the process of building the frame. I'm going to build one of those invisible frames that I saw on Reddit, so that it appears that the bed is levitating without legs.
You showed us that. That's going to be neat.
Yeah, it's pretty simple to build. So I went and got a bunch of lumber today, but it's upstairs in the box, and I got a king size bed, but I swear to God, it's in a box that you would. I guess it's maybe 2 feet by 2 feet, and maybe 3.5 feet tall. Like I don't know how it's in there.
Apparently, as soon as you take those things out, it just starts to like grow.
Yeah. Kitty messaged me today and with a picture of it, she was like, "Do you want me to take it out and let it go ahead and start to breathe?" And I'm like, "Absolutely not.
I want to be there. I want to watch."
Yeah. I want to put it into place where it goes and then just like pull a string and run away as it like forms into my bedroom. That's my dream, of course. But yeah, I'm looking forward to having a king size bed. For some reason, it just never occurred to me to do it, to upgrade from a queen size that I've been on for many years, and it's just not enough room. There's more room.
It's pretty cool. I bought mine before we had Casper, so I hate to say I bought it somewhere else, but I have had internet beds before, and that's just totally the only way I'd do it now. The other way with the driving, even though I have a truck, like you'd have to fit it in there and shit, it sucks. This way they just put it right at your door, the money back guarantee with Casper. And like you said, you sort of put it in place, and then it like unfolds and grows in front of your eyes. It's pretty neat.
Yeah. God, I was about to steer us back to politics. I'm so ingrained into it right now. I know that people don't want so much political talk, and we won't go back there or anything tonight. But I'm really fired up for this season. Not because I'm like behind a candidate or anything like that. I just find it so entertaining. So entertaining.
For me, it's more slow torture, hand wringing. Like I am legitimately trying to figure out which candidate I like the most, and at this stage, I'm almost going to find some guy with like 0.1% of the vote that represents me well.
Kasich is still right there in the mix. He's on stage right now. Like I said, I've got the debate in a little silent bubble in my screen. He was speaking just a moment ago.
Kasich is not going to be one of the choices available to me.
He said he's going to stay into it until the state of Ohio, which is his home state, and he says if he loses Ohio, he's out.
Yeah, doesn't he know he's out now?
Yeah, he should. All right, so there are possibilities where he could get. So it could go well for him. I feel like. I feel like it could happen. I don't think Trump really tears him down nearly as much as he does Cruz and Rubio. In some sort of scenario where Trump exits,
he's not as relevant.
No, he's just not.
Yeah,
it's hard to see a path for victory.
Kasich. Most people don't know who he is.
There's a clearer path to victory for Sanders than there is for Kasich. But all right, no political fucking talk. It's so easy to get into because I love it so much. But
Me too.
We need to go somewhere else.
All right,
we got to.
I'm with you. Let's just change the topic. Did you see the teacher who had to resign because
bullshit?
You know this one, the teenager found her phone.
And no punishment so far yet for the student who did it. I guess he got some new photograph.
Catch me up on the story. I thought you were referring to
the pepper flakes.
All right. So let me see if I can scan through this and help you guys catch up. South Carolina news outlets are reporting a story about Union County high school student who grabbed his teacher's phone, found nude pictures of her, and shared them with his friends. So that's what happened. He found her phone, and he took a picture of her phone with nudes on it. Like, he didn't use it to I don't see the pictures. He took a picture of her phone and then said he'd send the nudes to anyone who asked. Let me see. I want to get the actual quote. He told the teacher, "Your day of reckoning is coming," right? So he's like threatening the teacher, letting him know that he has this on her. Can you imagine being in her position where this dickhead 16-year-old is going to ruin her career for kicks? So he told her her day of reckoning is coming.
What kind of general in Sauron's army is she dealing with when he's saying that her day of reckoning is upon her?
That's Molgoth.
And
Morgoth, yep.
The teacher's totally cool. She's like, he's 16. We all made stupid decisions at 16. Oh my gosh. She also said he knows right from wrong. Are you putting where are you putting the moral of the student? I think that's a good point. But I want to find the part where he said that he would send it to anyone who asked. Like, it wasn't like he got it and showed it to a friend and it just sort of slipped.
This guy's a real asshole.
Does he have Twitter? Can we get a hold of him?
Kyle, if he had a Twitter, we certainly wouldn't say it.
No. Yeah, we would never do such a thing.
We wouldn't give him the attention.
He told the whole class that he would send them to whoever wanted them. That's the line. So, what a douche. What a dick. At 16, I was an idiot at 16, but I was not so vindictive that I thought it'd be funny to get teachers fired.
I don't think he thinks he's thinking that far ahead. I think
your day of reckoning is coming.
Then maybe so. Yeah, good point. Day of reckoning. I like that.
I don't like
it. Sounds like a smart kid.
I think this kid's day of reckoning should come. He's a serious piece of shit.
No punishment for him thus far, from what I've read. Anyway,
her phone wasn't locked. And apparently that is the error in judgment that so they gave her, like, they're like, look, we can put you through this disciplinary process, and the end of it you'll probably be fired. So she resigned rather than like go through the process.
Jeez, that sucks. That really sucks for her. That guy's a piece of shit.
So a friend of mine was a teacher in Atlanta. This made kind of a national news story. But what happened was she went on vacation to the Guinness Brewery. And and while they were in there, they had like a tasting, and everybody is drinking a beer. And there was a photograph of her drinking Guinness beer at the Guinness factory on her Facebook. And the school district fired her. She sued the school district, got a big settlement, and got a better job in the long run. But she had to fight it for a couple years.
They fired her because she was drinking at a brewery?
Yes. There's a picture on her Facebook of her drinking a Guinness beer. Not in a party environment. Like, it's not like it's a club scene.
People that drink beer, especially women, that's low class activity, right?
Yeah, it was.
According to Woody's dad, that he would just see that and be like, "Well, yeah, what'd you expect?" In that haven of debauchery, thinks no one will find out.
Well, maybe. Well, maybe if she flagellates herself and punishes herself well enough, then it'll be okay.
There's some biblical
10 Hail Marys and only water for a month.
My father's having surgery tomorrow.
Oh, goodness, that's true.
Yeah, it's I'm
trying. Who's having surgery tomorrow?
My father. Wait, what did you say?
Your dad or your
my dad?
Father. Your dad.
My dad. Yeah.
Man, a lot of surgeries in your family. Of late.
Yeah.
Maybe just 2, but that's a lot.
You're usually missing my mother-in-law. So 3. Yeah, kind of bumpy around here lately, and
with Colin.
Yeah, Colin's the most recent one. Well, until tomorrow.
You must have been so afraid when that happened. I'm just imagining that drive to the hospital. I've been on some drives like that. Like, I was the kid in these scenarios, but there's one time when I I don't know, maybe 11, and I confused like children's Motrin, which an 11-year-old can pop 4 of or 5 of, with my father's Ultram like back medication that he was given after a ruptured disc
Like
surgery on his back. So extremely powerful painkillers that my dad, who's like 275 pounds or something, like couldn't like he's like, oh, I took half of one. They made me so dizzy and lightheaded. I can't stand that feeling. And like he wouldn't take them. He was like, I'll just deal with the pain. I take 4 of them as like an 11 or 12-year-old and wake up in the night virtually paralyzed from the waist down. My lower body was
you had
numb.
your zoot suit on.
My lower body was numb. I get up and vomiting, and you know, I worked it out myself pretty quickly. They were like, "What did you take? What have you eaten? What, you know, et cetera, et cetera." And I was like, "Oh, those painkillers." He's like, I took 4 children's Motrin," and they're like, "Well, let's get them. Let's look at them." And we get them, and they're like, "Those are children." So you know, not emergency trip, fast as you can go through every. I just remember every light was green, and like I'm over there praying, and just like can't film. And I remember we got to the hospital.
Were
and
you
they
still
didn't,
pretty much paralyzed at this point in the car?
I
Like
was
a Stephen
very
Hawking
wobbly.
head? Like
No,
laying on
it
the-
was lower. It was weird. It was my lower body, like waist down, was like it was like it was asleep, but not in a tingly way, like in a very numb, dead kind of way. And I was really stumbly and couldn't walk very well. But we get there, and they didn't pump my stomach. I don't even know what that entails exactly. I would imagine you need to be unconscious or something for that. But they gave me that activated charcoal mixed with chocolate milk, and that absorbs, you know, anything and everything, all the toxins, and then brings it back up. And I just remember we're sitting in this doctor's office, and I'm drinking this stuff in like this back room of the ER, and they had that fake wood panel wall, and I'm staring at it, fucked out of my head. Must have been so high. So high, if you can imagine a child for the first time taking extremely powerful painkillers. I don't even know what they are, but I saw the devil in the wood and like the artificial wood grain, and I was like, I see the devil. And my dad's like, he's saying he sees the devil. What should we do about that? and the doctor's like, where do you see the devil? And I'm like, on the wall. And then they realized that I wasn't saying that I believed the devil was present, that I was just like, that kind of looks like the devil. And then everybody
It
had
was
a
like
big
saying,
laugh.
I see a hippo in the wall. Yeah.
Yeah,
You were just
yeah.
describing the shape. They thought you were going into a darker place with it.
Exactly, yeah. But you know, I just remember how terrified my dad was, just hauling ass, getting into that ER as fast as he could, and just looking over and like, you know, all right, you're gonna be all right, buddy, you're gonna be all right, and just how worried he was, and I'd never seen him that scared, and I'm just imagining a similar scenario there. That's terrible.
It wasn't like that. So I was prepared to do that. Right? Like as we're leaving the neighborhood and stuff, I'm like, I am just gonna, you know, go as fast as I can and get him to the hospital because Colin's pale, he's sweaty, he's throwing up, and he wants to sleep. And these are all like I know that these are shock symptoms. I just don't know how serious shock is. Like, is that something that's kind of cool and not a big deal, or is it like, no, don't let him go into full shock because then the heart stops, or who knows what, right?
Yeah.
So
watch ER to know he should stay awake.
yeah, right. And then I mentioned that to my wife, and she's like, I think that's just with head injuries. I'm like, I'm not even sure. I don't know. So
Yeah, let's not risk it. Stay awake.
Yeah. I'm playing, and I told we talked about this on PKA in a little bit. I'm playing like happy music, like upbeat stuff, like Call Me Maybe, and but traffic was kind of bumpy. Like it was there was no 95 miles an hour because I'm on like Capitol Boulevard. It's stopped. I'm hitting all these red lights, and I'm like, you can't go anywhere unless you're driving on the sidewalk. And I'm like, that doesn't seem like the right call here. It seems like, one, I'm bumping the poor kid around too much, and two, like there's a real chance that I could take a, you know, problem on a scale of 1 to 10 that's a 7 and make it a 9 if I start off-roading, you know, on the sidewalk and things. So I'm stuck in traffic, and then we hit the highway, and I'm like, now I'm really gonna open it up. You know, I'll go 100 if I have to. My exit was like 1.5 miles from the house. So as soon as I get on the highway and start going, the GPS is telling me to watch for the exit. Like, well, okay. So that's what the drive there was like.
Yeah.
And then
well, I was really glad to hear that all went well and everything. And I think we're really blessed to have modern medical care and, you know, be able to make something like that as if it never happened again. Because there was
One
a time
might say
when
privileged.
Yesterday we went and saw the surgeon again. So most
comedy.
people haven't seen that update. Oh no, there is no update yet. Most people don't know. I went to the surgeon yesterday, and he took it apart and sort of looked at it, and they redressed it. and touched the toes and stuff. And he felt really good about Colin going to be okay. So
were you having any like maybe in the moment it didn't seem like irrational, but like when you were taking the boot off, was like your head just catastrophizing the whole situation? Like you were thinking like 3 or 4 toes were just gonna fall out of the boot, or like they've been totally severed? And that's not a joke. Like, because I know like when stuff like that goes down, even if you know it's serious, you instantly go to the furthest point of like, oh my God, they're not just like, they don't just have a broken arm. That probably punctured some big vein in their fucking, musculature, and now they're bleeding out and there's pools of it inside. Like, were you thinking anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, I've had a little first aid training. Maybe everybody has, but I was a lifeguard, so like every year we'd get like first aid again. And I was like, oh, how much blood loss? I took the boot off. So first, he said he hit his foot, and I hadn't seen it yet. Like right out of the gate, he's upset and he hit his foot, and I'm hoping that it's kind of a blunt trauma type thing. And I see the cut on the top of the shoe, and it's already bleeding through the boot, which was a pretty serious. Like you can picture a Caterpillar yellow construction boot. That's what Colin was wearing, and
that's what I wear.
Okay, so there was a cut on it, and there was blood coming through the boot, and I'm like, ooh, this is bad. And almost opposite of you, I had this hope that if the cut on the boot was like 4 inches, the sock would be 3 inches and the foot would be 2 or something like that. And then when I took the boot off and saw through, like the sock and the skin were kind of almost attached and it was open and bleeding. And that's when I started wondering about tendon damage. And yeah.
So did it almost like slice the sock into his flesh?
Yep.
Where it like almost presses it in there. Ooh.
Yeah, there were actually a lot of pieces of sock in the wound. It's a black sock, so it was really like what are these things? And
that's one of the things that happens with bullet wounds that causes them to go septic and people to actually die from bullet wounds is the pieces of clothing that are pushed into the body cavity by the bullet itself, because the bullet was a piece of hot lead flying through the air at 3,000 feet per second. There aren't too many germs on it, but if it pushes your shirt into your body, they don't find that piece.
Especially in 1862 with a big ball bearing.
You go septic, gangrene, all that stuff, and you're done for. No antibiotics.
With so the first person to treat Colin was an ER surgeon, and in hindsight, the gap in skill set between the ER surgeon and the orthopedic surgeon was really big. So the ER surgeon said there was no tendon damage, even though I brought it up to him and mentioned that he can't move his toes. He's like, it looks okay. And then as he was like stitching it, like he had cleaned it out, and as he was not stitching it, but like preparing to stitch it, he did like one last check, and he's like, oh, these toes aren't moving. It bothers me that when I lift his foot, like the other toes are all going, the 2 outside toes are going, and the middle ones are not. So then he called in the orthopedic surgeon. The orthopedic surgeon spent, well, first of all, instantly, these tendons aren't working. And, spent a lot more time cleaning it out. Like, after he cleaned it out, he discovered the black sock, and he's like, oh, that's what all these little black, I forget what he called them, but like little black fuzzies that you might get from a sock. He's like, that's what this came from. And it's like, we want to get this really clean because it's a sock. Like you mentioned, I guess any clothing is bad. But in my head, like I want to say socks and women's underwear is the worst things. Right?
Nothing's worse than women's underwear.
No, you don't want that to just fester in there.
That guy defended vaginas. Like there's no bigger feminist quality than someone who would defend vaginas with such vigor. I love that.
I would defend Hank Green with equal vigor. I'm a big fan.
Defended those vaginas to no end. I have an AMA question here. Was there more?
I don't know if people want to hear about Colin and the trip. But...
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, continue.
So the surgeon cleaned it up, and they had to push it to the next day because there wasn't a pediatric department at the closest hospital. And he moved what to us felt like heaven and earth. Like he called 10 different doctors and assembled a team. They came and operated on a Sunday, and it looks like it was successful. So that's the wrap up of Colin's foot.
Yeah, go check out Woody's video. They did. He kind of does a day in the life of the day of going and
of the surgery,
walking Colin through the surgery and getting the aftermath of it. It's very funny. I think everybody had a lot of fun with how high Colin was coming out of painkillers, and they made a lot of like funny memes and pictures. It was really good.
Yeah, we got Colin in the recovery room, and also a lot of people were impressed with how he spoke. Like most people haven't heard Colin speak in a long time, and he talks a little bit. It's in spite of the fact that he's high as a kite.
Yeah.
He's talking to us.
I noticed that I hadn't seen him talk in a video in years, and I don't know when the last time you posted one was, but I haven't seen one probably 4 years or so, and it's markedly better. Like, it's very much improved. So that's good for him. I'm happy to see that.
Yeah. His mother and I work really hard on that. His mother.
So he's
Jackie.
a tough question.
That woman.
His mother and I, we don't have much, but what we do have, we give to our children. He's saying that like some peasant.
Prescription saved.
My father would use language like that.
We don't have all the privilege you have.
My father, if he would have referred to
hard work.
the two of them, would say your mother and I. I don't know. Maybe it's a Jersey thing or just a Woodworth thing. Anyway, AMA question.
My question is, if Woody was to get seriously injured or die, possibly in a horrible tractor accident, would Kyle take on Woody's role as main PKA host, or would PKA cease to be, and if Kyle was to continue with the show, who would be the third host? I think, heaven forbid, if such a thing were to happen, we would need someone to take over tech, but I don't think that guy would necessarily be the other host or person to be part of a show. There would just be a guy who handled the tech somehow, however that would work out. There'd just be one guy who's
one of the main figures.
Like, you could potentially replace me with Chiz and Wings.
with two. Yeah, it would take two people to replace Wings. Is what I'm really Woody is what I'm getting at. You need one guy to take on the technical things that he does. Recording the show, doing and making sure the overlay is placed in place and that everything is right. And he's the one who takes the final look and the only look really at the finished product before it goes live. So yeah, you'd need a tech guy to handle all that, and then you need a Wings of Redemption or another person to fill in. I don't know who that person would be. I don't know how me, Taylor, and Wings would flow really. God, it would just be who would slow that retarded train down.
No, that would just be a cyclone of nonsense.
Yeah. Like you would, I would be like, oh yeah, tell me more, and you would be like, what if it was even crazier? And Wings would be like, oh, it gets even crazier. Yeah. Then she started licking it, and it would just keep going, and so you almost need a voice of reason somewhere to be like,
you need someone.
No, don't say that.
And make the turns. When we're talking about belly button fucking, and hour 3 is winding down. You need someone to come in and say, "Hey, did you hear about this? Let's fucking get you in this direction now." Hurt him, because you do need someone like that on the show.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know anybody who would fit.
I think
you would know more than me.
I would like to be more diverse with it. I think the next time around, I'd like to find maybe a black host or a gay host or maybe a black gay host.
I have a hood pass, and I'm like 300% gay. I feel like I'm coming really close here.
And that's why I want to replace you with a gay black guy. It's the only way. It's the only way to make it happen. A gay black like hockey star or something. I don't know.
Ooh.
A gay black swimmer.
So many to choose from.
The rarest of unicorns. The gay black swimmer. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know who it would be, but we would definitely go on because I really enjoy this. We'd probably bring Chiz would probably be the tech guy, if I'm being honest, and I feel like he would be like in kind of like a Ed McMahon role, kind of. I think I would like that anyway if that was the format of our show. If
he'd be like that fat guy on Conan who kind of chimes in every so often.
See, better though. So here's the difference between what Andy Richter does for Conan and what Ed McMahon did back in the day for Johnny Carson. Johnny would not let Ed McMahon shine. He didn't get any funny jokes. He just kind of pumped up Johnny. But with the Conan thing, that guy's actually funny. He's really funny, and Conan lets him go as far as he wants to go. They've tried to get rid of him on multiple occasions, and Conan always stood by him. I think he's very funny. He's really talented. But
yeah, he is. But that's what we would want.
Yeah,
someone like that.
Another option. I watch the Joe Rogan podcast sometimes, and I watched one recently where Brian Callahan said that, I forget who it was, but X-Fighter was on penicillin at the time for staph infection or antibiotics, and I didn't know this, but everyone says antibiotics completely drain your energy. I don't think I've ever trained on antibiotics or something, but
I didn't know that.
But in the MMA world right now, like Luke Rockhold was on antibiotics, he had this issue, and then other people haven't. It's just like everyone agrees that antibiotics completely sap your energy. Okay, so Brian Callahan says this guy was on antibiotics during that fight, and they're like, "Oh, James, would you look that up?" And then within like 20 seconds or so, they confirm the accuracy of a statement. And I feel like that would be a neat little addition to the show. If we had a guy where it was like, can you find a picture of this? Can you find a video of that? I'd do some of that, but it also takes me out of the show.
That's a rabbit hole that's risky to include on the show, though, because before you know it, like, it's going to come up every 2 seconds where, like, I'm telling a story like, oh yeah, my uncle, he went to fucking Africa on a safari and he saw lions and tigers and bears, and someone will be, oh, there aren't tigers in Africa, is there? Does anybody know if there's tigers? Someone check that. No, it turns out no tigers. There is a small puma. There's some pumas in Africa. Do you know about that though? Oh wow, I don't know what a puma is. I thought it was just a brand of shoes, and then just some stupid thing that we go off into the weeds because we have the internet. But yeah, that would be nice to have someone like that. But can you imagine how much it would solidify everybody as hating Chiz if just 1 week we come back and we're like, hey, Woody has passed away, unfortunately. We got Chiz here, though.
No, that's not what I'm suggesting. And really, what I feel like Chiz could add to what we do every week I feel like, so when I look at the Stern Show and how that goes down, there's a lot of people. I think Chiz should be in like a Gary Delabate role, where he's not on camera, he's not on mic, his mic's turned off, it's muted. But if there's a fact-checking thing that comes up, or if Chiz himself is referenced, if we have a thing, where you're like, you brought up Chiz earlier and talked
what was
about
I
him
saying about him?
Something.
That he believes in conspiracy. Then all
of a sudden you turn that microphone on, you have a little conspiracy talk with Chiz, and he turns it back off, and he continues to research Reddit and the internet for little topics that he can shift over to us, like he's doing right now anyway.
That would be pretty awesome.
Do we want a conspiratard to be our designated researcher?
Isn't it better that way?
Yeah, that's PKA perfect.
More fitting.
I found something on 911truthforreal.net. Yeah. Oh, the truth about W. Bush.biz. Let's check this out.
But I like that aspect, and I like the aspect. The two of the things that I like about that show that they do, and mini shows, I suppose, is that the guest is kind of does his thing, you get what you're going to get out of him, and then he's out, because sometimes it's hard to include the guest for 4 hours, to do a full show with the guest, especially if their thing is really, I don't know, specific, or if we don't know them very well, which I think we've all done a better job over the last month or 2 months of like getting to know our guest after we had that old guy that frankly I just didn't know who he was, and all that stuff.
I did a little research in advance. I had some questions about his trip to Alaska.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did. I did none for that guy. That one was a surprise for me. But in any case, yeah, I kind of like that. I like a guy in the background who's not part of the conversation, and then like maybe three times throughout the course of a show, he'd chime in with something really relevant and really pick his moment to put something in there. I think he could shine in that regard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would your first go-to be Wings to bring in?
Yeah. I think it would have to be. I think it would just have to be. I feel like if Woody did in fact pass away or have his larynx removed or whatever the case maybe that requires him to leave the show, the fans would be screaming for Wings. It wouldn't. That's what they would want. They would want someone familiar, not just somebody out of left field or.
But
go getting some.
Just to be contrarian, because I think Wings would be a good pick too. There's probably other people that they would like. Heck, I think they might have screamed for Wings when we picked Taylor, and just to replace Lefty. And now that we're, I don't even know, 100 episodes in with Taylor, they really agree with our choice.
I would probably run it past people like Richard Ryan, who I'm pretty close with, and then he knows he's got such a huge network of people that he knows that he if he wasn't interested, he's really tight with everybody from Jenna Marbles to Philip DeFranco and all those people. Really, he knows them personally, so like he would be a good person to be like, hey, we have a position open, it pays this much, here's what it would require, and maybe he could help find someone from that pool of persons. But to answer your question,
sometimes the best person, and Wings qualifies for this, but the best person would be someone who's not crazy successful right now, right? Because let's say hypothetically Jenna Marbles wanted to do it, great, except that every other show she's traveling to Ireland or Zimbabwe or something greeting fans, so she's gonna miss a lot. If you grab someone like Stone Mountain 64 or who's the guy who was athletic and a big fan of the show? Everybody loves him. I think he advertised with us.
The one who lost all the weight, right? Oh no,
no, you're thinking of Jay 2 Cents. No, this guy.
Rock On.
Yes, yeah, Rock On M1M.
1M1.
1M1. Like someone like him might value the show more than like Philly D is excellent. I love Philly D. I think he's great on the show, but he's got so much cooking that it might be his lowest priority.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I guess we'd have to go with Wings. Just like the Sunny Crew, I don't know if we have the deepest bench. You know?
I think we do. We could make something happen.
I think I might get murdered at the end of this. They're going to be like, really? We get Philly D?
Yeah.
Fuck Woody. Let's go.
Yeah, but Chiz comes along with that, so.
Poor Chiz.
Catch-22. Yeah.
I like Chiz, but the fans are just real.
Yeah, and I think he does well on the show.
He's polarizing. That's the thing about Chiz. Chiz is polarizing. It's not that because you always see these threads. Oh, make this guy a permanent member of the show. Make this guy a permanent part of the show. And I feel like Chiz has contributed more and been funnier more often than many people. I don't know. It's just my opinion, though.
Renaissance man.
I watched the first 20 minutes of a movie called Zombeavers today on Netflix.
Oh, I've seen it.
Bill Burr's in the beginning, and I got a chuckle out of that. And that's what hooked me and got me to watch 15 minutes. And then the titties started coming out, and I got stuck a little longer. And when I turned it off, I looked at my girlfriend. I was like, I expected there to be more actual beavers in that than there were. Like, we're 20 minutes in, and all I've seen is titties and Bill Burr jokes. And
wait, when you say actual beavers, what kind of beaver, like what variety of beaver are we talking about?
Mutated furry creatures with big teeth that come out of the water.
The rodent beaver. Okay.
Not a vagina.
Are they rodents? I guess so, right?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think we're on the same page.
I think that's
maybe
a
a vermin.
Their teeth
yeah,
keep
because vaginas are definitely not rodents.
No, they're part of humans.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting.
Actually, they're part of lots of animals. Part of rodents, even. We've come full circle.
Fuck. Now, we got to disambiguate it once again.
Yeah. But I'm not going to ruin the movie for you because you've already seen the best part, which is the Bill Burr intro. That hooked me into, and then I just kind of sat there for the next hour and a half waiting for him to come back on screen, and he doesn't. No. So I would say cut your losses and treat it more like a funny YouTube video that you found.
That chick has amazing breasts. They're just like I don't know, they're like medium sized, like a bee or something, but they're like perfectly symmetrical, and they're just like they're
like a golden ratio.
Yeah, they're very nice. And she just decides that it's topless time, and it goes on for like 10 minutes of topless time. She's just like, yeah, I'm just not gonna wear a top. It's just us girls. And I'm like, yeah.
It's like they got to the end of the movie and they were like, shit, this thing is an hour and 8 minutes long. We have to have something else to beef this up. Nobody watches an hour and 8 long movie and thinks it's real. And they're like, all right, we got like 12 more minutes of that girl topless. Just put it in there. We need to look real. It needs to be 90 minutes for a real movie.
I appreciated that. It got me to watch that terrible movie for like 15 minutes. And they keep having scenarios where like redneck men get kind of semi-rapey with them. That happened twice in the first 15 minutes where there was like there was some like redneck guy who like was like, yeah, looking good over there, or said something like that in kind of a threatening manner.
Yeah, he's just standing on the other side of this little lake, and the girls they're kind of stripping, taking off their tops, jumping in.
Women do.
This dirty lake. And then on the other side, as they're like frolicking and splashing this green amoeba-filled water onto each other, he's just kind of like, how you girls doing in there? You enjoying yourself in the pool? You liking the water? And he just pretty much talks to him about how, if they need to avoid bears. Isn't that what he said?
Well, there was a bear there.
Them beavers.
He saved him from a bear when he got there. But it's a shit tier movie. It's not worth the watch. But I did like the titties, and I like the Bill Burr cameo.
The Bill Burr cameo is very good.
And it happens in the first 5 minutes.
New topic?
That's all you should watch for that movie. Watch the first 8 minutes and turn it off.
How many girls have you said, I love you, to in your lives?
Are we including family members?
I'll say no. I think this is romantic is implied.
I don't know.
I'm not cheap with the I love yous. I think most of the Woodycraft staff has heard me tell them that I love them.
I think it's 2.
2
ever.
Yeah.
Maybe in like a stupor one time, I let another one slip.
Do text messages count, or you got to say it?
Text messages do count.
I was gonna say no, so
I was gonna say
sure.
they do, because if you don't say it to him in person, who's texting "I love you"? Like, I don't know. I've never done that.
Apparently, Kyle.
Apparently, Kyle. Kyle's just you know.
No, I bet
Wide
I've said
net
it to
is
like
casting.
6 women or something. Like I bet I've said it in grade school through high school. Yeah, I'm not nearly as cheap with the I love yous as maybe people are, and fuck, I know for a fact I tell it to like guy staff members and shit. Like I'm
not frivolous with those. I've only got like 4 total, maybe. So I think I've said it twice and meant it both times, and no more. No
You mean
less.
you've said it ever twice?
No, I've said it to 2 people twice.
Okay, the way you phrased it made me think. I'm like, Jesus, he is very frugal with these
Yeah.
I love you. You get 1 per relationship with Kyle. So you better make it count. Whip out your fucking phone and record it. Send it to your ringtone. 'Cause you're not
transcribe
getting any more
this
affection from me. Yeah.
So yeah, I think twice.
I
would
like a
think
world in which they're
2 or
handed
3.
out a little more liberally.
Fuck that.
I don't know. Because then you feel more, if you're the first one to say it, then you feel more vulnerable. You know? Because then you kind of put yourself out there a little bit. You have more to lose.
I don't lose a goddamn thing when I say it. You know, just someone will come to me with a brilliant idea and be like, I love you, man. Like, that's great. You know, it's just
Well, you also don't want to dilute it, you know?
Well,
you want it to mean something.
does it have to be that like cheap with it? You know, like I think that when people hear it, they're like, it's a reward. You know, it's not like I say it every day, but I don't know. It doesn't. If you put too much value on it, then you can't hand them out. They can't be.
I mean, well, there's a difference between like romantic relationships and like I tell my dad every time I like see my dad when we depart. I said, love you, Dad. See you next time. He's like, drive safe, son. Love you too. You know, we say that every time. You know, we leave each other's presents or whatever. And we always have. I always noticed that my cousin didn't tell his dad he loved him, and I always thought like, what if your dad dies, dude? You better let him know. And I've always thought that even when I was a little kid. I was like, just fucking tell Daddy you love him. He might not come home. How are you gonna feel if you don't tell Daddy you love him and he doesn't come home? And after a fight or something, you know, if you yell at him, like I'd be like, all right, but let's go make up now. Make sure he knows I love him. What if he doesn't come home? You know, and I think that about lots of things. You know, I don't like leaving things poorly with anyone. I like to go and make up and make sure they know that I appreciate them and how I feel about them. Because you know, what if they don't make it?
Yeah. I thought about that a lot more as a kid, I think. The whole, like, oh no, what if my mom dies in the next 2 hours? I didn't say I love you before soccer practice. Like,
Is that a Garth Brooks song? If tomorrow never comes,
it may be.
would she know how much I loved her? Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
I have a thought.
That's about his daughter.
If you're listening to this on iTunes and you agree with me in that I love you shouldn't be so limited and strict, rate us 5 stars and say I love PKA. If you're listening to this on iTunes and you think that love you should be a little more restricted, tight, and mean more, rate us 5 stars and say I think of PKA as a friend.
It'll be huge.
I actually would like. I don't know. We used to be like,
love.
like when we first went on iTunes and such. Like we got ratings all the time. I'm like, I should just ask for ratings. I bet it would make a big difference.
No one says they love more than me.
Yeah. So you can either think of PKA as a friend, or you can love us. Leave a comment. Give us a rating. I would love you for it.
Yeah.
The debate just ended.
Who won?
I'll let you know whenever they start talking about that or it's printed.
I wish it was more like sports, where at the end of it there was a score posted and everybody knew. I'll say this time they ambushed. No, I'll say this: they ambushed Bush last time, and a lot of people. I'm sorry, Trump, and a lot of people felt like Trump didn't do well. He's still, people don't abandon him for one bad debate. But there's no ambush this time. I think Trump knew exactly that both of these guys were coming at him, and I imagine he was more prepared.
The headline currently, Trump challenged on inconsistencies at Fox News debate.
Challenge.
Trump Classic and Trump Zero. I've always wondered. So okay, politics talk, but not necessarily this race. It is nice when a politician is consistent over like a 30-year career, because you pretty much know what to expect if you vote that guy in. Bernie Sanders is totally consistent. You know, he has always had these kind of socialist views. I don't want to say it like it's an insult, but he's a democratic socialist. So he has had these socialist views, and he's felt that way since the very beginning. He's also very strong on human rights, and I like that about him. Unwavering, you get what you get. If there's a politician that like changes with the wind, you know, Hillary Clinton, for example, she's pro-Iraq war, then she's, you know, well, I shouldn't have been pro-Iraq war. She's pro this, she's anti that. She flips all over as to whatever's more popular at the time. When you vote for her, you don't know what you're going to get. It could be anything.
How long has Sanders supported gay marriage?
A long time, like over 20 years. So a very, very long time. Hillary, that's a really good, there's an example. She was anti-gay marriage in the 90s, and she's pro-gay marriage now.
In like 2007 or something, there are clips of her espousing traditional marriage as the way she thinks the country should be. Like,
little late,
so it's not
right?
even the 90s.
Yeah. So on the other hand, I know my positions have changed a little bit. You know, it seems like politicians are allowed to evolve and grow and change their thoughts.
Let me throw this idea out there. I feel like the fact that Bernie Sanders was that liberal way back then, I don't know if that is a positive. Like I read an article today, Bernie Sanders was supporting transgendered rights before it was even a thing. Well, think about what that means. He was just up there like, and if anybody wants to do this, that's okay too. He just seems so. I love seeing him. I see those pictures. I saw one today of him like handcuffed to like chained to protesters. They were chaining themselves and doing like a sit-in or something and fighting for civil rights. And I love that. Man, I don't know why Black America doesn't see it and latch onto it and love it and lap it up. I don't get it. But if I were a black voter, that's what I would look at and say, look at a guy who's been fighting for my people for as long as he's been a man. And but I also think that like, wow, he was radical 40 years ago. Like 40 years ago, he's talking about stuff that's a little radical today, and he was into it way back when. He's so out there with some of that stuff.
If you're being honest, looking at his achievements as a politician throughout his entire career, it doesn't seem like there's that much.
2 bills that he wrote went into law, I believe. Who knows if that's that's a political fact that came off Reddit. But it just seemed like he was so radical for so long that he would stand his ground and just be his own man, and everything else just kept moving along.
Yeah, it seems like he stood his ground to the point of being ineffectual, where it was like, hey, will you work with us on this? Nope.
Yeah,
nope,
he's an island in a river.
Here. All right. Well, then we can't work with you if you don't help cede something to us. And it's like, nope, no, this is the way we do it here. This is the way I do it here. I don't know. It just seems like for how old he is, he's going to be the fucking oldest president in history. Like, if you go back and look at similarly aged presidents who got elected at that time in their life, like, they seemed like they had done shit politically, like, achieved stuff.
Reagan,
like, you don't...
So, they said Reagan would frequently take naps during security meetings and stuff. The guy was in his early 70s, you know. He was tuckered out after, the first 5 or 6 hours of an intense presidential day.
I think he was president from, like, 70-year-old to 78, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's an old guy. You want somebody with high energy. That's all I'm saying.
You do.
That's all I'm saying.
That's not even a joke. You want high energy.
Yeah.
You want Trump.
69 to 77. But
okay.
77 and 349 days, so
pretty fucking okay.
Yeah, and 69
so 70 to 78. Bernie would be 74 or 75 to 82 or 83 to dead. Let's be realistic. Putting that much stress on a 74-year-old doesn't, a little bit of calisthenics every morning isn't undoing that.
They're all old. Trump looks healthier.
Rubio actually is.
Okay, you're right. Yeah, Cruz is younger too. But I meant between Hillary Sanders and Trump. We're back on
I think of it as
again.
like the way I think of it as dogs. Like dogs age. A 7-year-old dog and a 6-year-old dog. You don't expect either one of them to just drop dead. A 13 and a 14-year-old dog, once you get to fucking 13, that's already old as shit. So that difference up to 14 for a dog, that's a way bigger year for that fucking dog than 6 to 7. Similarly, a woman at 69 has a lot more life in her than the average man at 74. Just by the numbers, by how long people live, by the genders, he does not have a lot of gas left in the tank. And I don't know.
Is Melissa still playing?
That's the biggest argument against him, as far as I can tell, is just his age. It's like, you're too fucking old, dude.
Can I ask a Melissa question? What is the?
You're going to interrupt my Melissa question with your own?
I'm really excited about mine. What is the poster she's working on? Like, is there a thought process behind that? Is that going to be merch? Like, what? It looks really cool.
The thought process behind it is she's not working on it right now. She's sleeping right now, but she's been working on it a lot, and she wants to get it all finished, like super, super detailed, all colored in and everything, and then find some like poster store where we could sell high quality prints of it online. Because trying to put that onto like a t-shirt, it would be too much detail, and it would almost, I feel like it would bleed together and not look very good. But something like a print poster board, I think that would look really good. So that's the plan for now. But she's really excited with how it's turning out too. She was expressing some frustration with a couple people who left comments being like, Woody's arm is huge. Like, Woody's arm is, and she's like, I think I kind of fucked it up. And I went over there, and it was just the most flattering way.
I'm a big fan.
Where Woody's just like,
I like to think that's how some people think of me. When someone wants to know what I look like when they ask for ID, I'm bringing the poster around. Like, here, don't look at my driver's license. Check this shit out.
Yeah, trust me, I'm the one in the middle. You know?
Yeah, no, you're right. It's flattering. It's not bad. It looks like a really good-looking human, a better-looking one than me, and I'm fine with that.
Her explanation to me was like, all right, this is after the three of you have been kind of on the zombie run for like 18 months, so you're all in very good shape.
Yeah, I've lost a little body fat, gained a little muscle, and we're good.
And then did you notice Chiz's decapitated zombie head in the forefront on the bottom left?
I didn't.
Yeah, she asked what to include, and I was like, we'll draw Henrietta the chicken. It's got a dangling zombie head. Draw Chiz dead there in his dumb hat. It's looking really cool. Yeah, it's on her Instagram.
What's her Instagram for people who want to see it?
If you go to, I think it's Joji Blues, JOHJIE _ blues, BLUES, or just go to my Twitter and you'll see her being followed by me, Joji Blues, and you can go from there. But yeah, it looks really cool. I'm excited about it.
Kyle.
I was going to ask if she's still playing Fallout.
No. She is. She totally got, over like a 3-day period, she went from still a little excited because of the release and the hype to just like, fuck this game. I'm so tired of not having any real dialogue choices. I feel like all these missions are the same, and then she just hasn't been playing.
Yeah, I've been done with it for a while. I am excited about the DLC. I bought the season pass because when you do the math, it's like $30 versus like $60 or something. It's much, much cheaper to get the season pass, and I was going to get it all anyway. But there's 3 pieces of DLC, one for March, one April, and then one May. I think May is when you get the actual like expansion where you go, it'll open up a new place to go and a whole new storyline with its own unique loot, et cetera, and stories and stuff. But then there's one, there's one that damn it, I wish I had it in front of me. There's 3 pieces of DLC that all make the game better. I can't think of what the other 2 are, but I'm excited about that. So that'll get me back.
I think we got the pass, so maybe she'll try those.
Good.
They come out. I've been playing. I got Far Cry Primal like 4 or 5 days ago, and I've been playing it so much. That game is. I don't know if you guys ever played Far Cry before. This is the first time I've played a Far Cry game. It's a barrel of fun. I'm loving it. Like, you guys gonna try either or try this one?
No, I won't. I'm mostly on the Fallout thing, and I'm excited because I think there's a new Civilization game coming next year. I think that's that's actually made by the same people that made Civ 5. It'll be Civ 6, so I'm kind of excited about that. That'll come out next year, I think. But right now it's just Fallout, and I don't know what's coming out at the end of the year. There's no big games that have me intrigued or interested at all, to be honest.
You should try it if you like. Oh. The only negative part of the Far Cry Primal one so far is like as far as upgrading, because it's supposed to be like prehistoric. Like, you upgrade from a really bullshit like club to a really pretty good, nice looking club, I guess. Like, if you were prehistoric times, you'd look at that club and be like, that's a pretty fucking dope club. That's a nice club. But that's it. Like, you just get up to a really nice club, and then you get to a really nice spear with spears, and then, like, a really nice bow and arrow. But it's, like, prehistoric times, so you never really upgrade to anything serious to do damage, other than, like, some bullshit like fire bombs and clay pots, and then you can command animals to do your bidding, which is cool. Like, riding around a bear, or just sicking bears or saber-tooths on people. That's really fun. Yeah, I like these kind of open world games where it's like Skyrim, but way easier to find all the stupid resources that you need. Like, you never have to go spend 20 minutes desperately hoping for iron ore where there was iron ore before, but now there ain't iron ore no more. This one, you just walk around everywhere, and every resource is easy to find, which is nice for the most part. I don't know. You guys haven't played, so this is boring. Sorry.
No, that sounds pretty interesting. I might have to look into that. Hey, just want everyone to know that this episode is being brought to you in part by LootCrate. LootCrate is a monthly subscription box service for epic geek and gamer items and pop culture gear. For less than $20 a month, you get 4 to 8 items that include licensed gear, apparel, collectibles, unique one-of-a-kind items, and more. Make sure to head to lootcrate.com/painkiller and enter code painkiller to save $3 off your new subscription. Loot Crate is more than just a subscription service, however. It's an entire community of fans that share their experience and interact with each other around the unboxing of each month's crate. And they guarantee $40 or more in value in every single crate. Sometimes it's a lot more. Every month there is a different theme, and all items are curated around that theme. Previous crates have included items from franchises like Star Wars, Marvel, and The Walking Dead, the Legend of Zelda series, and many more. The theme of this month's box is Versus, celebrating many of the greatest rivalries in pop culture, including Dark Knight versus Man of Steel, Alien versus Predator, Spock versus Mirror Universe Spock, Daredevil versus Punisher, Harley Quinn versus everyone. Our exclusive items include something you can display, something you can wear, and something you can use. And don't forget your tea and loot pen. Remember, you have only until the 19th of the month at 9 p.m. Pacific time to subscribe and receive that month's crate. And when the cutoff happens, that's it. It's over. So go to lootcrate.com/painkiller and enter offer code painkiller to save $3 on your new subscription today.
That I like Loot Crate's business model. If you had talked to me like 2 years ago or something, I'd be like, I don't know. But what's changed my mind is Hope. She is constantly wanting to sign up for like different subscription services. She found one that was for people with red hair. And she's like, it's like beauty products and stuff. Do
you know what it's called? Because they usually have trendy names.
No.
It's a shame.
But it's like you get a present every month. Every month there's a Christmas, and like things come up and it fits your hobby. Like if you're into games and comics and stuff like that, every month you get a new Loot Crate, and you're like, cool. This will be perfect on my desk at work or my shelf at home or whatever. And I toss around this idea constantly. I've looked into like billing systems and how I'd get going for a. It wouldn't compete with Loot Crate at all. It'd be a totally different market. But it would be a similar business model. I'm like, I bet I could launch this and people would like it, and I'd have happy customers. And
I think of a lot of us. I think Kitty and Chiz were discussing a particular thing the other day. They were looking at like domain names and stuff for, again, wouldn't complete with Loot Crate. It's a completely different genre of products, but yeah, it's a really intriguing business model, and people seem to be enjoying it. It's catching fire, and there's so many. It's just such a great business. You're rewarded every month with all this cool stuff, and I guess it's similar to when you get those magic cards and you open them up to see what you got, if you won. It's a little bit like the lottery. So
yeah, it's a cool thing. I know for Christmas, Hope's list was dominated with Loot Crate like things. So it's neat. Yeah, if you want geek gaming and gear subscriptions, Loot Crate is the dominant one in the market, I guess, because they're the best.
How much farther are you going to go with the beard, Taylor?
I trimmed it up recently with some scissors, and I also every 2 weeks trim this area here, because otherwise it just gets into that like I find myself chewing a lot, and a lot of my chewing is of my own mustache hair.
Tasting your soup, tasting your soup 2 hours later.
Yeah.
Everybody likes their own recipe.
Only like twice. Oh,
I don't like that.
No. In some, like only twice though has Melissa like ever turned to me and just been like, "You have food in your beard," and only once has it been in public. And even then, she should have just let me deal with it. So it would have humiliated me into like chopping this thing off. But no, I like it. I like having facial hair. I have a very round face, and so I look much younger when I don't have it. And it's fun to have facial hair. You look older.
That looking older benefit, that doesn't go away, but it does stop being a benefit.
I believe you. Yeah, when it's starting to look more silver than dark brown or black, I'll start to agree with you, definitely. Yeah, I don't know. I like it. I think I'm going to let it keep going. The only thing, like, I have to take scissors and, like, trim up this area, which now that I'm feeling right here, I did a bad job. I need to redo that. But it gets so poofy if I just let it get out that it just has this big melon head. Just a big, people are staring in the streets when I have long hair and the beard's out of control because it's just a gross big head. But yeah, I think it looks okay right now.
I have a topic I wanted. I am excited about the Conor McGregor Nate Diaz fight. I talked about it a little bit last week. If you're watching this on Saturday, the fight is tonight. For me, it's Thursday, so it's a few days from now. And Conor and Nate, oh my God, they know how to hype a fight. The thing about Nate Diaz is he's a legit, like, street badass, right? Like, he's from 209, Stockton, etc. And, like, he sees other fighters that he has beef with at events and stuff and tries to start fights. It'll be like casino tables and stuff. And he's like, oh, fucking Khabib Nurmagomedov is here. Let's go. And this Russian guy is like, what? That's for TV. Like, come here, Khabib. And I'm sure
Khabib.
He's with the crap table. He's got that big rake. Come and get your ass over here.
Yeah. I'm sure I ruined his name.
Oh, it's only for TV.
Yeah, that's like a real thing that happened. And Diaz rolls like his whole crew. Like he trains with 4 or 5 other people, and like his brother. So I don't know if Nate is the guy who's fighting. His brother's name is Nick, and his brother's like right there next to him. Like, oh, we getting down? Let's get to throw down. Come on, motherfucker. Come on.
I thought it was for publicity until he said he would push my shit in.
They always roll like 5 deep. Like Jake Shields is there, Nate Diaz is there, of course. Nick Diaz is there. I messed those 2 up just now. And there's like a bunch of like UFC level fighters like with them. And everyone else is like, wait, what the fuck? I'm getting jumped by a gang? A UFC
They're like
gang?
Power Rangers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
these guys seem like real scumbags if they're just going around with a group of professional fighters and just challenging people. What a bunch of cunts. Just showing up places. Poor Igor just trying to enjoy a little bit of the good American life before he has to go wrestle in the USSK wrestling league over there in Russia.
It's all real too. Like they get
Igor
mad.
just look for one day to enjoy himself in new country.
Other fighters are hyping fights, and they're like, those are fucking wolf tickets, man. Wolf tickets. I didn't know what wolf tickets were. Apparently, wolf tickets is when you're buying into fake hype. He does not sell wolf tickets. He is just fucking, like, he really wants to beat this guy. Conor McGregor talks trash, right? He's like, oh yeah, he's making Cholo gang symbols with one hand, but he teaches kids Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu on the weekend, so he's making balloon animals with the other hand. And Nate Diaz is like, what the fuck is that, man? What the fuck does he mean by that? I felt like that was a prepared statement. That got me mad. And the way he gets mad and stuff, his poses aren't tough to me, but they're genuine, and he's tough, therefore they're tough. But he's always like covering his
Wait, Conor McGregor does that?
No, this is Nate Diaz. Like when he makes these mad poses, he covers his goes like that. And he, like instead of having his hands up, like, all right, let's like Chael Sonnen, right? He was in a feud with Wanderlei Silva, and it was real. And Chael Sonnen is there in like
Is that Bigfoot Silva?
No, it's a different guy. They call him the Axe Murderer. Anyway, Chael is in like flip-flops, jeans, and like a sleeveless shirt of some sort. And Wanderley, but on the other hand, is tired of Chael talking trash, right? So he shows up in board shorts with a mouth guard. Like he carries a mouth guard around with him, and he's also got like a sleeveless shirt on, and he's talking shit to Chael, like, you know, I'm gonna fucking punch you in the face. Come on, man, you and me. And Chael is like, you can't get this close to me. You know, like, look, you can pretend you're tough and everything, but you can't do it from 1 foot away. I can't let you get that close to me. And he kept like closing the distance. And I don't know if Chael took a step backwards or whatever, but he's like, hey man, you can't get that close to me. And then he did. So Chael he double legged him, put the guy on his back. It was greatest thing ever. And he's like, what am I supposed to do? The guy showed up in board shorts and a mouth guard in ways, and he's
trying to take him down.
And he's threatening to beat me up. Like, it's go time. Nate Diaz.
Chael was probably like, he's lucky I didn't just shoot him. Stand my ground.
Chael's from a bad area too. It's called West Lynn, Oregon. There were years where his father made less than $100,000. So that's like his big thing. Dude,
rough place.
You don't understand. Rough place. People drop bubblegum wrappers. Jaywalking was rampant. You know?
They don't even care.
Yeah.
Like right in a cop's face, gun wrapper.
I know.
Yeah. It was rough.
You.
It was dark.
But
made it out of that hood.
Apparently Stockton, I don't even know like California towns or anything, but it's rated as one of the worst places to live in America. How does Detroit not own places 1 through 50? But so Nate legit is like trying to fight at different press conferences and stuff, and Conor just kills everybody. But Nate is so much bigger. He's taller, he's bigger, he's stronger. I believe Conor's more skilled, especially since they both seem to prefer striking. And Conor is amazing at it. He was a pro boxer, and he's got these crazy question mark kicks.
So, amateur fight analyst.
Go on.
Here. Isn't he slower? Conor seems so fast and so able to like get inside and do his damage and then get out before it's too late. Isn't Nate too slow, especially since he didn't have a training camp?
We're going to find out. To me, like, I should know better than to bet against Conor. He always seems to win. But Nate's so much longer. Like, the way Conor's got the kiss of death in that left hand, right? That's what,
Conor could kick him. Conor could take him to the ground. Is Conor better on the ground?
No.
No.
Nate is pretty good on the ground. He doesn't seem to go there in his recent fights, but Nate is jiu-jitsu black belt, and Conor is one of those.
I really want to see Conor beat the shit out of that guy.
You might.
Just hearing the story
you might
told of them being dickheads patrolling around random people in a big group of fighters. What a dick. What a dick.
It's true. Those are real dick moves, but the MMA world loves them. Let's
make our predictions. I say Conor kicks him in the fucking head and knocks him out. Or he kicks him in the body, stuns him, and then hammers him into the ground. I say a kick is what does it.
I'm going to say that Diaz knocks him out in the first round. Or, no, he submits him in the first round. And I'm going to say that because nothing that I want to happen in sports ever happens.
I'm going to say Nate Diaz wins 3 out of 5 rounds in a decision victory.
The realistic
fight.
prediction.
Jesus,
yeah.
That makes me not want to buy that pay-per-view now. Like even hearing that as a possibility.
I think Conor's going to have a real hard time hitting a guy that big. You know, like the way Nate Diaz is like, you beat up 3 midgets and now you think you're something. Because Conor, he has a frame that allows him to cut so much weight, and he looks like sickly on weigh-in day. But then overnight, he looks like a badass. But he cuts more than everybody else. So, like Mendez, remember that guy we saw? He beat him in Chicago?
Yeah.
He could walk up to Mendez and just about put his chin on top of the guy's head. Nate can just about do that to Conor. I mean, it's not like straight up, but, you know, he'd lift his chin, and I bet he could do that.
Well, I look forward to seeing this. What are the undercard fights? And let me ask you this about this one specifically. I keep hearing about a Bisping fight with Silva. Is that the same night?
No, that happened. That was
what was before. What happened?
Bisping won 3 rounds, so he won 3 out of 5 for a decision win.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just reading what I read on the subreddits. I hear a lot of people say that Bisping would have had a much greater career if it weren't for people who use PEDs. Is that something you buy into?
100%. So performance enhancing drugs, steroids typically, and if you look at Bisping's career, like all of his big losses are to people who didn't just do roids, but like got bust. They're like the super roids.
It was what made them what they were.
They were known for being roid users.
Chael Sonnen, now that he's retired, is like, I was on all of it. I am an expert in performance enhancing drugs, and I love them. They're responsible for my career. And
That
Dan
fight
Henderson,
him-
holy shit, the guy's like 47, and he's just perfect specimen, etc. Maybe he's 44, something. He's really old. Chael, Dan Henderson, of course Silva, who he always wanted to fight all this time. Once the USADA testing comes up, Silva's getting popped for being a steroid, a bit fucking pedhead.
Is that Anderson Silva?
Mm-hmm. And so it's like, what would his career would have been like?
What do you have? 16 title defenses with Silva? Like,
I'm sure I'd get it wrong, but it's a lot. It's like a record, I think. And
yeah, I think so. I think it's 16
yeah,
or 16 consecutive wins. That's probably
maybe that for a number that high, because he had a bunch of fights at 205 that wouldn't be title defenses. But
Makes
yeah,
sense.
that guy, he was on roids, and people are like, no, he was just on roids for the one fight he was caught. Horseshit. He's doing like MTV Cribs tours, and he's got like syringes in the pantry and stuff.
Fuck.
He's not diabetic.
Like, don't worry, it's B12.
Yeah.
I'm high energy.
So that guy's on roids his whole career. And he's
that's
Brazilian, which, some people are going to fuss at that, but they're well known for doing the roids. Jose Aldo, his camp, since they started doing testing for steroids, is 1-7. And Jose Aldo himself, like, they came in there to test him for steroids in this Brazilian camp. The Brazilians, they just do. They do a lot of steroids. Not that Americans don't. We got Chael Sonnen, but they went down there to test him, and he like hid or wasn't there or something. They like called ahead. So then the next day they go to test him, and he doesn't show up in time. And then like day 3, or then in that afternoon they finally test him, and he trips and spills his urine sample. Right, it's a professional fighter who can't navigate like
A bathroom.
yeah.
A doctor's hallway.
Yeah. Well, they came to his gym. They go find him. He tripped
it's
and
his
spilled his
place.
urine sample, so now he gets another day, and this stuff is washing out of his system. And then on day 3, they give him a urine. On day 3, they eject the guy, saying that he doesn't have a visa to work in Brazil, so he doesn't have to give the urine sample. And then like they test him a week later with some local guy, and by then he's clean. Fucking dirty. And
How are they supposed to really gauge the best of the best in a sport like this, where, like you just said, I don't follow it very closely, but I've heard of Chael Sonnen before. As far as I know, he's like known to be a good fighter. There's the fact that he came out after he had retired and is kind of saying, "Oh yeah, all that great shit that I did is because I was doing steroids in part."
I don't think
like,
that
does that
sticks to
change their
someone.
legacy in UFC at all?
it does taint their legacy, and he retired because he got caught for steroids. So he's like,
Oh, that ended his career.
yeah.
You know more about it than I do, but I feel like with someone like him, it almost doesn't stick to him because his thing is being like he's the Donald Trump of the UFC. He's the guy just talking so much smack and so much shit and being really petty, and he has a sense of humor about it at the same time. He's got so many funny little one-liners and quips, and at the same time, he's seems like he's too old to even still be in the game. But he fought John Jones like 2.5 years ago or something like that, and came this close to taking the belt from him on a technicality because Jones literally ripped his own toe off in the ring while they were wrestling around. And while Jones is beating up Chael, he tears his own toe off.
Yes.
Are you
And
serious?
I'm not exaggerating. It was dangling but like that. Yeah.
How do you tear
big
his own toe off?
It got twisted on the mat at an angle, and it like twisted like that way, like
Yeah.
twisted that
Yeah.
way and torn off. And the thing about it was, it happened with I'm going to say 25 seconds to go in the entire fight. And during that 25 seconds,
In the
they're
round.
fighting. Yeah, I thought it was in the fight.
No,
Because-
he at the end of he managed to. Maybe you're right, because it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah,
he
'cause the
beat
technicality
Chael
was-
with like 10 seconds left in the round. If it went to the end of the round, then he
Thank
wouldn't be able to answer the bell.
Yeah.
Does
yeah.
that mean that you lose, or that
Yes.
it's
Yeah.
It
if
means
the
Chael
ref
would have won.
he couldn't have continued to fight without a toe, regardless of the fact that he'd been doing well he'd won every round. But if you're in round 3 and or whatever, and you don't have a toe, you can't go to round 4. and on that technicality, that ridiculous little thing, Chael would have been the champ, and Chael's not supposed to be the champ. But I wanted it so much.
I wanted to hear what he said. I wanted to know. He could have been really gracious and said, I grant him an immediate rematch. He might have been like, God ordained me to be the champion. Retire on the spot.
I'd have retired on the spot. He you know what? I came in here. I beat the best. I left him a broken man. We'll see if he ever walks again. I'm out.
Yeah.
Retired. I'm gonna go to my Fox commentator job, or I'm gonna go talk on Sports Center, and I'm gonna make some money there with a belt.
But Conor is fighting Nate this weekend or tonight, and it is one of the. I talked about it last week. I don't want to repeat myself too much, but you don't always know if there's going to be a super fight, and Conor shows up to fight every time. If Conor's gonna fight, he's had real injuries. He's had a blown ACL. He's had a thumb he can't move, and he still shows up and fights. And thanks to Conor, even though his opponent dropped out, he just picked up a new one, went up 15 pounds, but actually 25 pounds from his normal weight. He's still fighting the guy, and it's pretty amazing. So I'm very excited. And you asked about the undercard. Miesha Tate is fighting for the title against Holly Holmes. She's the woman that beat Ronda Rousey.
Oh, I know who that is.
Yeah.
I only know who Miesha Tate is because I've heard you say her name.
And then,
does she have a chance?
Yes. Yeah. I think my money's on Holly, but Miesha Tate is definitely game. She could, she's on some nights she could have beat Ronda, I'd guess. But
yeah. Well, looking back, seems like on a lot of nights, a lot of those people could have beat Ronda after that fight.
Ronda beat Miesha Tate twice, so scores kind of posted there.
Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, that's fair. But I mean, heck, she went into the third round with Ronda on one of those fights. Like, things can happen. Mm-hmm. But
well, where do you stream it if you don't want to buy it? Like what website?
I would never do such a thing, of course.
No, I wouldn't either. Just so I do know to avoid it.
Right. Yeah, if you wanted to make sure that nothing like that ever happened to you, you don't accidentally go to the wrong site. Some people are known to look for like a Twitter hashtag, like hashtag UFC 197, and just search there. And a lot of times, people like that would be advertising their stream.
I've never even thought to do that on Twitter. Maybe I will do that.
Someone I know said that's how he does it. In all honesty, I usually buy the fight.
I figured you did because you support that sport quite a bit, and you may as well pay your $40 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Is that how much it is?
I think it's 60.
Oh my God.
It's a lot, isn't it? I wish they had a season. They have a fight pass, but I wish they had. That? It's like $10 a month, but it doesn't include the pay-per-views. I wish there was a way. Like, I don't buy every pay-per-view, but like, I wish I could pay like $40 a month and just get every pay-per-view. They'd probably get more out of me, and I'd get more out of them, and everyone would be happy. But instead, they don't have a like subscription pay-per-view.
What would make everyone else happy?
Tell me.
What?
SquareSpace. When you use SquareSpace, your sites look professionally designed regardless of your skill level. There's no coding required. It's intuitive and easy to use. All the tools there. You don't have to be a Woody's gamer tag to make this thing happen. You don't need any degrees at all. SquareSpace has state-of-the-art technology powering your site to ensure security and stability. They're trusted by millions of people and some of the most respected brands from all around the world. It starts out at just $8 per month, and you get a free domain if you sign up for a year. Start your free trial today with no credit card required at squarespace.com. When you decide to sign up for Squarespace, make sure to use offer code PKA to get 10% off your first purchase. Squarespace. Build it beautiful.
Squarespace, pretty awesome. Check them out.
Yeah. Doesn't matter if you're building a portfolio, just expressing yourself online, or starting your own small business. It's definitely the way to go.
Yeah.
If you could express yourself in any new way online, Kyle, how would you express yourself?
I feel like if you had some sort of
Squarespace website? Is that what you're leading to?
I was about to say a thing, but then like I don't want to say anything too racy about our sponsor, and it's maybe if you were it would be good for bug fighting, I suppose. There's a middle of the road one.
Might be.
And really anything, I suppose. Like if you were an aspiring artist, that would be good to get your work out there online, so people could come and take a look at it, maybe purchase it, something like that.
Maybe if you're like a belly button fucker fetishist.
I have the domain name sleepingwithwoody.com for setting up just a snoring MP3 purchase site.
Yeah, I thought that was a completely different website when I signed up, and I don't like all the spam you guys are sending me.
I don't even have it yet. Well, I do have the domain, but I haven't made the site.
Are you actually going to record yourself sleeping?
That's the thought. I know Kyle's got some.
It's awful. It's awful. He snores so goddamn much. It's bad. It's
my nose has
bad.
Been broken. Lozon doesn't complain.
Lozon doesn't complain when he gets his face beat in. Lozon doesn't complain. You could, as long as you could probably piss in like a bucket in the corner, and he'd be like, that's Woody. You know, he'd just go with it. He's go with the flow. But you snore so goddamn loud. My father snored, throughout my life. So he would be down the hall snoring, and I could hear it down the hall through 2 closed doors. I would have to stuff something under the door to drown out the noise of his snoring. Nothing like you, though. Yours is so consistent. My dad would have that thing where in the middle of the night it would start and go for half an hour and then stop, like maybe when he rolled over. You start snoring when you become unconscious, and you don't stop snoring until you wake up.
Until morning.
And sometimes it sounds unhealthy. Sometimes it sounds like I might need to go intervene. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, maybe he was like, doing that number and something went in. Because that's what it sounds like right now. Because
I need to record this because I don't even know if it's true.
Lots of in those movies where someone gets possessed by Satan and all of a sudden their diaphragm and their throat is like held open and they're inhaling. A lot of voices like that are a bit inhuman.
Was it like when the Witch King is riding into battle?
I'd remember something like this.
That.
Nice go!
You know what they should do?
He's all tuckered.
Instead of having another disc, because what's his name from Big Lebowski already has a disc where he's sleeping, and you can listen to him sleep as you try to sleep. Why don't you come up with a different disc for different bodily functions? It could be you're pooping with Woody, and then just intermittently you hear shit sounds that kind of makes you feel like it. You play it when you're on the toilet, so then you feel in company. Like, but don't be embarrassed about your own pooping noise. I'm right here with you. I'm pooping with you.
Hey, it could just go all the time. So when people hear funny noises, they don't assume it's you. Mm-hmm. Right? They're just pooping noises. Yeah, just coming. It could just play it on a loop in your bathroom, and then when you go, they might not know that new one is you. Just provide cover.
Yeah, just flip that thing on, leave the running auto blow in there. Nobody's going to be bothering you.
That auto blow looks so sad in its drawer. I was looking for some batteries the other day and I saw it. It just looks so pathetic with the pussy pulled out of it and all like sitting to the side, all like folded onto itself. It's so disgusting.
It's looking like silly putty that you rolled over your knee.
Nasty. It looks flat. Just how I left it last time I used it. It's all why did you leave me like this? It's a bad thing.
Poor thing. You should take better
care of it. The texture of those, like when you feel it, is what I imagine like Ted Cruz chin feels like. Kind of like that. It's almost like you could push it here, and because it's just straight from chin down to chest, you could grab it almost like a sieve, just kind of like squeeze it, and it would feel like a fleshlight almost.
I saw a GIF the other day on Reddit, and it was a woman riding a man's dick, and you're looking from you can see her ass, so like you're looking from that angle, and another woman
reverse cowgirl.
The woman is facing the man. They are facing each other, and she is riding him.
Oh, you said you could see her ass. Now I'm really confused.
And you're spectating.
Oh, so she's cowgirl, but you're in behind.
Yes.
You're behind her. Okay.
You're from the angle of looking at her ass as it like goes up and down on his penis.
You got a nice female ass and balls.
Yeah. Then another woman.
They call it in the biz.
Reaches. Then another woman, a second woman, reaches into the first woman's asshole and grabs the dick through the asshole, and she's jerking the dick inside the pussy that's riding the dick with her hand that's inside the woman's asshole, and she's literally wrapping asshole around the... It's great. I'd never seen anything like that. That must feel so amazing.
There is a GIF in like Reddit's WTF subreddit, and I saw that, and I was watching the woman's face who had the hand in her butt, and she was just kind of like, all right, this is okay. Like that was her vibe. Like
maybe I should go back to grad school. I've always wanted to teach, and not to teach someone to masturbate a man in my asshole. Man, imagine the self-esteem that you must not have to be approached about that kind of scene. All right, you're gonna be Stephanie. Listen to me. You're gonna be riding him. Yep, just riding him regular, and she's gonna reach your hand. We talked about this. Bear with. She's gonna reach it into your asshole, all the way. Yes. Shh, stop crying. All the way in. And then
wrist deep
in there, I imagine that her asshole after that kind of event would look like, those wacky, wavy, inflatable tube men. Like if you cut one of their arms off and it's just a blown out, ruined, cavernous hole, loose, floppy,
flopping around. Exactly. Yeah.
Not great.
That was great. I'd never seen anything quite like that, and I've seen a lot of weird shit. So I always like to see a new thing, whenever there's a new thing. When I discovered the belly button fucking, that was I was like, oh, look, a new thing, a thing I didn't know could even be done.
At this point, it's cool just to find a new thing that you haven't seen on the internet.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be particularly like hot. Like, I don't think I'm going to end up in a scenario where somebody's going to be able to reach into a woman I'm fucking's asshole and grab my dick through her asshole.
She wasn't an unattractive woman either.
Oh, they were all hot. Yeah. It was a hot scene. Like despite the fact that what was happening was outrageous.
That is outrageous.
But yeah, just finding a new thing. When you're a kid, there are always new things. Like, what? A blowjob? She just inflates my cock. Like, what? Oh, that would feel good. Oh, I see where you're going with this. Yeah, and then you're like, oh, 69. You mean both at the same time, huh? Oh, wow, that's
my
double.
God, how risque! How many people know?
Your pleasure double. Except that I have to eat that nasty vagina now, and her butthole's gonna be in right between my eyes the whole time. But okay, all right, that'll work. And you're always learning a new thing. And now, as almost a 30-year-old man, it's rare that I find a new thing. But internal hand jobs and belly button fucking these last over the course of this last month have been wonderful finds for me. Like
the internet ruins novelty like that. It just takes everything novel and new, and then it just gets drilled into your head so much with memes and whatnot that you ruin it. Like I used to always think as a kid when I was raised up to be pretty religious, and I was like 6 or 7 years old. There's like a Bible chapter that was like, "There's nothing new under the sun to God," and I would always think. Even walking around, like, that's crazy. Like, there was someone like me playing ice hockey back in the day. Like, nothing new. And now looking back, it's like, how do people even believe that now? Was at some point on the Serengeti 10,000 years ago, was fucking Magumbe reaching into Taisha's asshole and jerking off another tribesman? Like, no. That was not a thing until the internet in this century.
I bet it was.
So much new stuff. We're going to be finding new things 10 years from now.
The Romans were outrageous. I read about Caligula and he, just the outrageous stuff that he would do, the crazy sex parties and stuff. So yeah, I think it's all been done before, but we're just finding out about it because society shuns the internal hand job for some reason. I can't imagine why. I think it's
it's upsetting.
Would you say no to an internal hand job?
Hypothetical single me?
Yeah, you hooking up with two chicks and they're like, hey, how about this while Stephanie rides that cock? How about I reach up her asshole and grab it and squeeze the fuck out of it?
If
I would say yes
am at
to
an
that.
angle where I don't have
like,
to watch
yeah!
Yeah, if I'm at an angle where I'm just feeling it and I don't have
Get
to
your head
watch
in there.
grisly endeavor.
No, get your head in her ass and lick my cock. When this is over, she's going to give birth to your face.
I like to think that with my father's surgery and everything, my mom's going to miss this episode.
May.
Yeah.
No, you'll see her. Like,
Mom, you're so busy. Focus on Dad.
So
Yeah.
what's belly button fucking? It's all the craze.
It's my parents. They probably know.
What was the first thing you ever saw
That's what-
online that probably when you were younger that like opened your eyes, like shocked you that something like
I
that
got it.
could even
Okay.
exist?
So I remember we stumbled upon bestiality, and it was that horse fucking that man to death. And it opened up this whole idea that there was bestiality and that it was a thing that not only did people practice, but like they were attractive people that are into it. And there's a whole world of people who are into it on the internet. We discovered that at school. And luckily we were good at hiding our tracks because we were on our teacher's computer and nobody ever like made a big deal of it. But that was the most shocking thing as a kid. I say kid, but like a freshman in high school, 14, I guess, 13 or 14. And being like, what the fuck? What the fuck? She's sucking the dog's dick. and that's what a dog's dick looks like? Holy shit.
That was weird.
Because I was 25 when I first got on the internet, I felt like I knew most of this stuff, but I hadn't seen it all. So like for example, when a dog has sex with a woman, doggy style, of course, they like to put socks on his front paws to, because the dog like gets a good grip on the woman's hips, and they put socks on his paws so not to scratch her up. That was a surprise to me. I didn't know that thing. Didn't know that pro tip. So for me, it was just little things like that. A lot of
scratched backs before that, river was forded.
I'd say one. I think you learned on the first one, right? I would think so.
This isn't something that we do, so it wasn't. The internet taught it to me.
Yeah. I wouldn't, if you were going to fuck a dog, if someone had a gun to your head and was like, if you don't let this dog fuck you, I'm going to kill you and everyone that you know. And you were like, oh, God, get the socks. Like, that wouldn't be your go-to thing.
Now it would, because I'm,
even consider it.
I know a thing or two.
All right, God damn it. Who's got the tube socks? Who's going to reach in that dog's asshole and jerk me off?
Oh, right. You're having sex with a female dog, you lucky duck.
I would just say that because the forced animal rapers, I feel like would get a chuckle out of that, and I'd maybe like bring them over to my side and get the gun away from them, and then I'd make them fuck the dog. Yeah.
I didn't expect your answer to be so similar to mine, where it was once again bestiality of stumbling upon something like that on one of those like trying to find regular porn on the family computer at like age 12, and I'm just like, God damn it, none of these images are loading fast enough, because like you get like 3 bars worth loaded down, you got a third of an image, and the tits aren't even on screen yet, but you can already think like, this isn't going to do it for me, exit out, restart, you got to get this going again, and then you get a little bit too adamant, and then suddenly there's horse fucking and horse blowjobs on the family computer as your parents are just like on the couch right over there. That was upsetting.
All that horse cum. Whenever you see a woman taking a cum shot from a horse, it is fake.
How do they fake? They inject it all in there first?
They sure do. It's like they use condensed milk or something.
I didn't know
that. I had to know. I had to know because like I see them like I know that they had this big fake horse vagina they use in artificial insemination, and I was like, if it's so easy to just give this thing a hand job, why wouldn't those farmers just do that and just collect it so carefully that these women are able to? And then it turned out that, like every horse ejaculation scene ever is pretty much fake because it takes more than that to get a horse off, I guess. But that's just what I've read. And that's
Dude, there's no way it takes more than... I've seen horses fuck, like, for real, on a farm. And those things are not masters of stamina when it comes to fucking. It's a hop on. It's like maybe the dick goes in. Like sometimes just splay off to the side. He kind of rubs on her leg and he's like, all right, see you tomorrow. Like it's not a precise like, oh, you liking that? Yeah, fucking whore.
Have you seen a person get fucked by a horse before? Have you seen that?
A guy.
It's very upsetting. I don't like.
Yeah.
I have seen a woman.
I have seen that.
And there's this woman, and she does it inside like a barn, and she's very heavy set.
When in Rome.
She's not obese. She's not like so fat that you're like, oh my God, she would need a scooter or anything. But she is heavy set, and she's wearing a lot of leather, and she like bends over the stall and like braces herself. And this pony that I'm gonna estimate weighs 600 pounds. I think I'm a pretty good estimate of that because I've worked around cattle. I'm gonna say this pony weighs about 600 pounds, and it mounts, and its cock is about this big around and about, I'm not gonna exaggerate, 18 to 24 inches long.
You make that sound big.
It's a 1.5 to 2 feet long, and he puts it in, and his fucking method is like, oh God. And then he'll pull out a little, and you can see him like get his feet together, and like their haunches, in the back. It's like a real fast twitch muscle thing that when they operate. But then you see him like it would be like if you see a man's ass cheeks like squeezing in a porno when he's like really hammering. The horse does that, and he's just like, arr! Arr, arr, arr! And the woman is making pretty much the noise I just made. She's like, ah! 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 But she's enjoying it because like
no, she's not.
I guarantee she is because I'm watching like Debbie does Hank the Pony 1, and there's like 30 of them over there, so she's coming back for more.
I don't know what to say because in my experience, if you bottom out, that is not a good thing.
Right?
Yeah,
there's never a woman. You never encounter a woman who's like, oh yeah, keep hitting my cervix just like that, like really hard, and don't let up. Even fast.
That's not true, actually. Like for some women, I've found that it's really painful, and they're like, whoa, that's not that. But other times, I found that they're like, whoa, like when that happens, they're just like, that's never, do that.
That seems more unique because I've never had that experience. It's always been when you bottom out, it's unpleasant.
I've had it both ways, but unpleasant is the more common reaction.
Maybe. Well, I'm sure that's bottoming where there's still another 13 inches of summer sausage.
The worst part, some of the thrust, like he would bottom out, and then he would just again, like just pushing her forward.
He was making new bottoms. He was having lungs by the end of that.
And she really seemed to be enjoying it. But yeah, that discovering that on the internet for the first time, that was just a ridiculous shocker that even existed, because that's really hidden away from the general public until you find that avenue of the internet, and then you find that not only is this thing common, but there's a big group of people who are into it, and there's even groups of people who strive to legalize this sort of thing. And
I'm not sure what's real and what's internet myth, but I think a guy did a similar thing and died of intestinal damage.
I haven't seen that. I've seen it.
I think I've seen it too.
I think it's Mr. Hans, the video.
Yeah, he dies. Oh yeah, that's real.
Yeah. He fucks his organs, right? Just like a ninja blender. Just kills
This is a full-sized horse that's fucking him.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to estimate its dick is like 3 feet long, and the base of it is probably
a lot of dick.
It's a lot of dick, and it's like an arm, and it seems to have this mechanism so that like flexes and can do that. Oh, it fucked him to death. It was horrible. I saw that when I was like 13 or 14 years old, I think.
That was one of the worst things online.
I'm just picturing the thumbnail for this now.
Oh, Jesus. The most upsetting one when I was young was just like the still image of a woman sucking a dog's dick that I accidentally got right up in front of me. Like that's when you're like 11 or 12, probably 12. Let's be real, 12. That's an upsetting thing to see, because that hasn't even crossed your mind as a possibility before. Of like, yeah, maybe there's some girls out there who like to suck dog dick. Who knows? I'm 12. Like, no, that's just a whole new like. That what? What's that red veiny fucking? Every dog has one of those. Just hiding. Oh, gross.
Yeah, right. Dog penises. Not my cup of tea.
Yeah, dogs lost.
Humans have the best looking penises of the entire animal kingdom. We got it made. I think this thing looks better than anything the rest of those motherfuckers are packing out there. Most of them have this slimy red thing with a bone in the middle that comes jutting out, all moist and gross. At least ours is, it's dry on the outside. There's skin on it. It's not an internal organ that's just coming out for right now.
And then compared to apes and stuff, it's huge.
That was big for your argument against Hank or the faux vagina argument. The whole it's dry on the outside. There's skin there. Very little seepage happening at any given point. Whereas with your vagina argument, I think you already
show me the dirtiest dick in the world, and I'll fix it with some soap and a warm wet washcloth. You cannot say the same for the dirtiest vagina in the world.
Yeah, that's a platform I'll vote for you on. Show me the dirtiest.
We're gonna build a wall. We're gonna clean all those dirty pussies. We're gonna keep the brownies out. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be wonderful. It's
The
gonna be
brownies, God, I just caught that. I'm like, I love brownies. What is he talking about? Oh, he's not talking about desserts.
You know what? I like brownies too.
That is not a racial epitaph for Mexicans or anything like that. That's actually what my girlfriend's wiener dog calls brown weenie dogs because she's a red and that's the superior color. So she calls the brown ones brownies. That's a racial slur against them.
Her dogs are racist.
Extremely racist against other breeds. It is a German breed, so she kind of thinks of herself as a monster race. I was talking to the dog the other day, and I was telling her about how her ancestors during World War I would be messenger weenies, and they would carry messages through the trenches because they could go under the barbed wire and such. And
What'd she say?
I could tell she was getting real excited about it. Like she was proud of her people, and she was. I think she wanted me to look into her lineage, so we're gonna do that. She wants to know. I think
you might like bigger dogs.
No, fuck that. I like this little motherfucker right here that thinks it's a tiger, but I can like hold right here.
I never really respect small dogs that think that they're tougher than they are. That's like, this dog has the heart of a lion. No, it has the brain of a small dog.
It's got me as backup, so it is. That's how it always is. That little dog, he's with me. He is the badass. You fuck with him, you fuck with me. That's how it is for any other dog. Like, that's my dog. He's with me.
But no, I would rather be on the receiving end of that equation where I have, a Rottweiler with me or something. So if you fuck with me, you have to answer to that. That animal that I bring around with me. Not if it's like a little wiener dog, like, it'll be a fun little thing to have. But if you're going out starting shit like Nate Diaz or whatever, you don't want to have a wiener dog in tow. You want a pretty big.
Yeah.
I'll stick to my wiener dog. I'm not counting on her for protection or anything. I'm counting on her for love and intelligence and cuteness and personality, and she has all those in abundance.
And just the conversation,
I have long conversations with that dog. I feel like it's really easy.
I feel like you could do that with a big dog too, or even like inanimate objects like furniture and coffee tables.
I do that. I like having conversations with inanimate objects or less than sentient objects. It's a lot more fun than talking to real people because I get to talk for them, so I get double the talking time.
Seems way more efficient than a regular conversation.
No more bullshit. It's all me.
That interruption problem solved.
Totally.
Yeah. Right? Done. That's great. At what age would you be proud that your hypothetical son had sex?
I don't even know anymore. Like,
I know, right?
Like, all right. I
mean, like, 12?
It's such a weird
14?
question, like.
You could go two ways. You could go the 12, 14 way like Taylor did, and then the other direction. I feel like come college time, you're totally allowed to have sex, right? Like,
yeah. But I would want him to get it out of his system so he's not going through all of high school putting pussy on a pedestal and doing dumb shit and thinking that like, I got this one girlfriend and we love each other and we're just going to go off and live our whole life together even though we've only dated for like 3 months in high school. Like,
is your rule any different for your daughter?
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
No, she will be kept on a pedestal until her wedding night. Yeah. Ideally, but probably not.
I think for the son, I'm proud at whatever age developmentally I feel that he's prepared. If I see that he's a 12-year-old who's like the fucking Fonz and he's got all these like 13, 14-year-old like chicks like coming at, hanging around him and talking about how cute he is and he's the best looking kid in this class or whatever the thing may be. If he's the 12-year-old who's somehow getting pussy and I feel like he's also mature enough to like understand what's going on and like, I guess that we've had a safe sex talk, I guess 12 would be okay, but man, that seems so fucking young.
It does, yeah.
I was going to say 14 being the youngest I would go. I would be like, okay.
I can't imagine lower than 14 being okay.
Yeah.
What if
if it's any older than like 20, it's like, come on, get in the game.
What if he gets like, what if he's 13 and he nabs some like 15-year-old chick that even you were like, damn, good job.
Then I say, yeah,
she'd come over, but I got to supervise.
Yeah. You need me to pick her up, right? She can't drive. You can't drive.
Why do I think you're a pedo in this scenario?
Because I made my pedo eyes and stared longingly at a 15-year-old girl.
At what age is it the other side? At what age are you like, hey, get in the game?
Honestly, I think
That
like
once again comes down to them as a person too.
it does come down to him as a person, but I think as long as I don't know how to say this, but as long as your kid isn't like super ugly and like I guess you would know if you had an ugly kid, like you're just like fuck.
You can tell.
You're looking at your wife like I ought to slap you right in the fucking mouth because this isn't me. You know this.
Look what your
What did you do?
did to this family. Yeah.
Was it when I went to Hawaii to surf with my brother? Why did you fuck that ugly son of a bitch?
Wow.
What'd you do? Fuck Steve Buscemi, you whore.
Can you press the button, Kyle?
But yeah, as long as there's not a situation like that, like I think if he's like 18, he's leaving high school and he hasn't figured this thing out and gotten himself a girlfriend that he could, maybe I don't know what's going on at that point.
I would even
or maybe he's
a year longer than that into college before it was like.
What are you doing? Asking him every day, hey boy, did you get any pussy yet? No, Dad, it's so nasty. I saw it, but like Kyle said, it's a filth box. It's so
You're gonna fuck it, and you're gonna like it. Yeah.
You stick your dick in that Petri dish, boy, and you like it.
And you
I
come
feel
back
like
here, you report to me, you tell me all about how it was. Yeah.
I feel like if it's past 22 or so, he probably wishes he had sex, and I'd like to see him have some success by then.
I think past 14, like we all wish we had sex already.
Right,
yeah,
but at 14, if you haven't had it yet, you're fine. No one's.
Oh yeah, at 14 you're.
Yeah, you're
fine.
but you wish you'd had some sex.
No, yeah, you wish as a guy when you're 14, that's all you're thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
But if you hit age 15 and you're still a virgin, you're not like, oh Jesus. Like, it's like you can't even drive yet, dude. You can't do anything. Chill out.
I can remember in the 5th grade thinking that like I really want to play with Miss Harrison's titties. She's got some big fucking titties. And Miss Harrison was kind of like a Monica Lewinsky type, like brunette, maybe like 25 pounds overweight, but she had some fucking knockers. And she and I would always talk about X-Files because as a 10-year-old I watched X-Files, and as like a 35-year-old woman so did she, and we would discuss the episodes at school. And I was just always just staring at those titties because she would just have them right in my face, and I wanted to grab those titties so much, and I still want to grab those titties. Miss Harrison, if you're out there, you must be 50 by now, and I'm down.
No, you do not. Those things are hanging down like
Fuck
pendulums
that.
at this point.
Oh, I'll find them. I'll get them up here.
You'll find them.
Keys,
I'll turn
this-
them around a bit.
Interesting. Like very few vaginas pass Kyle's standard, yet seemingly all boobies are good.
Mm-hmm.
I just want Miss Harrison's boobies because I doubt they're way down there. I'm sure they were
She's
real
correct.
nice.
5th grade, right?
5th grade. 5th grade. So I was
Is that
10.
when you hit puberty?
No, I seriously doubt it. I was definitely interested in sexual stuff before puberty. Like I definitely liked the ideas of titties. And I remember hearing about kids getting molested and thinking like, wish Miss Harrison was a child molester. I swear to God, I remember thinking that because my mom, that's what parents would scare you with. They'd be like, look, there's people out there that'll get you and they'll torture you and they'll molest you and they'll do bad things to you and they'll touch you where you're not supposed to be touched. And I remember thinking like, wish she'd touch me where I'm not supposed to be touched.
I remember
Harrison,
I
where should you
definitely
not touch me?
I had sexual thoughts before I hit puberty, and I can remember like in my head like these imaginary conversations where part of my pitch for having sex would be, I can't even get you pregnant. Like, dude, I've never ejaculated. Let's do this. You're safe. It was in my head. That was one of the attractive qualities about me
that you couldn't get someone pregnant just
Right.
by virtue of being so immature, so not
yeah. It was like,
Remember
look,
fourth
I'm a really nice guy. I'm fairly cute. I can't ejaculate. These are all the things women like.
In 4th grade, I remember like the first. I talked to either my mom or my dad about it, like after school one day, where it was the first time I sat down and I noticed my 4th grade teacher had big tits, and just sitting there one day in 4th grade, I couldn't focus on spelling or the state capitals or whatever the fuck, and even in my head, I was just like, why can't I stop looking at these? Like, what is it about? What is this? Like, why can't I stop thinking about this? And I had to ask my dad or mom later that night when I was like, I guess 9, being like, I can't stop looking at Mrs. Smithson's breasts when she's in school, when she's teaching. Like, that's very normal, Taylor. You're going to notice that continues throughout the rest of your life. I'm like, all right, well.
That must have been...
So it has begun, my son.
That's awesome. I would just leave that conversation giggling with Jackie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's
That's
confusing at the time when you just see something and it's like a puzzle where it's like, something about that is really great, and I don't know why. Like, I don't get why that's good.
It's interesting. Like, you can almost think back to when you discovered your heterosexuality. Like, it probably was around 4th grade. My father used to have Playboy magazines, and I had a great interest in them. I didn't even know what the scoop was, but I knew that was for me.
Yeah, I can remember. This is a weird memory. I remember in the 2nd grade, a boy named Michael, who was also my age. He was like, I remember being on the playground and being like, let's get them girls and tie them up and whip them. And me being like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Yeah, let's tie them up and get some of these long pieces of grass and whip them. Let's whoop their butts. And me being like, oh, that'd be weird.
I'd rather play Spaceman over on the blacktop.
I thought we'd play tag, I know there'd be any, like, bondage and
BDSM involved in this thing.
Like, I still remember that, and that was kind of bizarre, and I just couldn't understand
that is bizarre.
Why I would even be, but I remember that now. That's it was a weird day. 2nd grade sucked. We didn't have a real playground. We literally went outside in the parking lot on asphalt. Like, we played on the asphalt, and of course that lets you get asphalt chalk out or whatever, and there's a number of games you can make using that, but still.
Did you have a brick wall? We used to play Suicide all the time. Is that a game that everybody knows? I
don't remember all the games. There were a bunch of them. There were a bunch of boxes that you could move around in. I don't remember all the games. There's a lot of Duck Duck Goose. We got playground equipment the next year. So
with Suicide, you throw the ball against the wall, and if you catch it, then the guy who threw the ball has to run and touch the wall while you get an opportunity to throw the ball at him. If you fail to catch it, then whoever picks it up throws it at you, and you're safe once you touch the wall. So some people would zigzag to the wall, some people would just get there as quickly as they could. Oftentimes they'd miss while they tried to hit you, but every so often they'd peg you good. And there wasn't really a lot of advantage if you're following the rules to, like, catching the ball unless you're sure. Like, if it's this big pop-up that's coming to you, grab the ball and get the thrower. The guy that threw it so poorly. But most of the time, it's a big freaking mess, and everyone is, like, trying to catch the ball, like women trying to catch a bouquet at a wedding. And, so you're much more likely to just get a fingertip on it. And sometimes 2 or 3 people would just take off to the wall, and it'd be easy to pick one off. Suicide was a good game. No? Yeah, it's a brutal.
No, I have. Yeah.
Oh, you have? Oh, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know it was called Suicide, but yeah.
What did you call it?
I don't remember. I think maybe just Wall Ball, but yeah.
All right.
Oh, new information about the election. All of the candidates now say they will back Trump if he is the nominee.
Good. I mean, I guess we're trying to limit the politics talk, but it seemed like this crap of lining up behind Romney and such just wasn't a representative democracy anymore. Like, and please, viewers, don't tell me that, like, the Republicans and the Democrats aren't part of the government. Like, I know that technically there's no law telling them how they select their candidate, but in effect, people vote for who the candidates are, and then they go up against each other. And when people don't vote for who the candidates are anymore, then I feel like we've taken a step backwards. So it's not the right thing.
The headline here says, Trump deflects Fox questions, rivals fail to capitalize in Detroit.
I just got Taylor's video back. How about you, Kyle? Have you had it for a while, or?
Yes, I've had it for a while.
Oh, yeah, I've been able to see myself in this little small screen for a while. I thought you could see me.
I don't know what went wrong, but I'm happy to have you. Hey, welcome back.
Hello.
Yeah. So I saw that there was a Trump rally in, I think it's like early in March, in Fayetteville, North Carolina. I kind of want to go to one. Like I just want to experience, like, because I keep seeing them on TV, and it looks like a real good time. Like, first of all, you get to see Donald Trump do his thing in person, right? Great entertainer, regardless of what you think about him. And then you get to be part of that crowd. There will be protesters at the Fayetteville thing. If you're there, you'll get to see them drug out. You'll get to see Trump go, get him out of here. No, keep his coat. Don't give him the coat. You know he did that, right? Back in the winter?
I believe you. Today he was in Maine, which is why I thought you were going to say Maine. And the people start protesting or whatever, and he's like, bye-bye. Bye-bye. And then he starts praising, oh, man, the police here are great, aren't they? I really like the police. And he just goes on for a little bit. One guy does one thing, suddenly all police are bad. They don't see the great job that the bulk of the police are doing. Police are really great. Getting the police vote, I'm sure.
He should have done what Bernie did and just collapsed completely at the first sign of them wanting to speak at his own speaking engagement.
Would you like a mic? You know?
I've seen it happen so many times that now today I heard him commenting on how he throws them out now. He's like, I used to be a lot more. He's just like, you can't be soft with these people. You can't be, please, will you leave? Please, please. No. Hey, because then you're too soft and you're like a softie. You look ineffective. But then you can't be like, get him out of here, because then you seem like this big jerk that wants to kick people out and boss people around. So now I just say, please get him out. And so please get him out. And so you hear him dragging these people out, like he kicks out 2 people within 5 minutes of each other, like 30 seconds into his speech. Get him out of here. 5 minutes later, another. Oh, we got another protester. You want a little TV time, huh? Get him out of here.
So even Bernie's turning him away now.
I want to go.
He was talking about Trump just there, though, right?
Yeah, Trump.
Yeah.
Oh, you were okay.
Yeah, it's Trump doing that. So I think I want to go to one of these Trump rallies and just see the spectacle, see the show.
That would be fun.
Yeah, and you see crowds of I think in Alabama he had 35,000 people there. That's more people than go to watch a Braves game or something like that. Like, he's filling stadiums with people. I saw a little thing on Reddit today, and of course the Donald subreddit is ridiculous, but they were showing like a picture of a Kasich rally, a picture of a Rubio rally, and they continually get to larger and larger venues. Kasich has maybe 45, 55 people in a room, and of course you want to pack them in so it doesn't look like scattered and sparse. Trump has a fucking stadium. It's full of people, like you couldn't count them if you wanted to. In every other case, if you really stopped and went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you could count everybody there at everybody else's. Trump's got 35 fucking thousand people there, and it's just, I'd like to go and see that spectacle.
I keep wondering if there's something that will burn Trump, right? Like, Trump, he said kind of famously now, I could kill someone and my guys would still support me. All right, that's not literally true. If he actually killed someone, I think he'd,
What if they had it coming? Then his numbers would go up.
I'd be for it.
If an assassin came after Trump on stage and he fucking like just broke the guy's neck.
Instant win. Yeah.
Instant win,
oh
right?
my gosh, everyone would love that.
That's how you handle him, right there. What do you think Obama would do if he's up here? Huh? What do you think he'd do?
Is Hillary going to find something his current candidates couldn't seem to quite use against him? Like, what about his adultery stuff? Is that, I guess she can't use that, right?
No, because she is not on the right side of that either.
Yeah. Shit, I don't know what you use. But,
I can tell you what she's going to use.
Hey,
she's going to play the vagina card ad nauseum.
Oh my God, that would so lose me.
Mr. Bain Capital himself today went after Trump on his bankruptcies. I thought that was so absurd. Like this guy, I don't know why they thought Romney was the mouthpiece to use for this message. McCain would have been a much better option, I feel like. Or, I don't know, dig Bob Dole up. Anybody but fucking Romney. Romney might as well have been like, oh, I heard Trump's not very nice to his dogs either. Not very nice to him. He everything he said about Trump was something that he had done as well. Issues with his bankruptcy and issues with the way he ran those Bain Capital, the way he's ran businesses in the past. That's all stuff that's been used against him. And of course, and I was surprised how much Fox News went against Mitt Romney in that moment. Everybody was like, too little, too late. Why are you even talking about this? You're the guy. You represent failed ideas. You're the guy who can't get it done, and you're coming out here saying, "Oh, this guy's unelectable." You are unelectable, and and the numbers show it.
Right,
it's clear. There's no reason that you shouldn't have beaten Obama in 08. He was as weak as he was ever going to be. You had your chance, and look at the you threw it away. You threw it away with all but 49% comments. All the he just seems like such. Tell you what, Romney's worth $150 million.
250, I think.
I read it.
Did you?
I read it today. Who knows with these things? But what's the difference in the grand scale of thing?
A couple $100 million. Yeah.
Yeah. The guy's worth $150 million. Trump's worth, let's just call it $3 billion. He's definitely worth that much, right? But
or more, yeah.
But which one really screams a stiff old rich guy to you? It's not Trump. It's Romney. Romney's the one who feels like the old stiff white cracker rich guy that you couldn't have a drink with. Trump feels more personable, more real, more human than Romney.
Trump comes from real estate and construction, right? This is a guy who drinks beer. Romney drinks wine.
Yeah, I've never felt, and I felt like it was a big problem with Romney all along. Every time he's ever ran for, a presidential bid. I know he didn't make it to past the Republican field the first time around, but it just seems like a stiff. And I told it to my dad today. We were driving back from Home Depot, and I was like, when I think of Romney, I think of an old stiff. And then I read Trump calls him a stiff like later that day.
Yeah, Romney, he's not going anywhere. I feel like Romney went. Remember when Bobby Jindal? So Obama had like this State of the Union, and Jindal was selected to be like the Republican Obama, right? He's a minority. The guy's Indian. He he was all popular. There was a fresh governor in Louisiana, I think, and he goes and delivers the State of the Union, and he sounds like Kenneth the Page in the whole thing. He was just fucking brutal to listen to. He was so bad, and he killed himself with it. Shit, where am I headed with this? Was it Romney talk? I lost my train of thought. So sorry. Anyway,
picking a bad candidate.
Yeah, I guess they picked the wrong guy. Romney is tough to listen to. He has no gravitas.
And that being said, I think if you're Republican and someone who identifies not as a conservative necessarily, but just as a Republican, I think you got to take a good, long, hard look at the last time you won at the highest level. And it goes back to George H.W. Bush the first time around. Since he lost his re-election, you haven't won anything. You put your hopes in him. You put your hopes in Dole. You put your hopes in McCain. And then Romney, and they
why aren't you counting W?
Do you really want to count W?
Yeah, I mean,
he's gone now too. But you think you could bring him out there? I saw someone insinuate that you bring W out there, and how? Yeah, exactly.
Right? Yeah, they say make America great again, and I'll admit there are things we could do better. I was talking earlier tonight about how we seem to be open trade to us, but it's limited on the way out, and there's issues. But for the most part, you look at what's happened during Obama's turn, like, oh no, we won 2 wars and wrapped those up. And isn't it terrible that unemployment is at like 20-year lows and such
gas is $25.
Oil is $25
oil's $25 a barrel. I'm paying $1.75 at the pump right now. Unemployment is low. The stock market has doubled.
Unemployment stats, I actually did some research into that, and it's pretty misleading what they're trying to pawn off as unemployment being so low now. What's happening is that sure, people are getting more jobs than they were when it was a complete shithole, but these aren't good jobs. These aren't high quality jobs for most of these college grads. It's shit tier jobs because the people 20, 25 years older than them, 30 years older, aren't retiring and getting out of their positions. It's opening up a little bit of an upward mobility flow for people in, I guess, my generation and younger to get into the workforce and have some opportunity. We're just getting people my age are getting. Like someone I know who was unemployed 2 years ago now has a job. It's like maybe some bullshit dead end sales job. Like there's no.
This is the same thing I've been hearing since the 80s. Like, hey, I just came out of college and I don't have my dream job yet. It's like I have to work my way up, or I've got this.
Well, that's also disingenuous because the economy then was infinitely better. The entire .com boom, the tech boom, everything there.
Talking about before then. I said 80s.
Okay, I was talking about the night. Whenever I'm saying that it's worse now than it was for the generation before myself, before Kyle.
The thing is, the unemployment rate is the metric that we've been using for like 200 years now. And then suddenly when the unemployment rate looks good, they're like, no, there's another metric we should be using instead. People who don't have their dream job, or people who are, been unemployed for a long time. Like if you're unemployed for something like 4 years, then you fall off the thing.
It seems to me like that metric of unemployment, it's it's not just like me right now that's calling into question the metric of unemployment. It seems like it's every side when it disagrees with where they are currently. Like when it was, this is fucking out of control, Democrats would be like, well, this is really making it's dramatizing it. Like it's making it look a little crazy. Like really it's more like this. And now Republicans are seeing it lower than they would like. And they're like, oh, this is horseshit. It should be like, realistically, it's way higher than that. Regardless though, like it is a shit time to be a young adult looking for a good career path. Unless you have very specific criteria. If you do what you did and you go into the world knowing I want to do this with computers or this with that, then it's going to be a lot easier. If you just kind of want to not fuck around, but try different trades and try different things and see what you enjoy doing in the business world for the most part, it is harder to get a foothold unless you know somebody. But I guess that might be how it's always been.
Yeah, that's how I feel. It shucks.
Maybe to a lesser extent.
When I was first putting my resume together for the first time, I'm like 19 years old or something, and I'd see these sample resumes in mine. I was like, how do I make a good resume if I don't have all that shit to put on my resume? I'm trying to figure out how to make retail on a boardwalk store look good to a potential employer, and the examples are like increased sales by 30% across the Northeast region. I'm like, I didn't do that.
Yeah. Sold 6 flip-flops on a Tuesday afternoon.
That's really good for a Tuesday.
Yeah.
Here I am at like 19 years old in 1993 or something like that, 92, hearing how the reason I can't get a job is because some guy at 70 isn't moving over for me. Like he needs to get out so everyone can move up and make a spot for me. I've literally been hearing that for over 20 years. And
that's possible. I was a few years old in the early 90s, so I don't remember that, and that's a distinct possibility.
Yeah.
I think it's fair. When I was 3, but I don't recall.
It's just...
I don't know.
It
could also be like it's being drilled into people in their 20s, maybe early 30s heads now, and things like Reddit and these online communities where if you spend too much time there or even just looking around, everybody's agreeing with each other so much that it'll be like, oh man, like my dad got a job at a fucking, boot heel factory in the early 80s and now he makes $230,000 a year. Where's my fucking opportunity? And then everybody else is like, yeah, fucking upvote that. My dad's successful too and I don't have what he has. And so it almost convinces you. I'm kind of turning myself around here right now, but
and there is a truth that if you go back a couple of years, like 2000, I don't know, maybe I'm making this up, like 2009 and 2012, the economy was recovering, but the jobs weren't. Like profitability was coming back, but jobs weren't. That's the period that Sanders kind of targets when he says the rich are getting richer and everyone else is fucked. Not lately. If you look at the jobs right now from like 14 to 16, 2014, 2016, wages are going up, employment is getting better. Like the companies have started hiring. They've been making money for a little while. They stopped getting gun shy about giving people raises and stuff. And suddenly there's a competitive market to have good employees that it just was delayed because, at first the companies made money and they didn't hire right away. So I don't know. I just, it's always been tough to get a good job when your resume is just getting started.
That's also a thing, I think, is that it's like, it's so much more difficult to go into at least like a career path job, not saying that you're working 40 hours a week at, Radio Shack, like you're working for a real company that you think you have a future in. It's so much harder than college, which you've been told by everybody in high school was going to be the hardest thing ever. And then you get to college and you're like, oh man, all this studying is so much more than high school. This is crazy. Couldn't be, and then you finally graduate and you move on to a real job. And even that is so much more demanding and difficult than school ever was, or at least for me it was. And that's like a wake up call, almost as if like, is everybody else experiencing this? No, they can't be. Like, I'm the one who's doing a really hard job, or I'm the one who's kind of getting screwed over, Like, it's easy to rationalize when you're in a position like that to set up the board against you. When
I first started working, in here, I worked like 8 to 6 or something, right? It was 8 to 6 and you get an hour-long lunch break. And I'm like, oh my God, only in school is 12 credit hours considered full-time.
Yeah.
How nice that was. And I took like 15 credit hours when I went full time, and I had no classes on Friday. And it seemed like I had about 4 hours a day in classes, Monday through Thursday, something like that.
4 or 5, yeah.
Yeah, 4 or 5. 4 or 5 hours and of course they're studying and things like that. So one thing about work is you do kind of leave it oftentimes. Like you can actually be fully done depending on the job. But whereas school is always haunting you. You can't watch a movie without knowing that you're supposed to be doing something else.
Yeah, that's true.
But anyway, yeah, work is just a lot more hours than school is.
Yeah.
Can we watch this clip here?
Yeah, let me cue up at 0.
It's 30 seconds.
I just pretty much spent the last 15 minutes arguing myself into a different position.
Are we ready?
With Woody's help, actually. All right.
Yeah.
I'm afraid someone here is playing through their speakers. We'll see. All right, ready, set, play.
Okay, and I have said that, so I would like to take that back. He's really not that much of a lightweight. And as far as, and I have to say this, he hit my hands. Nobody has ever hit my hands. I've never heard of this one. Look at those hands. Are they small hands? And he referred to my hands. If they're small, something else must be small. I guarantee you there's no problem. I guarantee you. All right. Okay. Moving on.
This is a presidential debate.
Trump style.
I wish that he'd made an offhanded remark that suggested that Rubio had a little dick. I was like, I don't know about you, but no problems over here. And then maybe make a comment about how many women he's fucked. And there's plenty of people you could ask.
I've heard that he's got a Marco
Plenty of
penis.
people out of that crowd you can ask. Megan, tell them.
No, he's got a Marco penis.
Man, Megyn Kelly's looking so hot in that
Micro-penis,
debate.
Marco.
I swear. Her makeup looks excellent tonight. She's got kind of a
Was she in
contour
that
thing
picture?
going on. No, I don't think so.
Okay,
no.
and I have said.
But yeah,
Atta
all
guy.
night looking real good. Looking real good.
Yeah, Megyn Kelly's she turned into a beautiful woman.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a little Megyn Kelly time after we get done here.
Yeah.
And there's nothing she can do about it.
Not a damn thing. It's got her picture taped on the back of that auto blow, those googly eyes on it. And it's shaking so much, the googly eyes are shaking, so it kind of looks like she's winking at me. I'm like,
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
you don't have to
You
tell
enjoy
me.
yourself.
I would. Yeah, it's just like mine. Except mine's Emma Watson, of course.
I made a few alterations to mine. I had to kick it up a notch, get a little more power in there. I saw a chainsaw the other day that had like a Buick V8 attached to it on the internet. Did you see this? This thing was outrageous.
I
did see it.
I've seen them with motorcycle engines.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
This thing got a car engine on it.
Can you lift it?
No.
No,
Oh,
it's
I-
just like watch
It was-
us saw this
We were
log.
like, yeah.
I watch them with the motorcycle engines, and basically each side has like handlebars. So there's two people, each grabbing like the thing, and then it cuts through the wood at the speed of gravity.
Yeah.
It just like zoom, but much more manual.
You ever seen the Extreme Lumberjack Challenge thing? That
Yes.
They do?
Uh-huh.
They do that thing where they climb the tree with the spikes and the rope. There's a chopping competition, a sawing competition. That's pretty entertaining.
I like the chainsaw one. They go down, up, and down,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just so fast. I could hardly move my arm that fast.
I would be so worried about splinters or something awful like that. It looks like it's a real rough.
Oh,
and
splinters does sound like an awful axe injury.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Just sliding down those trees.
They practically jump from the top.
Yes.
Yeah, they go down at the speed of gravity. Just about.
And another little alternative sport that I think I've seen on like the same network is like the pedigree like dog challenge or whatever it is, Purina, where they have like dogs compete in challenges like long jump.
That sounds cool.
Oh, it's really cool. So there's like certain breeds of dogs are really good jumpers. So they do this thing where they use it. The dog sprints toward its owner, and the owner's like running with a toy, and then it throws it in such a way that it motivates the dog to jump out over the water, and then they measure the jump. And they've got like, they got it recorded so they can get the camera and get the.
What does a winning dog look like? I mean, is it like a Weimaraner, like a short-haired sort of greyhoundy type
like
thing?
I always see labs and stuff, but like I'm not like I don't watch much of this. I've seen it 3 or 4 times throughout my life. It's pretty cool though. I can probably find a video of one of the dogs jumping. They jump so far.
Your girlfriend breeds dogs, or her family breeds dogs, or she's
Her and her mother do that.
okay? Is she still involved in it?
Yeah, she owns several of the dogs, but I don't think she's involved in it as much as her mother would like, because she's living here. And I think at some point we're going to end up taking on some of those other dogs.
Oh, I'm reading. Chiz wrote something about the elections. People sure want to hear this. People are saying Kasich did the best tonight and Trump doing the worst on most of the sites I've been checking. I personally agree with that. He gets torn to pieces when you press him to explain any of his policy issues. They brought up his time off the record recording about, I'm not going to build a wall or deport those people. So.
No, they keep bringing up that he said that, but that hasn't been released. It's like they're asking him to prove
even if it's true, like I feel like, yes, it's known. There's a Trump Classic and a Trump Zero, and they're not the same. He used to be a Democrat. Like, literally, he was a Democrat. And, you know, like, if you're looking for someone who's always lined up with the positions that Republicans endorse, like, let's be anti-gay, let's be pro-choice, let's be, you know, economically free trade, and I don't know what else, pro-war, then Trump's not going to have those positions dating back to the 80s. He switched around. I feel like everyone's like, yeah, I know that. I chose him anyway. And that's not news to us. So we'll see how it goes.
I'm trying to find a good video of these dogs jumping, but most of the videos are like 45 minutes long and shit.
I can't imagine watching 45 seconds of dogs jumping around.
I watch the stupidest stuff. What do you watch on YouTube lately, Taylor?
Oh, I go through such dumb
yes,
things, and I couldn't even make fun. One of my steadfast, just will always be there, always has been there, is I will try and find every video available of monkeys fighting each other, or bear, especially monkey fights. I have seen every monkey fight video available on YouTube. Bears fighting other bears or other animals, and then strength tests between different kinds of animals. I can't tell you the number of times that I would like just get back from a bar in college, be like blackout drunk, wake up the next morning and be like, you just got home alone and stayed up all night? What were you doing? Check my internet history, and it's like 4 hours of gorilla fights off snakes, you know, bear defends against gorilla, just awesome stuff like that. Yeah, animal videos are the way to go.
Check this out. This is the perfect video for us.
All right, I'll start over. Ready, set, play.
All right.
Here's a dog. Look at him. I would just wish my dogs would sit that well.
Huzzah! 25 feet.
4 legs.
Oh, I feel like he should have got more altitude on that jump. We'll see how he does.
How will dynamic?
Lazy bitch.
What did he? 23 maybe.
Yeah.
This is the kind of dog I thought would do well.
Not messing around. Look at his trajectory.
Look at his squirrel-like flight. Oh, what do you get? What do you get? Yeah, they don't
Look at
show
how many people give a fuck about which one of these dogs.
Oh, that dog is piss poor.
balls.
Oh, of course, the black dog struggles.
How is it that the black dog couldn't jump?
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it.
Oh.
Oh, he still could. Look. Oh, yeah. I really wanted him to catch it.
I want to see these
Oh,
grumpy
another black
owners
dog
of
that
these.
can't jump.
Shit.
Yeah, that dog sucks. I want to see these slightly overweight, grumpy, middle-aged women who are training these dogs have a jump off. Whoa! 3 feet! Like
This dog doesn't even need a toy. He's just likes jumping.
Yeah. He knows what's up.
I wonder how my dogs would do. Well, they probably wouldn't be trained. They probably just would not fail to jump off.
Have you ever seen them swim?
No.
That would be interesting to see what they look like swimming.
Yeah, they're cool dogs. Like I like that they're a little athletic. It's not usually something I really value in my dogs, but every so often, because they have like maybe we have this invisible fence, like electric fence. Mm-hmm. Invisible though, it's the radio kind, and they have about 7 acres, and every so often they'll like turn it on. They'll be like, you know what? I feel like just galloping. And, you know, a Great Dane runs about 35 miles an hour, and they just go. It's pretty neat to see.
Are you familiar with MrSkin.com?
Yes.
Great website. They recently had their like a award, you know, thing that they do every year. So they have like all these ridiculous awards that they've invented for, you know, nude celebrities in film. Great website. The guy who runs it and has always ran it was on the Stern Show. He goes on there once a year and does an interview. Always good stuff.
So I don't know, what would this year's award winners be? Let's see.
They have lots of ridiculous awards. There's like one for like best back burger. There's best sex scene with a teddy bear. I think Sarah Silverman got that one. I think they made that category just for her. They're all silly categories. That's the thing.
I don't see like Anatomy Awards. Here we are.
Yeah, I'm looking for. Oh yeah, there we go.
It's all video though. I really wanted the text version. I feel like, what is this going to be? That's a 1-minute video? I feel like I can't share this on my channel.
No, probably not.
Yeah.
There's a lot of awards though. I just don't know how you access them.
Yeah.
Like I heard them talking about this, and they said it was free as well. Maybe you have to log in. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not logging in somewhere.
I don't really want to join. This is a really popular site though. Apparently they've got great content. Like they pour through every bit of content that's created every year, and they dig for the most, you know, any nude scene. They go frame by frame, and they look for like nip slips and all kinds of stuff that you didn't even know was a thing. And you can search any actress and go back and find her nudes from before.
I wish that when I was like 17 or 18, they told me that jobs like this were available. You know, like, hey, you know what? You could find a niche in like mainstream movie sex scenes. Catalog them for people.
I feel like that's a job that came into existence, and then there was like 1 or 2 guys who knew the guy who started Mr. Skin, who got in on the ground level with this, and now there's still the 2 guys who watch movies and try and find nudity. There's no way.
He talked about all this.
What did he say?
He's got men and women. There's a lot of them. They comb through thousands of hours of footage. Everything that's made.
He must be doing really well to have a staff of people watching these movies.
Yeah. He is doing very, very well for himself. They brought that up a bit. Yeah. He was talking about the neighborhood he lives in and how they kind of look down on him because like they're all like investment bankers and in brokerage firms and you know they're all in finance and shit like that. And he's the Mr. Skin guy.
Well, they can suck a dick.
He's new money.
And then Mr. Skin will catalog it. That'll be that.
Yeah. Well, I think that's probably a show, huh?
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So PKA episode 272. Be sure to check out our sponsors. And if you don't mind, I'd love a rating on iTunes.
Yeah, do that for us.
See if we can get on the list somewhere. So
yeah.
Thanks so much.